Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Faced the World Alone and Became the King of Dragons movie. Before we start, please go support Alessandro Gonzalez 54 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. The popular one wins. The hated one loses, and the tragedy repeats itself. Someone popular and loved by all defeats someone weak and hated. I want you to experience the blow of a weakling. I want to deny the positions of good and evil, a boy with brown hair shouted in front of a group of people. Prologue. When your life sucks, you usually try to be optimistic and see the bright side, but when even your parents dislike you, it's simply pointless. In part, that made him regret his hobbies. He was perverted, perhaps too open, but he could claim that he was not guilty of rape or crimes of that nature. However, they were not going to believe him, the black sheep, not when his sister's word, which was the gospel for the people, went against him. Sometimes he wondered when she started to hate him. He didn't remember it completely clearly. He only remembered waking up on a hospital gurney and seeing his parents there, and his sister, looking at him with contempt. From there the injustice began. She spread rumors around him, calling him a pervert, which he didn't deny, but exaggerated it to a criminal point, such as stealing underwear, following certain girls, and finally raping someone. When? How? As far as he knows, he's still a loser virgin. But it doesn't seem like that they'll believe him, not when it's his word. That of the open pervert whose grades are low to average and whose appearance is totally average and inspires distrust. Against the word of the beautiful and tender exemplary student that is her sister, the wonderful Izumi. Bitch, it was like a habit to say that word when he thought of his sister bitch. Most of the time, he only kept his mouth shut when he was at home, measuring his words and trying not to anger his parents, which he almost always failed to do. His mere presence in their home was little appreciated, not to say despised. At least his parents tolerated him, but only up to that point, since the disappointment of thinking that their son was a potential rapist was something. Well, there are no words to describe a father's disapproval. Damn her sister for bringing her life to this point. Bitch. Haida Issei, or just Issei, preferred to be called only by his name, mostly because he hated sharing anything with his sister. Brown hair, dark brown eyes, average height, and little else to add. He was scrawny, average in attractiveness and skills, someone totally normal, but with too much bad luck. There he goes again, that degenerate. Haven't they arrested him yet? Even if he didn't do anything, he'll probably do it soon. No way. He wasn't that kind of person. Damn, his classmates were so annoying when he had to go through the crowd to leave school. He already tried to explain himself. Some saw the evidence, but still distrusted him for being such an open pervert. Damn bad habit. While others trusted only Izumi's word and called him a rapist. Consequently, he had no friends, or at least not publicly. His old friends Matsuda and Motoham used to hang out with him from time to time, but they were discreet since otherwise his sorrows would be carried by his friends too. He knew how the game worked. I returned. He announced his arrival home, but no one answered. He sighed, and went straight to the living room, finding his mother and father sitting there, his mother reading a book without flinching while his father interacted with a strange board game. In any case, he was ignored by his mother and received a cold look from his father. Issei just nodded, as if he had obeyed an order, and went up to his room where he left his school bag to one side next to his jacket and lay down on the bed. What a warm welcome, he commented, looking at the ceiling until tears escaped from his eyes. I really haven't done anything. But he wasn't talking about the false accusation, but about his life, which he did nothing to improve, or at least not enough. He just tried to talk uselessly, realizing that words really achieved nothing. People wouldn't listen and would be labeled as this or that just because someone who, in his words, couldn't lie about something so serious, said it, without sufficient evidence other than false testimonies. He even took him to court. He still couldn't tear away his mother's hurt and disappointed gaze. And his father, who nowadays only looked at him coldly, said nothing. Her sister, on the other hand, lived the high life like the favorite, the one everyone wants, whose word is action with or without proof. He didn't say what he usually would. He didn't say anything. Why say anything? Words were no longer useful. He didn't want dinner, nor was he invited for it. His sister arrived home hours late due to her activities with the Occult Research Club. He didn't think anything of it. He just wanted to sleep and mentally prepare for tomorrow. It's just another year. I don't think I can stand another year. Goro, I can't even look him in the eyes. Issei's eyes snapped open. Were those his parents? He'll make his own way when he finishes school. You won't hear from him anymore. He'll be gone. Just one more year, Mickey. Another year, if only. If only it weren't until he was gone. I don't feel like he's my son anymore. I don't want to acknowledge him as my son. That was Issei's only reaction. His empty gaze fixed on the ceiling. He remained in that position for hours. Even after his parents and sister went to sleep, he stayed awake crying silently. While everyone was sleeping, he simply got out of bed and opened the window of his room and left to start running away. He ran until he reached the Kuoh forest where there was an old lake, which he used to go to when he was a child playing with his friend Shido. He stood there staring into the pool of water, simply seeing his face reflected in the water. He cursed over and over again. Why did this have to happen to him? He hated his life, but he didn't have the courage to take it away. He couldn't stand it anymore, and all he did was sit down, hug his legs and start crying while squeezing his legs tightly. Because, he muttered to himself, he didn't know what to do anymore. He didn't want to return to his home, nor to return to Kuoh. He simply wanted the earth to swallow him up. He stayed there for a few more minutes looking at the lake, and then stood up and went back to his home. As he walked away, there was someone watching him from the top of a tree. He had 9 foxtails, and he stood watching the place where the chestnut tree was. What an interesting boy. After that she disappeared in a golden glow. Chapter 1. Feeling the cold wind that passed through his face, which reflected a valley full of swords stuck in the ground of several people that he himself killed just to fulfill an impossible dream. His breathing was labored as if he had just run a marathon. Blood was running down his forehead and his gaze fell on the sky, a sky stained with red just like the blood surrounding the entire place. Heaving a sigh into the air, he fell to his knees as his body could no longer endure what it had previously endured. His vision began to blur, and little by little he began to close his eyes, staring into nothingness. Without even forming a family, he had nothing and no one to turn to for help. No, he didn't want help from anyone. I was just tired of living a war that has no end, and without someone capable of stopping this chaos, all that was left was to wait for the end to come. Seeing his hands stained with blood, he tried to close his hands, but his fingers were frozen due to the cold that his being felt. The air around him smelled of sulfur. It was very difficult to breathe. His lungs were burning and his throat began to burn. And now, what could he do? He no longer had a life. Don't you know if he has family? Friends? Or acquaintances? He has no memories of his life. He's simply experienced battle and was raised to never feel weakness. But he was weak. His heart was too good for this rotten world full of hate, envy, pride, and above all, full of corruption. The simple fact of being born was a constant battle to survive in a world surrounded by rotten people. As he said, "There is only chaos and death in the world." There was no happy ending for someone with his hands stained. He would not know what happiness is. He never met his parents because they abandoned them, and he was just a baby. But he was found by a family who took care of him, and then they died at an early age. Returning alone at the age of 7, he was then raised by several people who taught him the art of the sword and the way of the warrior. Taking his last breaths, he fell against the cold ground with a hard blow. He was face down, and just hoping this would end and he would finally die the way he wanted, fighting and not like a walking coward. But some footsteps had begun to be heard and were very close to him. Who was he? He wondered, but his doubts were answered when he saw a pair of metallic boots covered in blue flames. Looking up, he was surprised to find a man. No, his head was that of a skeleton, and on his forehead was a cross, and he was holding a huge sword. Was it Death? A human with great determination did all this. Hearing his voice, he was simply surprised by the tone he was using. It was as if he was impressed by what he himself did. It's amazing that even with everything you've been through, you'll accomplish so many things in your short life. Was it a compliment? Although it's a shame you had a bad life, but you have my respect and you will have your eternal rest. And that last instant his body began to catch fire and blew, and the only thing he could see was the following, and it was like the skeleton quickly raised his sword and quickly stabbed it against his back. Spitting blood, he simply limited himself to spitting his blood, and his vision began to slowly fade, but his gaze turned to a sword that was on the ground. And Nero, and those were his last words. The alarm had sounded, and the brunette began to open his dull, emotionless eyes. Issei is watching, and for the first time he got up early and then quickly looked for his school things and quickly got changed. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. There was an hour left until his family would get up. He didn't want to be with it this time after hearing what happened yesterday. There was simply no point in continuing to pretend, and he would just wait for someone to end his life. Leaving his house, he began to walk aimlessly until school time. He headed to the lake he had been to yesterday, where he managed to let off steam, and being outdoors would be good for thinking about things. When he arrived at the lake, he sat on a rock that was nearby. It was comfortable enough and left his backpack under a tree. I looked at the lake as if it were the most entertaining thing in the world, and his body was at peace. What should he do now? He no longer had anyone. He didn't even know if he had a friend to tell his problems to. Matsuda and Motohama? Nah, he didn't know if he believed they were his friends. He just had no one and was alone, placing such a wry smile on his face at how cruel his life can be. His family hated him because of an accident he didn't commit. His sister hated him for no apparent reason, and he had no friends he could trust. He had no confidence in himself. Since he was a child, it was always difficult for him to make friends, not like his sister, until he found one, and that was Shido, who was his only and best friend, but then he had to leave, leaving him with a strong void, and from then on he could never make friends with whom he could play or do something. And then he just locked himself into a stupid dream of getting a harem, which his grandfather had told him. Just remembering those times when he was with his grandfather managed to bring a smile to his face. But in the end everything had to change, and his life came to an end at the age of 90, leaving Issei with a severe depression that was hard to overcome, just like the day he lost his dog. It was until he met Matsuda and Motohama, the only ones who shared the same dream as him. Pathetic, he muttered to himself, realizing how stupid he looked. Sighing, it was about time, and he simply stood up, and when he was about to leave, a glow caught his attention. He slightly turned his face, and then walked up to the brightness, and there he knelt down, and then saw 2 sword-shaped earrings. He was simply surprised to see the beautiful design of the earrings he had in his hands, but who would have missed it? He simply turned his face to the side and then back to see if anyone saw him, and put the earrings in his pockets, and quickly took their backpacks and left there, while a few meters away there was a beautiful woman with long brown hair wearing a nurse's gown, and was watching how the brown-haired man walked away. With a small smile on her face, she turned around and started walking away from the place. In the meantime, Nero found a worthy user. With that question thrown into the air, she simply walked away. Chapter 2. The eyes of all his classmates were glued to him. It's that pervert again. It was the only thing he heard. Without giving it the slightest importance, Issei continued on his way to his classroom, where he ignored all the looks that Ivan gave him. Sitting at his desk, he leaves his briefcase on the floor right next to his feet, and then simply leans back on the desk waiting for class to begin. I didn't feel like or have any intention of talking to anyone. I was just tired. At that moment the classroom door opens and the teacher enters, and the brunette simply takes out his notebooks and then a pencil to start doing the activities. This day will be long, he thought to himself as he began to write down everything the teacher was writing on the floor. The hour had already passed when the recess had started, and Issei was walking through the school corridors towards the infirmary, where upon entering he saw that there was no one there and simply sighed into the air. What good luck, huh? Walking towards one of the infirmary beds, Issei simply lay down on one so he could sleep, sighing, and after that he simply fell asleep. But at the moment he fell asleep, the door to the infirmary had opened and a beautiful woman with long brown hair wearing a nurse's gown entered. He just walked over to a small table that was there, and started placing a cup of coffee and some papers on it, but at that moment he realized there was someone in the living room, and he put on a slight smile before turning around and then seeing Issei in one of the beds, who was sleeping peacefully. She simply approached him and then began to caress his hair and looked directly at the face of the young brown-haired man. It's just like him when he was young, she commented while looking at and caressing Issei's face. Without a doubt, I see why Nero chose you, but don't worry, I'm going to help you. And with that said, she stood back up and covered the bed with the curtains so no one would notice he was there. Around 39 minutes passed and Issei began to slowly open his eyes. Yawning, I needed to get some sleep, Issei mentioned. At that moment he realized that the curtains of the stretcher were covering him. It was weird. When did this happen? I had no idea when it happened. Was it the nurse? Although what he knew is that the previous nurse who was at the Kuoh Academy will most likely kick him out of the classroom. So he quickly stood up and approached, as quietly as possible, to the curtain, where he drew it back a little to see if there was anyone in the room. And luckily for him, he didn't see anyone. He just sighed and then opened the curtain and was about to leave. "Oh, I see you're awake." Stopping his steps, the brown-haired man simply turns around and sees her right there. He couldn't help but think that the woman was his beautiful breastfeeder, with long, straight brown hair, emerald eyes that were a bit strange, a stunning figure, and above all, big breasts. The woman was sitting cross-legged in a chair signing some papers. "Take it easy, I won't say anything." It seems that he realized that Issei was somewhat restless, and did not know why, and with the last statement Issei was able to relax a little. Thanks I guess? No problem. But you know, if you come to sleep next time, at least try to hide behind the curtains because you'll get into trouble," she had commented calmly, and the brunette couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. "Sorry, and I won't do it again." Bowing slightly in apology, the woman simply shook her head. "Well, why don't you sit down and keep me company, and help me with some paperwork, okay?" Okay." At that he sits next to the chestnut where both began to talk about various trivial topics. The talk for Issei was very pleasant. I know how long it has been since I had a talk as pleasant as this with someone. He didn't know it, but he felt happy? He couldn't help it. As he finished arranging the last documents, the bell had rung and the brunette realized that there was too much left and panicked because he didn't go to class. "Calm down, I said you were helping me with something and that you wouldn't be able to attend class." Issei nodded and was somewhat grateful. "Thank you very much, right? I'm the new school nurse, Chisato Heisawa." She had introduced herself, while Issei nodded. "Thank you, Heisawa-sensei," said Issei to check the time. "It's time for me to go." Standing up and walking to the exit, when he opened the door he turned slightly and saw Chisato. "Well, it was fun, see you, Heisawa-sensei. Before you left you didn't tell me your name." She had stopped him, which Issei simply sighed and then looked back at Chisato. I didn't want to say his last name, but there was no other choice but to say it. "I'm H. Hi to Issei." With some difficulty the brown-haired man said his name, while Chisato simply nodded. "If you want Hayaru, you can come see me, and that way we can talk. And with any questions you have about school, come here and I will help you with whatever you need," Chisato said gently. Issei simply nodded, not very sure, and then left there towards his classroom, to get his backpack and leave the academy. Was that weird? That's what Issei thought because of what had happened to him today. How long ago? He doesn't speak well to anyone. He had a very ordinary conversation with someone he barely knew that very day. Although it was he didn't know how to express himself properly about what had happened today. He was so deep in his thoughts that he had reached the city park. I look around and simply walk over to the first free bench and sit down there. He just stood there staring at the park and thinking how good Heisawa-sensei was. As he said, how many years have passed since he felt this strange sensation, a feeling he hadn't felt since the day of the incident he had. This feeling was so warm and friendly, and above all it transmitted trust. It's been a long time since I last spoke properly to a person who didn't look at me in a disdainful way. The truth is I was very happy, but I still didn't have enough confidence to talk to people. There were his insecurities back, insecurities that he himself had since he was just a child before his life went to hell. It was always like that. He was a strange child. His damn problem was having confidence in people. He could never make friends. And that also cost him right now until today. He doesn't know if he can trust Heisawa-sensei or not. But, and if I trying something you don't know well, you didn't have confidence with any of your teammates before, even less now. He didn't want to know anything about them, and he didn't care if they had friends either. After what happened, Issei lost all confidence in himself, and now he had new problems. His depression was constant, and he would lie down for days without even eating or simply having no intention of living. His lack of confidence was a very big problem right now. Heaving a sigh, he simply put his hands in his pockets, and then took out the earrings he had. Something had caught her attention about the earrings, but then she remembered she was in the square and put them away. Layers, I'll visit her again tomorrow. Thinking for the last time, he packed his things and then headed home. Right now, he was finally at peace with himself. He could have had many complications, but thanks to that one person his confidence recovered a little, and his perverted attitude went down, a little bit, not much, but it was a clear advance. It was thanks to her that he took a little time, more specifically a week since they met, and she has been helping him a lot with his studies. She was the only person who truly trusted him, and didn't believe what the other students said about him. And in fact, every time he goes to the infirmary, she smiles at him with a beautiful and unique smile that makes Issei unable to help but feel relief. Spending the week, both Hasegawa Chisato and Issei spent mostly studying. Then, and as if to calm down, Chisato told him that if he wanted he could go to her house to see him. Of course she had no problem, and more if he helped her with her studies. Issei spent most of his time with her, and forgot all the bad things that happened with his family. Now he didn't feel hatred towards anyone. In fact, he was finally at peace, and he had the person who was always helping him in everything that was within reach of his hands to help him. A beautiful and wonderful friendship was formed between Hasegawa Chisato and Hayato Issei. Present. Right now in Kuoh City Park, it was certainly early morning, as very few people were walking around those places. Some were going to work and others were going directly to their homes. Near the park there were two people sitting on a bench. One was a beautiful adult woman, and the other was certainly a brown-haired teenager. Sensei calling his teacher, who looks at him for a few moments, and then continues speaking. Thank you very much. Really? She puts on a curious look at this statement. Why do you thank me, Hayato? She asks, looking at him. He remains silent for a few minutes, and then lets out a deep sigh and looks up, meeting her beautiful emerald eyes. I just want to thank you for helping me with everything. Really, thank you for being the only person who is there for me, Issei confessed. Chisato simply smiles and then she hugs him, which surprised the brunette a little, who couldn't help but blush for being on top of Chisato's breasts, and then a silly smile appeared on his face. But he quickly got those thoughts out of his head and then simply returned the hug. It's warm, she thought as she felt the hug. It had been so long since someone had given her a hug like that. Separating after that, they both continued with their routine throughout the day. They talked and went to a place to eat. Of course, Issei paid. Although Chisato also did his part, they continued after having fun all day. For Issei, it was one of the best at the tube. Right now both were returning, heading to the park where Hasegawa Chisato would leave Issei so he could return home. I had a lot of fun today, Hasegawa commented while driving. Issei nodded too. I had a lot of fun today too, he said calmly as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes slightly. Chisato looked at him for a moment. If you want you can sleep, since we're a little far from arriving, said Hasegawa looking at him. Issei opened his eyes slightly and then shook his head. I'm not okay, thank you, I commented calmly. I understand, Hasegawa replied. During the trip, both talked about different topics, whether it was their tastes on food, favorite color, and what both liked the most, until Chisato asked something that left Issei frozen. Tell me something, Hayato, do you like breasts? Asked Hasegawa. With that question, Issei got nervous, and he didn't know what to answer now. He looked at Hasegawa for a while, who seemed to be waiting for the brown-haired boy's answer. Gulp. He was very nervous to answer yes, I like them. Hasegawa simply looked at Issei for a moment, who began to feel uncomfortable by his sensei's gaze, and an idea crossed his mind, thinking that she would simply say something bad to him. But I see, said Hasegawa. Tell me, Hayato, do you like my breasts? She asked. What kind of trick was that? Perhaps he had heard correctly, and his nerves began to rise again. He didn't deny the fact that she was beautiful, perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but his gaze began to lower to a certain part of his sensei's body, where he couldn't help but look at them. They are huge. He couldn't help but blush and put on a somewhat silly smile when he saw his sensei's breasts. They were too big. She was a pretty good size. Too big, he would say, in addition to her great figure, good legs and thighs, a full-fledged MILF. Hasegawa looked at him without him noticing, and saw the small silly smile he had on his face as he blatantly stared at her breasts. She couldn't help but put on an amused smile at this, especially the way he looked at her. It was a fact that he would occasionally give her a sneak peek, something that she noticed, but above all she didn't care much about him looking at her. Issei quickly pulled his thoughts out of her, then looked at her for a moment. He took a deep breath and then, Sensei, he called her. Mhya Hayato? She asked. I think she has some nice breasts, I finished saying. I see. Thanks, Hayato, for being honest, she said. After that, both continued talking about different topics. Chisato simply planned to hold on a little longer, and then revealed to him about the supernatural world and, above all, the truth. The truth about who Hasegawa Chisato truly is and the destiny that Hayate Issei had to fulfill, and all the weight that fell on him, but she would help him in everything she could from the shadows. Upon arriving at the park, both Issei and Chisato got out of the car where they both simply said goodbye, but in that Chisato grabbed his cheeks and then gave Issei a kiss on the forehead, which left him slightly surprised. "See you tomorrow at school, Hayate," she said as she got in the car and then left. On the other hand, Issei was still in shock from what had just happened at that very moment, where he brought his left hand to his forehead and then looked at where his sensei had gone. Is an angel. He couldn't help but think about that. Right now he simply let out a small sigh and his gaze fell on the sky. A beautiful night where the stars were the only thing that could be seen. It was a truly beautiful sight. And then she turned around and walked towards her home. She didn't care about arriving so late to her house. In fact, her parents didn't seem to care either, since in these weeks Issei, since he started studying with his sensei, started waking up earlier than usual and going to school and then staying all day with her and always arriving home late. Upon arriving home he entered, where he simply did not greet anyone and walked straight to his room, where he was walking around his room ignoring and passing by his sister, and then simply locked himself in his room. What Issei didn't notice was that Izumi was completely perplexed by how Issei acted coldly towards her, since although he used to look at her with quite a bit of suspicion and annoyance, of course this made her feel quite uncomfortable, but he decided to ignore him and simply left there. While with the brown-haired man he was sitting on his bed holding both earrings, in the shape of a sword, where he sat on his small table where he had the computer, and he just stared at it, and then he got 2 holes in his ears and put them on, both earrings. It hurt a little and then he just wiped some of the blood off of him. "Well, tomorrow will be another day," he murmured and then lay down. "I wonder how Shido is?" He couldn't help but think about that, and then she just fell into Morphos's arms. Chapter 4. Kuoh Academy. Several days later, the chestnut tree was sitting under a tree talking animatedly with his friends Matsuda and Motohama. "I already told you guys that Iron Man is the best hero than Captain America," Issei would say, looking at his friends pointing at him. "How can you say that?" shouted a bald boy. This was Matsuda, who pointed his finger at the brown-haired boy. "That can never be possible. Iron Man has nothing that is needed to be a leader." "I agree with Matsuda, Issei. Captain America is a better leader than Tony," a boy with glasses and short black hair would now declare, looking at the brunette. For his part, Issei had a tick in his head, and then the 3 friends began to discuss who of the heroes was better at being a leader, Tony Stark or Captain America. But leaving that aside, from an old building there was a beautiful woman with crimson hair looking directly in the direction where the brown-haired man was. "That look? Oh hey Issei, you're still there." Upon being called by his friends, Issei turned around and saw Matsuda and Motohama staring at him. "I was just thinking about something." Heaving a sigh, he looked at them before continuing with his own thing. While in the distance of that part was a beautiful woman with long black hair who was watching Issei and his friends. "I found you, darling." After that he disappeared into the shadows, while in the old abandoned church there was a beautiful and sensual woman with black hair and violet eyes who was sitting cross-legged. "Are you sure of who that boy is that you have to keep an eye on?" He spoke with boredom clearly in his voice, while in front of him there were 3 people who were just sitting. "Yes, it's Reincarnation. Azazel-sama ordered us to see the boy, who seems to be the brother of the current security." A mature-looking woman with long blue hair, yellow eyes, ample cleavage, and beautiful long legs spoke. She was wearing a sensually secretary-like outfit. June sighing, "But what we know is that the current security is with the demons. Besides, he is just a normal human." This time a girl with blonde hair and a somewhat gothic look gave her opinion. "There is something about that human that caught Azazel-sama's attention, although of course there is also the fact that Kokubile-sama wants to see him dead." This time it was a man's turn, wearing a long trench coat. And he had a hat on. "You're right, it would be better to stay out of it. If something happens to that human we will have no choice but to interfere and protect him." The woman with violet eyes spoke in a serious tone. "Even if Kokubile attacks us? Yes, we must avoid at all costs that a great civil war against us starts again, although there are some here who only want the world to burn." Calawarn. "Prepare yourself just like you Middlet and Donasek. Have fun." And with that said the group separated, leaving only the only man of that group, who made a sword made of light appear in his hand, and suddenly he was surrounded by several shadows who were carrying swords made of light. "Well, who will be the first?" Facing his enemies, many of those men rushed to attack that man. Only a smile appeared on his face. Nice to meet you. Hyodo Issei-kun, a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair and matching eyes, spoke. She had delicate facial features, and her eyebrows were very short and rounded, a symbol of nobility. She was wearing a traditional shrine maiden's attire, over which she wore a white robe tied with a red ribbon and a golden crown. But what stood out most about this beautiful woman was her fox ear and 9 tails, as well as the air she transmitted, almost identical to that of Hasegawa Chisato. Sorry for hiding this from you, Hyodo, but there's something you need to know. The one speaking was none other than Chisato herself, who looked at Issei calmly and, above all, with concern. Hyodo-kun, tell me something. Do you believe in the supernatural? Said the woman with long golden hair and fox ears. Not knowing how to respond, Hasegawa walked towards Issei. Seeing her, the brunette backed away in fear, causing Hasegawa to look at him with a sad expression. Hyodo, please, I want you to listen to everything. She would speak softly and take his hand, and you may think this is a lot, but believe me when I say it's all for your own good. And there it was again, how she managed to bring out that state in such a maternal way. It made Issei feel completely secure, and just looking at her captivated him and gave him that assurance that he would be safe with her. All right, Chisato smiled and then hugged Issei, burying him between her breasts. She stroked the brunette's hair meanwhile. The beautiful blonde woman just watched this interaction with a small smile. Okay, I'm Yasaka, leader of the Yukai faction. He opened his eyes in surprise at such information, while she just smiled. I want you to listen carefully, Hyodo-kun, and please don't ask any questions until I tell you everything. Okay? Issei nodded. Good. And Hyodo, how are you feeling? Chisato spoke softly. While sitting on a bench with Issei, Issei certainly had a lot of information for his age. He was a perverted, breast-loving boy. He was judged by everyone who saw him, and now this. It was surely supposed to be just a bad dream, but the reality was that it was all true. Beings like demons, angels, and fallen angels, like other gods, also existed. It was too much for him, and the earrings on his stand were weapons created by gods, and he didn't know what to think anymore. He always said his dream was to be the king of the harem, but inside himself there was something that made him wonder if it was worth it to be the king of the harem. No lose. I speak Issei. He was just a normal boy who is completely perverted, and this is too much for me. Chisato stroked the brown-haired boy's hair. Heizuaga-sensei. You approached me because I had earrings? After the question there was a brief silence. Chisto just looked at him and nodded. Yes, it's Hyodo, I approached you because you had the earrings, he said, making Issei. I simply ducked. Heh. A smile escaped his lips. I see. In the end, who would approach a pervert like me who has nothing special? Hyodo. Taking his hand, Chisato continued. Stop underestimating yourself so much. You're a very kind person. You're respectful and you're always there to help anyone without asking for anything in return. You're a very good person for this cruel world. Sin, listen to me. Chisato would hug him. You are special in your own way. Even without those weapons that you have in your power, you are the person who will always help with everything you have. Issei, I don't know what happened to you long ago in the past that you don't have that confidence to talk to other people, but there are people who love you even if you don't believe it. There are your 2 friends Matsuda and Mathoyama Aika, and your friend Shido, and there is also me. Issei hugged Chisato as he began to cry silently. Your parents may reject you, but I'm proud of the person you are, and I'll never reject you. And it was Issei's breaking point. Finally, the only thing he wanted to hear was someone telling him that was too much for him, who began to cry while Chisato just caressed his hair with a smile. I will always be there for you, Hyodo. Without even knowing it, both would share a destiny full of pain and difficulties, and with the future would be born. Chapter 5. It was already noon, and Issei was sleeping on Chisato Hasegawa's lap, who was slowly stroking his brown hair. Observing the brunette's face, she didn't have the slightest intention of waking him up, because the boy had to accept everything Yasaka had said, as well as the fact that he knew about the supernatural. Assuming she also believes it was a lot of information for a teenager, just 17 years old, and also accepting his dark destiny, confronting the fear and dread he himself has of people, and his lack of self-confidence, that was something he had to work on at the right time. Unlike her sister Izumi, who is Issei's sister, she knows about the supernatural. While watching the brunette, she noticed him as a rather lively boy. Little by little, he was going down a dark path. One that would lead him towards the most certain suicide. Making a decision, she decided to act before he continued down that dark path. So she could protect him while he was still in her power, and she hoped he would end the curse that was slowly corrupting him. "Are you still asleep?" Hearing a voice, Hasegawa said. "Yes." The person who spoke came closer and looked at them. "It's unusual to see you in this state, Hasegawa." Why do you say that, Yasaka?" Yasaka would look between Issei, who was still sleeping, and would set her sights on Chisato Hasegawa. "That's why. I haven't seen you acting like a mother like that in a while." A small smile formed on Hasegawa's face. He looked at Yasaka. To be honest, I think I acted too soon. Of interfering in his life, don't you think? "I don't think you've acted before, Hasegawa," Yasaka said. "I think what you did was a great help to him. You gave him something no one else has given him in a long time." "What would that be?" "Hope," Yasaka smiled. "You gave him a small bit of hope that his life was worth more than anything else. You gave him reasons to continue with his life. And although at first you approached him, it's because he possesses the cursed sword. You were his mentor for a few months, and I can finally see that girl who was once affectionate again. But above all, I can finally see you have a genuine smile." Looking very surprised, Hasegawa never expected this response from Yasaka, who still hadn't removed the smile from her face. Hasegawa Chisato wasn't an ordinary person like other people who saw her. No, she was a goddess who, several millennia ago during the Great Faction War, met a human, with whom she fell in love, but the human had no feelings for her. Yet she continued to support and help him from the shadows. And she watched as the human she had helped slowly carved his name into the earth. But Hasegawa, who was a deity, had rules he couldn't break, interfering in the affairs of mortals while the war between the great biblical factions was still raging, and at one point, she saw that human being about to die at the hands of two dragons, red and white, that destroyed everything in their path. With everything she was seeing, she made a decision that would mark her for life. And she ended up helping the human. When she helped the human, she expected a thank you for helping him, but what she never expected was that the human she saved would insult her because she couldn't help his family. And Hasegawa's greatest fear and torment began. Eventually, the human began to slowly fall into the great darkness. She tried everything to help him, but in the end, her efforts were nothing but failure. The human began murdering women and children alike, raping and stealing. This angered the other gods, who eventually cursed him. They gave him a sword of great destructive power, and this caused the world to fall into darkness. The human died from using the power of the cursed sword, called Nero, and in the end, the sword disappeared. She looked at Issei for a moment, and then simply touched his cheek. "He's a good guy. He just had the misfortune of having really bad luck, and besides, he's a pretty nice person, and you get attached quickly," Hasegawa said, looking at Yasaka. "I can see it, Hasegawa." Hasegawa said. "I'll go to Kyoto and talk to a person who can help you with your training." "I understand, I'll keep an eye on him." Accepting Yasaka's request, Hasegawa looked back at Issei once more. "I'll talk to him when he wakes up." And Yasaka, "Yes," Yasaka said, just looking at her. "Thank you, because, for being my friend." Yasaka smiled and nodded. Without a word, she retreated into a magic circle, leaving Hasegawa and Hyodo Issei alone. Arriving at his house, Izumi Hyodo, after being in the occult club, "I'm home now," giving the announcement. From the living room, she heard, "We're in the living room." Going into the living room, she saw her parents sitting on the couch. His father Goro, who was reading a newspaper, while his mother Miki seemed to be thinking about something. "Oka-san, Oto-san, did something happen?" After her question, both adults looked at their daughter, and her mother spoke. "Daughter, do you know where Issei is?" "Something happened, Oka-san," Izumi said. "For several weeks, your brother started coming home very late, or even skipping breakfast, and his grades improved considerably." Surprised by her mother's revelation. It was a bit of a surprise, though Issei had begun to change his personality a while back. At school, he stopped acting perverted at the academy, and the girls began to slowly get closer to him. "But I also noticed that your brother was too, if not too much, with the school nurse. She'd heard a rumor or two floating around. It was Issei who changed his personality, but she didn't give it much thought, not that she really cared. She felt uncomfortable when Issei looked at her with hatred and suspicion. And after a while, he began to ignore her as if she had never existed. And this was certainly causing him to have so many doubts about what his brother was doing. Although, I know Oka-san, I don't know where Issei could be. Both adults sighed as they looked at each other. And then they looked back at Izumi. Izumi-chan. Do you know if Issei has anyone helping him at school? Or if he's even getting any help? Izumi didn't know what to say to her parents. And, I think I know who might be helping Issei. Chapter 6. This place is it? A pocket dimension. A muscular-looking man with no hair, wearing a priest's outfit, informed him. I never imagined I'd be in a place like this. Everyone is surprised the first time, but I see that you took it well after learning about the supernatural world. The man questioned, turning slightly to see the teenager who accompanied him. Maybe at first. I was a little panicky because let's just say my fate is cruelly impossible to avoid. That's not entirely true, the man said. Your destiny may already be determined, but you can change it. No one controls other people's destiny. The teenager just began to reflect. Well, he was right. No one has the power to control people's destiny. I think I'll try. The man smiled. That's it, don't get carried away by something that's written down. After all, we forge our own path, Shido-kun. I didn't sleep well today. Giving a big yawn and stretching his legs a little, Issei was currently heading to the Kuoh Academy. After the conversation he had with Yasaka and Hasegawa, Issei decided to sleep and try to process everything. Upon arriving at school, he was greeted by his friends Mathoama and Matsuda. As the trio chatted animatedly, the brunette felt as if someone was watching him. Turning slightly, he was completely perplexed. She was beautiful. She had beautiful crimson hair, beautiful light blue eyes, and pale skin. The girl, upon meeting Issei's gaze, gave him a smile. Oh hey Issei. You're lost. When he realized that his friends were calling him, he turned around and saw them. It's nothing guys, let's go to the classroom, we're late, Issei said. That was weird, he thought to himself, following the duo while with the girl. She was walking up the stairs with a slight smile still on her face, as if she had found something interesting. Is there anything that excited you? Upon being called by name, Rias would turn around and see a girl. Short black hair. Beautiful violet eyes beneath glasses. Sona, I'm glad to see you again. Same here to Rias. Both friends smiled and started walking through the school hallways. You found something interesting. I can tell from your smile. Of course, in fact, I had already had my doubts about my pawn's brother, Hyodo Issei. Didn't he have anything special? I actually thought the same thing, Sona, Rias said. But I see I was wrong. I just ran into him recently, and the moment we locked eyes with him I could feel a trace of magical energy coming from him. It's strange, in fact, we've never felt his magical energy. And the fact that he's releasing it right now must be due to two options. 1. That he already knew about the supernatural, or 2. That he's unconsciously doing so. Rias nodded. There was a small mystery behind Hyodo Issei, who at first was a normal human and had no trace of magic. However, Rias was certain that what she felt when she crossed paths with Issei was magic. In fact, she wasn't wrong at all. That was magic, but there was something wrong with all this, and it was the fact that during the days Hyodo Issei, his personality had radically changed, his grades had improved radically as his physique also began to notice a little more, giving the impression that he was exercising. In fact, she always saw Issei as a person who had the good fortune to have a lot of bad luck because the school itself hated him and judged him despite all the judgment he had received. In the end, she felt sorry for the brunette. She even realized he wasn't getting help, and even suspected that his family didn't love him, something that was more than obvious to the boy's sister, her pawn and the current Sekyuryai Hyodo Izumi. But as the saying goes, never judge a book by its cover, and that happened over time. Hyodo Issei began to make great improvements in the school environment. His grades improved, placing him in 12th place among the best students in the academy, and he was totally good at helping other students. In the end, he couldn't help but feel happy for the boy. But now that he was showing magical traces, it was already a matter of realizing that he surely had knowledge of the supernatural, since it was not normal that he would begin to release magical energy after considerably improving his studies. But just by seeing his physical condition, it was totally true. It probably must be a possessor of a common sacred gears, or with luck a high-class Longinus. But the doubt would be which one it would be. Without a doubt the magical trace was difficult to know what it was, because although the magical trace that emanated from it was barely felt, it was completely violent and wild, as if it were an untamable animal. To the end, I know what you're going to say, Rias, and I'm telling you no, we don't know much about Hyodo-kun, and even though he released magical energy recently after his academic improvement, it's not something you should trust us with, do you understand? Sona said. Yes, I understand, Sona. You shouldn't worry. Besides, I wanted to tell you later, but I think there's no other option. What would that be? Sona would say, curious. I want to ask you to make some excuses for missing school. The ranking game against Razor, right? That's how it is. Sona adjusted her glasses and nodded. How many weeks would that be? 2 weeks. I understand. Responding for the last time, Sona and Rias sat in their respective seats while they waited for class time to start. I can't believe you still have those fetishes even now. A man with pointy ears spoke, with a disgusting smile on his face as he watched in front of him a teenager with medium greenish hair who was sitting on a throne while being ridden by a nun. Ah? What are you doing here, Kokabeel? I just came to see my partner, and did you already get the wet one you wanted so much? The wet girl who was riding Didiora would stop and then get on her knees and start giving him a blowjob, and Didiora would put her fist on her cheek and watch Kokabeel. Not at the time I went to look for her. It was already too late. All of your subordinates were killed by the nobility of Rias and the Securitii, and she was reincarnated. Oh, so the Securitii is with the Mao's nobility. How interesting, said Kokabeel. Anything else I should find out? Not much, but if you want you can take this. With a snap of his fingers, the doors of the room opened, and a group of women in robes entered along with some chains. I managed to save him just before he died. I almost killed him more than once until I left him on the verge of death. Wow, Fred, I'm glad to know you're still alive, Kokabeel said sarcastically as he watched the priest tied up in chains with a gag in his mouth. Why did the gag perhaps bite one of your beloved nuns? He wouldn't shut up anymore and talk so much. I even thought about tearing his tongue out. Joe, I didn't think that the Mao Belzebuth's younger brother was so sadistic. I'm not like my idiot brother, Ajuka. Kokabeel should know that. Kokabeel just looked at him in boredom, and then walked over to Fred's unconscious body and took him. It was good to have this nice chat. We'll see each other later. Saying that last thing, Kokabeel disappeared from that place, taking Fred with him, but the moment he left Diora, he stood up. You can stop doing that now. I'm satisfied. I understand, Diodara-sama. The woman stood up again, wiping the white liquid from her mouth and leaving, turning around and seeing a person very familiar to her. What brings you here? Razor? Wait, how did you tell me? It's easy, you'll miss 2 weeks of school. Hyodo Issei was currently in the Kuoh Academy infirmary, while in front of him was Chisato Hasegawa. The reason why Issei was surprised to a large extent was because Chisato had told him and informed him everything about what he had to start doing during this week. He was surprised, of course he was, he didn't even think it would be very fast. But seeing Chisato's face, he already knew what he would have to do for a few weeks. Listen to me carefully, Issei. You can't keep hiding anymore. Sooner or later, the demons in this area will find out about you, and they'll try their best to recruit you. Not knowing what to answer, Issei remained silent, because he was afraid of not being able to know what awaited him in this world. Not only that, there was something else, and he didn't even know if he could trust Hasegawa Chisato again. It'll only be 2 weeks of training. You'll learn to control your magical energy, and then it'll be the art of backstroking, Chisato said. I understand. Chisato Hasegawa would come over and start touching his cheek with a smile. You don't have to worry about anything, Issei. In fact, I think it would be better if you went to bed and got some sleep. I'll take care of the other teachers. But I know it's a lot, and I understand it's hard to grasp what I am or that supernatural beings exist in the world, gods and demons, Chisato said. But even if they exist, not all of them are bad, nor are they as the legends say. Time moves on and life changes even for beings who are immortal and don't have the ability to die naturally like you. Chisato would hug him, burying the brunette's head between her breasts, and returning the hug. Issei nodded. Even if the world sees you as a monster, I will always see you as the kindest person and above all. Whispering the last words, Issei's eyes opened in surprise, and he couldn't help it, and he hugged Chisato Hasegawa tighter, who never stopped smiling. Right now Issei already had a motivation. Not only that, but he already had to open his eyes, and for the first time in his life it was clear. The world is not rosy. Chapter 7. It was already dawn in the city. Today was Saturday, and many students had the day off finally, while others were enjoying their days with their friends. Others were completely at work, or rather, staying home. Just for this day, Hyodo Issei was right now changing and putting on sports clothes. To begin with his training, his sister had left for a few weeks due to activities of the occult club, and Issei would also leave for a week. He would stay away from his home. It's not that he wanted to be with his parents, and he had no choice. Although he managed to convince them, it took a little longer than necessary. But it was thanks to Chisato Hasegawa who managed to make his parents finally agree to go away. For a week, with his workout clothes on, he grabbed the bag he had in his clothes and then closed it, taking a breath and looking at his earrings. Once he grabbed his bag and left his room. Going down the stairs, he found his mother staring at him. I'm going now. All right. She couldn't even have a conversation with her son. She was happy that his attitude had changed and his grades had improved, but now her son was acting very differently. Despite being his mother, she no longer had a way to communicate with her son. Even after Alan's grades improved and he stopped acting like a pervert, he had made a good start to change his attitude. She was happy. Even his father, who praised him, but he didn't even care that he was praised, he even ignored them. In the end, Issei left that door without giving him time to say anything else. Take care of yourself. These were his last words, while he and the brown-haired boy were walking calmly towards the place where he would meet Hasegawa Chisato. While Chisato was at the station, wearing a coat and a short pink skirt, checking his watch to see the time. It's taking too long, she thought to herself, until suddenly she heard footsteps and turned around to see Issei wearing somewhat sporty clothes and smiling at her. Sorry for being late, sensei. Don't worry, besides, let's go. She approached and then hugged the brunette's arm, making the latter embarrassed, while Hasegawa Chisato had a happy smile. Each member of the Rias nobility nodded, and Izumi looked at each member. And finally, you will learn and increase your resistance with magic. I will take care of your training in addition to increasing the development of your sacred gears. I understand, Buchu. Okay, let's get started. Hi, Buchu. Responding, the entire Gremory entourage each prepared for their training. Izumi would start his first day with Yudo Kiba, who was standing in the middle of an open field with two wooden swords in his hands. He threw one to Izumi, who caught it, and they both looked at each other. Well, first things first, before starting a duel, I'm curious. Izumi-kun, do you know anything about fencing? Huh. In fact, I had never been interested in learning fencing. Kiba nodded and replied, I understand well. Let me explain. In the art of the sword there are 3 styles, and 3 currently known in the world and in Japan. Kenjutsu, kendo, fencing, although there is more. But if we talk about it, my fighting style would be more that of a samurai thanks to my teacher. Who was your teacher, Kiba? My master is Okita, who is the hairdresser of Sirzechs-sama, one of the strongest demons. I understand. Well, let's start your training now, Izumi. Izumi nodded and began running directly towards Kiba. The one who lay waiting for her launched the first blow with his bokken. It was easily blocked by Kiba, who easily deflected the attack, and began to launch a series of blows. It was difficult for Izumi to block each attack that came at him, and began to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Kiba decided to increase his speed. And now, Izumi saw something blurry approaching her, and Kiba appeared in front of her with his bokken. Raising it upwards, thinking that Kiba would throw a punch at her head, Izumi, without thinking twice, placed his bokken on top of him, trying to block the attack. But Kiba quickly lowered the movement with his bokken, and it was right at that moment that Izumi felt several blows all over his abdomen, as well as dropping his own bokken on the ground and falling to her knees. Kiba simply pointed the edge of his sword at her front. I think this will be much more difficult because your sword fighting style is terrible. You will have to learn to improve a lot. Understand? I understand. Kiba extended his hand forward. Izumi accepted it and helped her stand up. Okay, let's start again. This time, try to relax your muscles more. And think a little more about your movement, although since you don't know what a sword fight is, it will be a little more complicated. I understand, Kiba. Kyoto. At Kyoto train station, Issei and Hasegawa were just getting off the train after a 3.5-hour train ride. The two had talked for a period of 4 hours. Well, we have arrived now, let's go. Yes, but first it would be better if we go and get to know the place a little. Looking at the chestnut, Issei nodded with a smile. All right. They both started walking around the city, looking at every store in every place. There were clothing stores where Issei was modeled by Chisato and vice versa, where Hasegawa modeled several different sets of clothes for the brunette in addition to underwear like bikinis. Trying to avoid a god-level nosebleed more than once, Issei lasted more than once, and more than once he tried to keep an erection at bay. In addition to that, both couples went to several other places, such as ice skating together, and then going to a small restaurant. An especially good day for Issei and Chisato Hasegawa. Right now they were both walking through the streets of Kyoto, who looked like a beautiful couple together, plus they actually looked like couples because Chisato never stopped hugging the brunette's arm during the day. Without telling each other, they were at peace, enjoying each other's presence. They were completely calm after having spent so much time together and knowing each other well. I had a lot of fun today, Hasegawa. Humph? Being the first to break the silence, Issei. Hasegawa looked at the face of the brunette, who had a smile. The truth is, I really had a lot of fun, especially today. I don't think I ever imagined being with a girl at this moment. Looking at the sky and without stopping their steps, they both continued walking. Chisato listened to every word that came out of Issei's mouth. You know, when I was thinking about committing suicide for everything I had been through, you appeared as if you were an angel and never judged me for the rumors at school. Even though you approached me for my power, you were a salvation for me. You know, I only came here for you, for the swords, right? Not for anything else. I know, Hasegawa, but I'm happy with that. You're not the person I'd walk beside. When I was drowning in absolute darkness, you were always the one who lit the path of my life for me, because that's what a sun does. Hasegawa remained silent until the end. Both continued walking until they reached a temple where Yasaka was standing there, with her yucca features free, and behind her was a girl just like her, with her yucca features removed. It's good to see you, Yasaka and Kuoh. Aunt, the girl known as Kuoh, ran and jumped and was hugged by Chisato, who separated from Issei's arm to receive him. Yasaka also approached. It's nice to see you again, Issei Dana, looking at Kyoto. The pleasure is mine, Yasaka-sama, Issei said. How can your waist hold such weight? He couldn't help but think about how Yasaka could carry so much weight on her enormous opai. He also took the opportunity to give her a quick glance. Fufu, you like what Issei Dano sees? Yasaka took advantage of this opportunity and decided to make fun of the brown-haired boy because she had noticed that he had glanced at her quickly and looked away, blushing. He made her seem quite cute to her because although Miranda always receives all kinds of students and men, he caught her curiosity to see how her friend acts quite well, and above all how her personality radically changed to a little more friendly. Auntie, who is he? The Kuoh-chan. He's Hyodo-kun. He's a student at my school and he's come here to train his powers. Oh, Kuoh would approach Issei, who saw her a little like the girl he had to say she was quite tender and cute. A pleasure, Kuoh-chan. I'm Hyodo Issei. Nice to meet you, Issei-san. After the introductions, everyone entered the temple, which was Yasaka Castle. They were attended to by several of the local maids. Issei and Hasegawa were given kimonos to wear. Hasegawa gladly accepted, changing her clothes, and Issei decided not to. It felt better to be dressed as he was. Right now they were at a table eating and talking animatedly, or well, only Chisato and Yasaka talking animatedly. Issei, on the other hand, was with Kuoh, listening to all the little kitsune stories, in addition to learning a little more about yukai. Although of course, this was also observed by Yasaka and Hasegawa, who more than once saw the girl smiling so brightly, and seeing how Issei acted towards her, almost as if he were the girl's own father figure for both women. It was like seeing a father and daughter. Both women just watched that interaction, although this action made Yasaka and Chisato give Issei several good points. In the end, after dinner, Kuoh finished going to sleep, and right now the three of them were alone in that place. I see you're having a good time, Issei Dano. Yes, in fact this day was quite good. I also really enjoyed meeting Kuoh-chan. Fufu, I'm glad to know that. Heh. Scratching his cheek nervously, Hasegawa merely glanced at Issei and then settled his gaze on Yasaka. Well, Yasaka, she told me there was someone who could train Hyodo. Yes, that's true. In fact, she should be here in a few minutes. She was Issei's thought, because now he had to see who was going to be his teacher. Although she's already here, you can get out of there now, Kuroka. A magic circle appeared on the ground, scaring the brunette, and out of there came a beautiful girl in her 20s with long black hair, 2 cat ears and 2 cat tails, and she also had a beautiful black kimono. Hello Yasaka, Naya, and Afuria. Naya. It's been a while, Kuroka, how have you been? Hasegawa said. I was fine, Naya. Afuria. Naya. Stop calling me by my real name, Kuroka, just call me Hasegawa or Chisato now. Well, Naya, why am I here, Naya? Kuroka, Yasaka said. The reason I called you is because I want you to train someone and teach them some moves. So who, Naya? Yasaka would point to Issei, who was still slightly in shock from seeing such a beauty in front of him, and on Kuroka's part she observed him for a minute until she got close enough to the brown-haired boy's face and gave him a lick. Hey, humph, how interesting, Naya, you have a strong and somewhat unstable aura, Naya. Also, Naya, Kuroka said with a playful smile. Wouldn't you like to have kittens with me, Naya? Huh. Huh. Chapter 8. Kyoto Yukai Temple. Okay, Issei. Naya, now that we are ready for your training, Naya. Yes, I think so. Come on, Naya. It's not like I'm going to bite you, Naya. With a playful smile, Kuroka said as she looked around. The entire training ground was absolutely beautiful. There was a dojo where she could practice bokken, as well as a small lake, and most importantly, it was large enough for exercise. Well, the first thing we have to do is improve your resistance, Naya. Kuroka looked the brunette over from head to toe and had to admit he was completely thin, a skinny guy who barely had any muscle fat. Sighing, she knew this wouldn't be easy, much less in the 2 weeks she had, so she looked around and, okay, I want you to run around this place, Naya, in 40 minutes, Naya. Then we'll do some strength exercises, Naya. Hey, you heard, Naya, now run unless you want me to start attacking you with magic attacks, Naya. Gulp, you wouldn't do that, right? In Kuroka's hands a flame appeared, and with a playful smile she looked at the brown-haired boy who felt great fear. Now run, Naya. Obeying them and not even wasting the slightest time, he began to run. The first 2 laps were fairly easy. He was grateful that the kendo club always chased them to beat him up. But now a doubt arose in his mind as he was running. This was it. If the kendo club knew where they were being spied on, why didn't they cover up that hole in the wall? Were they masochistic and exhibitionist? I really didn't want to find out now. In the end, I managed to endure all the exercises Kuroka imposed, and I was lying on the floor, very tired and exhausted. Okay, Naya, and stand up. We're not done with the exercises yet, Issei. Naya. Let me rest for a while, Kuroka. Sighing, very well, Naya, but only 5 more minutes, and they started again. Okay, Naya? It's okay. I hoped he could survive all of this even if just a little longer. The first week of Issei's training had already passed. It was Monday, and his training was still ongoing. Now, his endurance and increased muscle mass had improved considerably. Of course, thanks to the great suffering he was receiving from the Nikomata. She was amused by the brunette's suffering, although she was somewhat surprised to see him not giving up easily, which made her think he was a masochist. I give up. I can't take it anymore. Issei was speaking, lying on the ground while Kuroka was cross-legged, looking at Issei. Very well, Naya, you have improved a lot these months, Naya, Kuroka said. Now I think it is time for me to train you in hand-to-hand combat. Ha! As you heard, Naya, it's time to start hand-to-hand training, although you will also learn about magical attacks, and then Kai's Naya said she will bring something for you to learn how to control. Bring him something? He couldn't help thinking about it, since he hadn't seen Hasegawa Chisato in a week. And in fact, he hadn't seen Yasaka during the week either. Okay, Naya, stand up, I'll teach you some hand-to-hand combat techniques. Alright. Following Kuroka's order, Issei stood on high guard looking at the Nikomata, who was still standing and moving faster than the human eye. Issei felt several parts of his body being bruised. Abdomen, legs, and a precise blow to the mind caused Issei to fall to the ground totally stunned and in pain. Well, Naya, and well, Kuroka almost killed me, Issei said, throwing himself on the ground. Naya, Issei, if I had wanted you would have died a week ago. I just moved quickly, Naya. I am not a supernatural being. Come on, Naya, get back on your feet and try to dodge the blow. But don't use your eyes, try to feel the magical energy. Not understanding what Issei was trying to say, he wiped his lip and stood up again, ready to go. And other times it had the same result. I told you not to use your eyes, Naya. Issei, Naya, try to track your opponent's magical energy. I don't understand. Issei, Naya, listen, every supernatural being has magical energy, or in other cases, That magical energy they emit would be like the heat that humans emanate, Naya. It would be something like that. I want you to listen and pay close attention, Naya. Yes. He nodded. Okay, Naya, now you know that all supernatural beings have magical energy, or in the case of Yukai, we have Senjutsu, and we can feel the flow of life around us. There's something else someone like you can learn, and that's Toki. Toki? Yes, Naya, unlike Senjutsu, Toki uses the user's vital energy, but you can also use the vital energy that surrounds you, Naya. I don't understand. Sighing, let's say that your whole being has to be in harmony, and above all that you and your soul are in sync. And what would happen if I can't control it well? It's easy, Naya, you're dying from using your life force in the wrong way, Naya. So how should he master it? Issei asked. You must meditate a lot and have your soul and what surrounds you in sync, Naya. I understand, I think. Letting out a sigh, Issei closed his eyes slightly and tried to feel something. A few minutes passed and, nope, I can't feel anything. You give up so quickly, Naya. Kuroka simply sighed heavily as she looked at the brunette who was scratching his right cheek. She wasn't good at this kind of thing, and Alan asking her to train someone was already too much. She even hated having to deal with this. Surely the others are doing something fun, and she's here helping Yasaka. Okay, Naya, I think it's time. Hey Kuroka, what is this? Before Kuroka could finish speaking, Issei had interrupted her. Turning around slightly, she opened her eyes slightly when she saw Issei's left fist covered in a strange energy. How is this possible? The Nico thought in surprise. She's supposed to be completely in harmony with her entire being and master the main natural element, but this is… While Kuroka was deep in thought, Issei was observing his fists. Despite being covered in a strange transparent layer, he felt something strange around him. He even felt his body completely stronger than normal, and he didn't know how to express it. Perhaps this was the Toki. What Kuroka had told him, but how? Issei, Naya, being called by the Nikomata. Issei stopped looking at his fist and turned around when he saw her. I want you to destroy that rock right there, Naya. Pointing at a huge rock, Issei gulped. But seeing the serious look on the Nikomata's face, he nodded and walked up to the rock and a few centimeters away from his target. He looked at the rock that was right there. Closing his eyes slightly and taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes again and, Heya! Giving a great shout, Issei hit the rock with all his strength, and the rock began to crack little by little, while Issei slightly opened his eyes in surprise, and in the end the rock ended up completely destroyed while Issei saw his fist that was slightly bleeding. I did it! He did it! Kuroka thought. Now I see why Kai's Naya and Yasaka Naya wanted me to help him train. He has a natural talent for this, huh? Walking towards where Issei is. She approached stealthily enough and saw how Issei was looking at his right fist, watching how blood was slightly coming out of his fist. She looked for a moment. Issei, Naya, I think we should continue. Ah. Kuroka, don't scare me like that, Issei shouted as he placed his left hand on his chest due to the scare of the Nikomata, who smiled amusedly before this. I think now we're starting the real hand-to-hand combat training, Naya. Moving away, Issei simply watched and looked at the Nikomata who was ready to attack him. So putting herself on guard again, Kuroka moved again brutally fast so that Issei could follow her with his eyes. He quickly put his right arm right on his abdomen, blocking Kuroka's first blow. Seeing herself slightly surprised, the Nikomata threw herself at him again. Issei was shocked at having moved so fast. He came out of his daze faster than normal and blocked another blow, this time directly to his face. While Issei was blocked, suddenly his eyes gave a strange black glow that caused Kuroka's confusion. And his fist was covered by a strange dark-colored energy, causing Kuroka to open her eyes, and with that first blow that Issei finally threw, Kuroka moved to the side, dodging the direct blow. Kuroka threw several consecutive blows. Gah! Letting out a cry of pain from the series of blows to his abdomen, legs, and chest, Kuroka kicked him, sending him flying and crashing into the wall unconscious. Sighing, what the hell was that, Naya? What you felt recently was the power of the cursed sword Nero. Turning around, Kuroka saw Hasegawa Chisato, who was standing behind her with his arms crossed. Naya. Kuroka, how are you feeling? Looking slightly confused by the question, the Nico responded with a fine, I understand. Chisato said. Don't you want to ask what happened or what happened? What is that cursed sword you mentioned, Naya? Sighing, I think I'll tell you everything. Chisato said. You see, A long time ago, during the time of the biblical faction war, there was a human who had fallen in love with a goddess, but the human never had feelings towards the deity. The goddess simply saw how that human had great difficulties and managed to overcome them all, so the goddess gave him a gift. Nero? That's right, Nero. At first it wasn't a cursed sword. In fact, it was a sword that brought justice, but a tragic accident caused everything to change for the worse. What happened? Leaving aside the Naya, she looked at the goddess who was on her knees caressing Issei's cheeks very calmly. It was the fight of the two celestial dragons. They appeared in the village where he lived with his wife and children, and the fight took everything in its path. The goddess, seeing up close how her beloved was going to die, interfered and went down to the mortal world to then help him escape, and that's where it all began. The goddess expected a thank you or at least something from her love interest, but the only thing she received was cruel and horrible words and the curse more than once Chisato said while hugging Issei and carrying him. Kuroka simply said nothing and began walking with the goddess, who continued with her story. Over time, that self-interested love of the goddess began to commit various atrocities around the world, causing the fury of several gods in the end. The gods cursed the sword and named it Nero in the end. The weapon itself stole the life of its wielder thanks to the curses of the gods. What happened to the sword? I asked. It was split into 3 parts. 2 of the first parts of the sword were turned into earrings, the ones Issei has right now. And the last part? It's been lost since ancient times. Huh! How did it happen? Chisato would leave Issei lying on a temple bed and then begin to clean his wounds as well as his sweat. There was an attack, or rather there was a revolt with several lower-ranking gods, Chisato said. During that revolt, one of the lower gods took the 3 fragments and reassembled Nero back in the hands of that god. The sword was completely dangerous, that even opened a dimension and brought to the most dangerous beasts in the world. It was a bloody battle that lasted 39 days and 40 nights until the gods finally won, destroying the sword again, and the fragments were lost throughout the world. It wasn't until Issei found the pendant, and the others Naya, sighing they are still lost, but if the missing fragments are reunited, the sword corrupts its wielder until it kills him. So why did they ask me to train him? I want you to train him and learn to control the 4 elements, as well as have great self-control and a balance between his soul and the corruption of the sword. I understand, Naya. Leave it to me, Naya. Thanks, Kuroka. Chapter 9. Dragon Shot. It was Izumi's shout as a giant crimson energy shot out towards a mountain and destroyed a large part of it. Guh? Izumi was surprised. Wow, you've definitely improved a lot, Izumi. Congratulations on that. Thank you, Ria-sama, Izumi said with a smile. In just 3 days before the battle against the Phoenix Razor, the entire Gremory entourage had improved in every way, becoming a completely more destructive team than usual. Okay, now let's move on to the next thing. Rias would begin to release her crimson energy, and Izumi, understanding this, she stepped back a few meters and balance breaker scale mail, and with that shout from Izumi's gauntlet, a great torrent of fire completely covered the chestnut. And right now, he was wearing a large crimson armor with several green gems around eye. List, always Buchu. Rias would begin her assault by giving several feints, and she would hit Izumi right in the chin of the brunette, who quickly reacted to the blow. And she threw a jab, being easily dodged by Rias, who threw a punch now right in Izumi's abdomen. During the first week of training, Rias had not only considerably improved her combat acumen and tactics, but also greatly improved her control of the Hakai no Chikara. And now, unlike before, she's also very good at long-range combat. During this period, she also learned to surround her entire body with the power of the Hakai no Chikara, like her brother Sirzechs. Although, of course, she was far from her older brother's level. Both women constantly threw consecutive punches. Rias was brutally beaten, and he stepped back, while Izumi attacked with a combo of several jabs and a powerful right hook to Rias's face. The 2 women looked at each other, and Rias wiped the blood from her nose as a smile spread across her face. Unlike before, Rias's body had improved considerably. Her butt now had a nice, hexy, heart-shaped appearance. A small but barely noticeable 6-pack appeared on her legs. Her face was much firmer than before, and her face was that of a lady who needed help. She looked like a completely different person. They both collided fists at the same time, causing a small ripple. Rias launched a series of punches, some connecting, and most were blocked by Izumi. He countered with a kick to push her away, but it didn't go as she intended. Well, Rias had grabbed her foot and then pulled her towards her and connected two but powerful blows to the face, completely destroying Izumi's armor breastplate. The Bostigar began counting down, causing Izumi to click his tongue. Rias, who launched an attack, smiled, and Izumi responded in kind, both threw their respective punches, connecting them right to the face. Rias tried to attack, but Izumi was much faster and struck with his other hand, right between the redhead's chest. Smiling in unbearable pain, Rias put up her arm as a shield, and it was Izumi's turn to attack her. Attacking savagely, Izumi kept hitting every part of Rias's body. Despite being covered with both arms, every part of her body received the chestnut's powerful blows. Seeing no other way out of this, she quickly moved away. But Izumi, deploying enormous dragon wings and the propulsors that appeared on his back just below them, moved much faster against the same estuary. There were only a few minutes left. Izumi gritted her teeth, not wanting to lose. Clasping both hands, Rias charged up her Hakai no Chikara power. She launched it at Izumi, who easily dodged and appeared in front of Rias with his fist launched. Without even having time to cover herself, Rias received a strong and powerful blow to her stomach, causing the Gremory to spit, but without stopping, Izumi lashed out with a series of large blows to Rias's face, who no longer had her guard down. Boots, it was heard from the boosted gear. Time was running out, and he was loading 2 more magnifications and with his arm extended ready to hit Rias's face with all his might. Time was running out, and Izumi knew it, launching his fist at high speed at Rias. Rias hadn't even moved from her position yet, and just as her fist was about to land a blow, Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw her fist still standing. She saw herself in front of her. Rias, who was holding the chestnut's fist with a smile, and "You lost, Izumi." Placing his other hand on his abdomen, Rias attacked with his powerful Hakai no Chikara, causing Izumi to fly away. The armor that covered Izumi finally disappeared completely while the brunette breathed heavily. "That was a good show, you said?" Well, although Izumi improved a lot this week, Akino, all the Gremory members approached and began to help Izumi except for Akino, who approached her king. "Although I don't know if we'll win with this." Rias looked unsure. "Now laugh. I promise everything will be fine." Akino tried to cheer up the redhead. But like Rias, she was also quite unsure about this fight. "It would be better to rest for today. Tomorrow we return to Kuoh." "Yes, that would be the best, Akino." Rias would set her sights on her queen. "Akino, if you laugh, let's go with the others." Shivering from the cold right now, Issei is meditating under a waterfall just outside of Kyoto. Where he was, only Issei and Kuroka, the latter of whom was on top of a tree. She watches Issei's every move in detail. At the same time, while Kuroka watched from a distance, she also admitted that Issei's body was turning her on quite a bit. Issei's muscles grew even more due to Issei's demanding training. He had a completely defined abdomen with 4 planks, and his shoulders became firmer. His face had a different complexion since the day he arrived and met him. On top of everything, he now had control over the magical power of the cursed sword. It was a bargain, as she was completely thrilled by the breakthrough, and at the same time, she had to admit it. Issei's natural talent for fighting and training adapts very quickly, and even more so coming from a human like him. But right now, a thought crossed her mind. If Issei continued with this great and strange abnormal growth of his magical powers as well as the sword, she wanted to think who would win between him and that one. She held that he is a true monster, also being a human. She even thought that layers he was ready for the next level, although of course that was not her responsibility. "That's enough, Naya." Opening his eyes, Issei looked at the Nikomata, who smiled playfully, standing up and starting to walk on the stones, avoiding falling into the water. "Very well, Naya, tell me. Tell me how you feel, Naya." "I actually feel very good, Kuroka." Taking the towel, he would begin to dry his hair and every part of his body. "Good, Naya, now you've improved a lot. Congratulations, Naya." Kuroka congratulated. "Although you still have a long way to go to improve your powers further, Naya." "Yeah, thank you, Kuroka." Sitting on the rock, Kuroka stood behind the brown-haired boy and hugged him from behind, joining their breasts right on Issei's head. During this week of training, Issei and Kuroka interacted more than usual. These games became normal between Kuroka and him. And despite burying their breasts in his head, Issei tried to push those thoughts away. Kuroka, don't you want to go out somewhere? Humph. How about a date, Naya? Kuroka looked curious. Well, it wouldn't be a date, more like a friend's outing. A smile appeared on the Nikomata's face. She tightened her embrace with Issei's back, unnerving the brunette. I'd like to, Naya. Kuroka looked happy. But first, before Issei could react, Kuroka threw him into the lake. Huh! What are you doing, Kuroka? It's not obvious. She began to take off her clothes. Let's take a bath together, Naya. And so Kuroka threw herself into the water. For several hours they swam, played, and talked about many things. Eventually, they both lost track of time, and both Kuroka and Issei were completely naked. Wow, I didn't think you had these types of interests, Kuroka. What could I say to you, Naya? I'm a woman with big ambitions, Naya. Lemon skipped. Right now Issei was at the train station waiting with Hasegawa Chisato. Humph? Turning his gaze to Chisato. Is something wrong, sensei? It's nothing. He shook his head, then took something out of his pocket. Take this. He extended his hand and Issei took it. Seeing the object in his hand, Hasegawa simply sighed and spoke. This will help you keep your powers under control. Don't break it. Alright. Chapter 10. Underworld. Oni-sama. Where are you? A girl with long, golden hair braided with drill bits wondered. She was wearing a very elegant dress and she was walking through enormous, luxurious hallways filled with paintings. Lady Ravel. Being called by name, Ravel turned slightly. Yubeluna, have you seen Oni-sama? No, my lady. Yubeluna said. Yubeluna was a beautiful, fairly tall woman with long purple hair. She wore a mage's uniform. She had large breasts and a fairly slim waist. I understand. Do you want me to leave you a message, Lady Ravel? No thanks, Yubeluna, I just wanted to talk to him about something. It's about the arranged engagement with the Gremory heiress. Ravel looked at Yubeluna and sighed. Everything that had happened in her clan this past week wasn't a very good sign. Not even since Razor was betrothed to Rias Gremory. Yes, in fact I've been thinking about several things. Like what? Ravel looked at her sister's queen and then gestured for her to follow her. Yubeluna nodded and started following her. I'm not entirely sure about this, you know. Ravel began. That Rias is marrying Oni-sama now, and how the change has happened over the years is very annoying. Yubeluna said. I think you think the same as me, right? Razor isn't the same anymore. He hasn't been the same for 35 years. He even stopped treating you guys like a lover and sees you as a simple sexual object. Tell me, Yubeluna, do you still love Oni-sama? For her part, the Queen of Razor Phoenix remained completely silent. Not knowing how to respond to this, Ravel simply observed her brother's queen. I knew it! She sighed internally as she looked at the complicated face of her brother's queen. Oni-sama, you have become very foolish that you no longer even realize the feelings they have for you. Turning around, she looked ahead and began her way. Come on, Yubeluna, you don't need to answer me if you want, plus we have to prepare for the ratings game against Rias. In the end, I wouldn't wait to hear from her. I knew I'd have to think about this a lot and leave it as it is. Kuoh Academy. It was Monday, and everyone was back to resume their classes. All the students were dressed in their Kuoh school uniforms in their respective classrooms. Or so it was supposedly happening, but the student council was something else entirely. I'm really sorry, Sauna Kaicho. Bowing slightly, Hayate Issei bowed while still sitting in the chair opposite. From the student council president, who was also accompanied by the other members of the student council. Doing their homework in addition, there was also a blonde-haired boy who was arranging some papers. In front of him were Sauna Torai and her companion, student council vice president Tsubaki Shinra. Both were staring at Hayate. It's okay, Hayate-kun, I didn't actually call you to punish you, so stand up straight. Issei looked up in confusion, and then settled back into a nod. So why is my name Kaicho? I wanted to talk to you about your grades at the academy, and also about the big change you had. Oh, I already knew where this was going. I was surprised, and I was showing that for a long time with Hasegawa. I had changed it a little in the school admission. You see, I'm slightly surprised at how much you've changed these past 2 months. There are no more complaints from the girls at the academy about your perverted actions, and above all, you've improved a lot academically. He blushed in embarrassment, and began to scratch his cheek nervously. Hey Grak, thank you Kaiku. In fact, you know that you are the 11th most intelligent student in the academy. It's somewhat surprising. Tell me something, Hayate-kun, are you having a tutor? The brown-haired boy looked into the eyes of the Citri heiress, and without realizing it, his eyes emitted a glow, something that was noticed by Sona and Tsubaki, who looked at the brown-haired boy once more and then smiled happily. In fact, you could say that yes, I have help from someone. Who's Hayate-kun? Tsubaki actually asked as much as Sona and Tsubaki and the rest of the student council. They were very alert about the rumors about Issei and the school nurse Hasegawa Chisato, plus everyone at school saw the two of them studying together more than once, as well as eating together. In fact, I think you all know that I spend a lot of time with Hasegawa-sensei, and she is my teacher and tutor. It was a lie, or rather a half-lie. He couldn't tell the truth about Chisato's true identity, and he had to lie to the same Iron President in her face. He hoped she would believe it. Well, it's okay in fact if your parents know this too. It's better for me. I'm proud, Hayate-kun. I hope and that you continue to improve much more. It wasn't a lie. She put on a small smile, and Issei responded with the same gesture. Instead, Tsubaki nodded while all the members of the student council simply looked at the brunette. Thank you, Kaicho. The truth is I've been trying really hard, and if it weren't for Sensei, I don't think I would have achieved all this alone. I'm glad to hear it. Sona nodded and continued. You can leave now, Hayate-kun. Thank you very much, Kaicho and Fuku Kaicho. Retiring from the occult club, Sona opted for a much more serious expression, as did Tsubaki. Kaicho, I know it's Tsubaki. Everyone would look at Sona. Apparently, Hayate-kun. If you have magical powers, Rias was right, I had sensed something. Sona adjusted her glasses, and then the members of her nobility approached and surrounded their king. What are we going to do with the Kaicho? For the moment it would be better not to make any move. Besides, it seems that he knows about the supernatural. What makes you think that, Kaicho? Said a brown-haired girl. It's something that is very easy to notice, Rhea, and don't you find it strange that Hayate-kun has improved a lot during these 2 months, and that he has become one of the most exemplary students, and in fact that even now he has a better physique? Everyone nodded. It was true. Hayate Issei's body was now completely different. He had changed even more, and his muscle mass was much more noticeable. He was also currently a very intelligent student, and in fact, he had changed radically. Shall we keep an eye on him, Kaicho? I asked. This time it was a girl with red hair. Sona half closed her eyes and then settled back on the couch. As she looked at the chessboard, there were 2 pieces that had a strangely unusual blue glow, 1 knight and 1 rook left in total. I'll let Rias know that Hayate-kun is mine. Sona would stand up and look at her feet. I want Rhea and Yuyura to keep an eye on him while he's out of the academy. I understand, Kaicho. Kaicho, is something wrong, Momo? Rias-sama's rating game is about to begin. Sona nodded as he walked away from his desk and toward the council door, followed by his peerage. I see, so it seems the Citri heiress has it in her sights. In the infirmary of the Kuoh Academy, Hasegawa Chisato sat cross-legged on a chair, looking out at the academy courtyard. Not only is she interested in him, but there are several others who have fallen in the area. Her gaze traveled to the direction where Issei was walking. She simply saw the brown-haired man's face, and then she slightly closed her eyes, a golden glow appearing in them. It seems it's time you started the real adventure after all. That's your destiny, isn't it? Turning around, she walked towards the door, and then locked it, and a magic circle appeared behind her as she frowned. It seems they also managed to find me in this place. Suddenly a great light blinded the whole place. Meanwhile, Issei was walking through the corridors of the Kuoh Academy very calmly, but he stops, feeling as if something was bothering him. What's strange? For a moment I felt like something out of the ordinary was happening. He looked confused and then let out a sigh. Was it my imagination? Chisato appeared in a beautiful field filled with cherry trees. It was a completely beautiful place. There was a lake nearby where she was standing. But she paid no attention to that and began walking calmly, above all, very quietly. Flea rumble. A large fireball was heading straight for her. Instead, Chisato raised her hands slightly and a circle formed in her hands, and then an energy dome formed around it, covering it from the attack completely. Hasegawa looked up slightly. And to think that Iigo would send his large group of assassins after me. She didn't look nervous, much less afraid. She was completely surrounded by several humanoid figures. Those who looked at Hasegawa, her hair began to float in the air, then all of it turned blonde. Her eyes also changed, and her glasses flew off. And she raised her gaze to the front. I can't let them get close to Issei, not for now. A magic circle formed in her hands and all the humanoids got ready. I'll take care of you personally. And then the humanoids rushed towards her while a light appeared in Hasegawa's hands and cut off most of them. Huh! Are we still in the occult club? It's actually a replica of the club we're in an Izumi pocket dimension. Izumi turned her head slightly. She looked at Rias, who was sitting on the club's sofa. Beside her, Asia was watching all of this. This place will be our arena to fight against Riser. I understand, but why the club? Rias sighed and looked at the chessboard. It was on the table, and then she would take the red pieces that were shining. It's because Riser is very confident and wanted me to choose the place where we will face each other, despite the fact that he has his entire entourage and is already experienced in the ratings game. He is confident that he will win. And can we beat him? Izumi questioned. It will be difficult but not impossible. In fact, Razor has fought in the ratings game about 5 times so far and only lost twice. What it means? So we're pretty screwed, right? Rias won't admit it out loud, but if they were screwed, then Razor had something she didn't, and that was his fast regeneration. Instead, she had the power of Hakai no Chikara, although she didn't know it would work. But there is something we can try, Izumi. And what would Bucho be? Rias simply looked into her pawn's eyes once more and nodded as she took the idea in. Asia, can you give me that box over there? Hi. Nodding, Asia would approach the box she was in. Then she would give it to Rias, who simply looked at the box one more time. Bucho, what is that? Aquino asked. Aquino, this is our last chance to win this rat's game. Rias's eyes showed great determination. Very unusual for her, which made all the members of her nobility laugh. Kuoh City. In the mountains of Kuoh City, right in front of a church, a group of 4 people were standing, surrounded by several bodies. Without exception, all of them were brutally murdered. Damn, I didn't think any of these disgusting priests' blood was going to stain me. Stop complaining, Mitled. You say I should stop complaining. The gothic-looking girl looked annoyed. And look at you, you're as good as new. You're not even stained with blood, not like me. The older woman sighed as she looked at Mitled. Standing at the door of the abandoned church was a beautiful woman with long black hair and violet eyes, wearing a completely sensual dominatrix outfit. This is strange. What Azazel-sama sent to look for us is supposed to be here, but there's nothing but annoying priests. She frowned as she stood with her arms crossed, making her breasts bounce a little. There's no other choice. I'll have to look for him and take him to Gregory. She would take out a photo where there was a teenager with messy brown hair. Although she simply watched him, a small blush appeared on her face. Damn, why is this happening to me? She calmed her racing heart a little. Because she looked like a schoolgirl in love. Rainier, saving the photo, she sighed. Is something wrong, Calaworn? We found it. Opening her eyes in surprise, she then nodded seriously. Where? He's locked beneath the church in a magic cage with several seals on it. I understand it would be better to call Azazel-sama, and we will take care of protecting her for the time being. I understand. Rainier would walk towards the church basement, then go down while taking out 2 black raven-like wings and quickly fly away. She arrived in a huge cage surrounded by several pamphlets. She approached. We finally found you. She looked inside the cage. On the bed there was something, or rather a person, who was sleeping soundly. Ingviled Leviathan, Chapter 11. The ratings game against Razor Phoenix had begun. Izumi and Kaneko were hiding in the school gym. Do you think the plan will work, Izumi-senpai? After Kaneko's question, Izumi turned her gaze to Kaneko, who seemed unsure. Calm down, Kaneko-chan. The plan will work, rest assured. She smiled. Thank you, senpai. We know you're here. Leave immediately. Hearing a female voice, the two looked at each other, and then came out of hiding. Looking up, they found 3 girls. 2 of them were lowly looking and carrying chainsaws, and the other was wearing a judo suit and had long, black hair that was quite beautiful. Senpai, I'll take care of the rook, you take care of the pawns. Okay, Kaneko-chan, be careful. Kaneko ran toward the tower and began attacking it. Izumi materialized the boost gears, and the 2 girls began attacking them. In the stands, a group of people dressed formally were watching the ratings game. From the Rias and others. Among them were a few who were enjoying the ratings game. And one was a red-haired man standing next to a brunette woman who was very similar to the Rias. I see that you have some interesting pieces, dear. That's right, mother. Do you think I have a chance of winning? The man asked. I doubt she stands a chance. Father Rias is just a newbie at the Radic games. Razor, on the other hand, has experience but lacks intelligence. The redhead said seriously. Arena is fought. Izumi blocked one of the chainsaw's attacks with her boosted gear, and then launched a powerful kick, sending one of the Lolas flying. However, another appeared behind her. This caused her to widen her eyes in surprise and quickly circled the ground. Phew, that was close, he thought as he stood up. Drake, do you have an idea? Not much, actually. It would be better if you did 2 increases for now. I understand. Listening to his boosted gear partner, the green gem glowed brightly. Ready. Now moving even faster for the 2 razor pawns, the girls watched as Izumi appeared right in front of them. Before they could even react to anything, Izumi grabbed both of their heads and then brutally slammed them into the ground. Now Kaneko-chan. Kaneko nodded and easily dodged a blow before delivering a strong and brutal kick. Her opponent groaned in pain. But just as she was about to attack, Kaneko connected with a series of consecutive blows, leaving the Phoenix Tower stunned. Guys, get out of there now, understood Bucho. They both quickly ran off, and when they left the gym, a large magic circle formed in the sky, and from there, a large bolt of lightning struck, creating a gigantic explosion that destroyed everything. Wow! She was completely shocked. That was amazing. Looking up at the sky, they saw Akino, who was wearing a priestess's outfit, with a smile on her face. In the stands, incredible. It was undoubtedly a well-crafted attack. Many of the demons began to murmur as they watched the battle. Several monitors were watching each of the pieces still in combat. Standing with their arms crossed was a man with 2 horns on his head. His purple hair and large, athletic body were quite noticeable, as was the elegant clothing he was wearing. I see you came to see this fight, right, Balthazar? I was speaking, and I saw a man taller than Balthazar, with short brown hair, brown eyes, and a great physique. He looked at Balthazar with a smile. Serorg, Balthazar said. I see you also came after watching your cousin's first raiding game. Serorg nodded and then leaned against the wall with his arm crossed, also watching the monitor. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. I know because of the arranged engagement he has with Razor. Right, yeah. They were both looking at the screen and then saw how Kiba had eliminated several Razor pieces with a surprise attack. Tell me what you think so far? Humph. This battle is certainly a bit interesting, but a rookie planned her strategy pretty well despite not having all her pieces with her, Balthazar said. But if you look closely, Razor has everything won. It doesn't matter if he has the security of his own, he still won't be able to beat him. Serorg didn't respond to what Balthazar said. Combat arena. The battle to free Rias from her arranged engagement was going perfectly. At the moment, she had lost only 1 piece, which was Kaneko, after a back attack by the Phoenix Queen. However, they managed to eliminate the pawns, a rook, and a knight, leaving only a rook, a knight, 2 bishops, and then the queen, as well as the main Razor objective. Akino had a smile on her face as she attacked again with another magical attack. Eubelina used magical shields to protect herself from each attack that came from the Gremory Queen. Using her wings, Akino gained height, and snapping her fingers, a burst of lightning sounded in the area and Eubelina felt a great pain run through her entire body. Fufu, I see you're quite resilient, that makes me happy. She smiled as she ran her tongue over her fingers. Heh. You're definitely strong, but you've barely got any magical reserves left to keep fighting. And you're pretty tired, even with that smile on your face. It was true. Despite a smile on her face, Akino was completely magically and physically exhausted, and if she continued at this pace, they would lose at any moment. Even if you say so, you're just like me now. Who of the 2 of us will end up losing? Akino asked. Instead, Eubelina brought out a smile that didn't give Akino a good feeling. Is that it? Akino's fingers were covered by lightning. I have no choice, I'll have to use it. She frowned at having to use this magic attack. Eubelina's wounds and magical energy were also restored, causing her to smile with self-confidence. She then pointed her staff at Akino, but not before using her magical attack. Akino grabbed both hands and then with her fists closed she raised them upwards and her body was covered in lightning. This time and only this time I will use this power. I was completely determined to use them, and from the other side another wing emerged, but unlike that of a demon, this one was dark and had feathers. You are And without even being able to continue with her words, Akino Himejima attacked with a powerful holy lightning magic attack. In the stands, the Gremory family's smiles grew as they saw how their sister and daughter's queen had used her true power. Meanwhile, the mouse Sirzechs Lucifer was watching the fight with utmost attention, not even missing a second of it. I see things are going as planned, Sirzechs-sama. Yes, Grayfia. So far, everything's going well, but now we just have to wait and see if Rias wins if she fights Razor. He was worried about something which was seen by the maid who accompanied him. In the combat arena, with the elimination of the Phoenix Queen, Rias was running towards the Razor base, being accompanied by Asia who was following her steps on the other side. Izumi was fighting completely at a disadvantage while Kiba was having a sword duel. All the Razor pieces were led by none other than Ravel, the younger Phoenix sister. She was flying in the skies on wings of fire. Kiba would easily block a thrust, moving brutally faster than he normally did, and with his speed, he managed to severely damage the Razor's knight. Kiba! And with that shout Izumi stepped towards his side and from the boosted gear transfer. The boosted gear was heard and Kiba felt a great charge of energy, and without hesitation he stuck his sword into the ground. And several swords quickly emerged. Kya! Ahaha! Everyone screamed except for Ravel who was flying through the skies. Akino arrived and then looked at Izumi and Kiba. Are you okay? If you don't have to worry, Akino-senpai. Izumi replied. Before even answering a kank to Izumi, a loud bang was heard from the building where Razor was located. And without wasting any more time, Kiba, Izumi, and Akino quickly ran towards that position. Above that building was Rias, covered in her magical power of Hakai no Chikara. Launching another ball of crimson energy that completely destroyed her body, Razor began regenerating her lost limbs. Give up now, you're lost. Never! Rias made a huge magic circle with the Gremory clan emblem appear and launched a powerful magical attack of destruction. Managing to destroy half of her face, Razor glared furiously. Damn bitch, I swear when this is over I'll turn you into a bucking bitch. Stretching his hand forward, a ball of fire shot straight at Rias, who created a magical shield barrier. However, before Razor's power could reach her, it exploded, causing Razor to look up and see Akino flying through the skies with her holy lightning power. She smiled with her typical era, and launched another direct magical attack. Rias, seeing her queen, also didn't stay behind and attacked with great magical attacks from the Hakai no Chikara. Razor this time dodged the attacks and aimed directly at the queen of Rias. Muga! He felt a great pain in his back, and when he looked over his shoulders he saw Kiba who was stabbing him with a sword. Miserable. Annoyed that a low-class devil could get hurt, he tried to land a hit, but as he turned around, he saw Kiba quickly move away, just as Razor was about to say a word. Gah! He felt a deep, aching pain in his spine, which caused him to feel a great deal of pain. However, Akino and Rias attacked with a powerful combination of Hakai no Chikara and Holy Lightning. Meanwhile, Izumi charged up a dragon shot, and Kiba used his sacred gears, creating several swords that emerged from the ground. B000000 A huge explosion was generated throughout the place while Izumi and Kiba were still on guard since they were quite close to the place of the explosion. Get ready, this isn't finished yet, he shouted and ordered his pieces who nodded quickly. In the stands, Sirzechs was looking at the combat screen. There were only 3 combat pieces left. The Sharp, who was the healer. Come on, you laugh, Sirzechs cheered in a low voice. But while everyone was watching the fight, the doors opened, attracting the attention of everyone present, and from the doorway emerged a beautiful woman wearing a military uniform. Her uniform was prominently colored in black and red, with leg guards, a long red cape that reached below her knees, and a hat bearing the family crest. She was also a short woman with long black hair and deep crimson eyes. I think I arrived on time. She began walking through the halls as several demons bowed to her. She walked for a few more minutes and then stopped in front of Sirzechs, who bowed slightly. It's an honor to have you with us today, Oda Nobunaga-sama. Sirzechs bowed slightly to her. Oda Nobunaga was a member of the Demon Council. The youngest of her kind, she possesses great demonic power that surpasses even the Mao. And she is above all the Mao and the other demon counselors despite her appearance as a young Oda. She is over 550 years old, and she was one of the youngest demons in history, and she was also nicknamed the Demon King. She was quite a dangerous woman, and Sirzechs knew this, so he had to show respect to this woman standing in front of him. On the other side, Serorg, Baal, and Balthazar were watching the woman who had entered. "I didn't think someone of utmost importance would also come to watch this rat game," Balthazar said. "I think the same. What do you think he wants?" "No loss, Serorg, but whatever it is, it can't be good when she's around. It just means something bad is about to happen." "You're right, Balthazar." Chapter 12. Get ready, he's coming. Rias, Izumi, Aquino, and Kiba quickly took cover and looked in front of them at Riser, who was walking towards them while his wounds were regenerating. "I must admit, Riser, your pieces are extremely powerful." Riser halted his steps. "Congratulations on that, but you still won't be able to beat me with that alone." With great confidence in his words, Riser covered his body in fire, while fiery wings appeared on his back. He then took flight, carrying a fireball in his hands, and launched a direct attack. Aquino and Rias stood in front of Asia and formed a magic shield circle. Blocking the attack, Kiba used his sacred gears to create several swords and launched himself straight at Razor, who simply snorted. However, Razor hadn't noticed that Izumi was giving several boosts and then ran straight at Razor. With much greater speed, he surpassed Kiba. It moved faster. Razor was slightly surprised. And yet he didn't even take cover after seeing Izumi's fist go straight towards his chest. However, he felt a deep pain in his abdomen that caused him to spit out some saliva. Damn. Ignoring this pain, I tried to hit Izumi, but Kiba stabbed Razor in the back. Razor frowned and, turning around, kicked Kiba hard. He fell to the ground, rolling on the floor. Aquino and Rias attacked with several powerful magic attacks respectively. This time, Razor put his hands in front of him, thinking that the attack wouldn't cause any damage. What? He was surprised because he felt a sharp pain in his arms. "Now, guys!" Rias shouted. Surrounded by the power of destruction and Aquino surrounded by her holy lightning, Izumi appeared behind her with her boosted gears. Transfer. The aura surrounding Rias and Aquino suddenly increased, and then two enormous magic circles formed in front of them. A powerful magic attack shot out toward Razor. The power of Hawkeye no Chikara and Aquino's holy lightning. They transformed into animals, and then, there is no choice. Without further ado, he created a magic circle in order to defend himself. Sword birth. Hearing Kiba's voice, swords shot out from the ground. B00000000MMMHH. A gigantic explosion erupted, causing the entire place to shake completely. The smoke curtains still hung in the sky. Everyone stared at the human curtain until Riser emerged completely healed. This surprised everyone, well, all the Gremory members, who did their best to at least damage Razor and tried to delay his regeneration. But it had no effect. They quickly tried to counterattack. But their reaction was too late, as Razor grabbed Kiba by the neck. Without hesitation, Razor savagely struck Kiba's body. Screaming in pain, Kiba tried to find a way to free himself. Now he loses. "Leave it!" Razor received a direct blow to the face, causing him to release Kiba. Kiba fell to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air. Razor looked over and found Izumi with the boosted gears. How annoying! With a stoic expression, he took Izumi's arm, who opened her eyes at the speed with which Razor had moved. "What?" It came from her lips. And then Izumi was brutally slammed to the ground. Razor grabbed her face and smashed her more than once. Aquino appeared to help her, which managed to make Razor let go of Izumi. Another wound formed on her body, and this time it began to take a while. "He's running out of magic power," Rias thought seriously while watching and taking care of Asia, who was healing Kiba. "There's not much left and I'll be able to get out of this damn commitment." She bit her lips hard, causing blood to come out of it. Aquino attacked Razor without stopping, who dodged the attacks of the Gremory Queen. Once again, she launched another holy lightning. Aquino began to feel exhausted from so much magical energy wasted. Razor stood in front of her, and when she was about to attack him back, he took it from Aquino's wrists. "You're a complete pain, bitch." A disgusting smile appeared on his face. "But I'm going to enjoy every part of your body." Bringing his hands to one of Aquino's breasts, he touched them and then squeezed them. Akino wanted to move away, but without the strength to continue the fight, she just closed her eyes. When Razor was about to press it again, a crimson glow appeared which made Razor turn his face to see an armor coming straight to his side. Akino took advantage of this small distraction, and using the little magic she had left, she formed a magic circle from below. Gah! Razor screamed in pain after receiving another powerful attack from the holy lightning bolt. Courtesy of Akino, he managed to free the half-fallen wing, which began to fall, and with a smile, she disappeared into particles. Izumi activated Balance Break and punched Razor's face again, causing Razor to be half-stunned by the blow. Without wasting any more time, Izumi began to attack him savagely, mercilessly, and without compassion. He seemed like a totally out-of-control dog. Every blow that Razor was receiving from Izumi felt like every part of his body was being brutally attacked, and his ribs and internal organs were suffering quite a bit of damage, which began to become noticeable to Rias, who was devising a plan. A little more. She looked closely, and Kiba, already recovered, just waited for the order. Now go, Kiba! 2. Running faster than last time, Kiba surpassed his knight's speed, destroying the ground and creating a draft. Rias looked at her once, who seemed exhausted. Asia, you can rest now. She spread her wings and began to fly towards where Izumi and Razor were. Both Izumi and Razor were exchanging blows ferociously. The breastplate covering her face was destroyed thanks to a magical attack courtesy of Razor. Blood was running down Izumi's face from her forehead, as well as blood was coming out of her lips. They both clashed fists again. And just at that precise moment, Kiba cut Razor's arm. Kiba! Izumi shouted in surprise. Now I leave it in your hands, not understanding what he meant. In the end, he saw how Razor threw a fireball at Kiba, causing him to be eliminated, which enraged Izumi, who quickly put herself on guard. Issei will be joining us too. At Izumi's side appeared Rias with her demon wings spread out. But Rias's eyes held a deep, profound seriousness. As her eyes glowed with such intense crimson, Rias's power of destruction was flowing throughout her body as if it were also armor. I've seen enough, my servants did well, now it's just you and me, Razor. Razor burst out laughing as his body was surrounded by fire. Izumi was the first to attack him, followed by Rias. Razor also launched an attack, evading Izumi's blow. Razor went straight for Rias. Bastard! Izumi stopped and turned around and watched as they both bumped fists. What? Razor opened his eyes in surprise. After seeing his fist connect with Rias's, his arm was completely disintegrated. At what point did it get stronger? The blonde thought seriously. And he attacked her again, this time with his other arm. But her blow never arrived since Izumi hit his back, causing Razor to curve his entire body as he received that brutal blow with such grace. But he quickly recovered and tried to attack her, but Rias grabbed his wrist, causing both of Razor's arms to be disintegrated upon feeling Razor's touch. This time Izumi hit Rias's abdomen with such force, causing a large wave to come out of his back. Razor tried to use his legs but was easily intercepted by Izumi, who took him, and then with her strength Izumi descended with full speed. And finally Razor was crashed with all violence into the ground, causing a gigantic crater which made him spit blood for the first time. I'm impossible, I'm a phoenix, Razor. He desperately tried to stand up, but his arms weren't regenerating. I refuse to lose like this. He gritted his teeth as fire surrounded his body, and his arms began to speed up after the healing. His gaze traveled to the sky and he saw Rias's eyes and finally understood. Issei, already standing, both Izumi and Rias watched as Razor now had one of his arms complete. Meanwhile, the fire was still coming out around him, healing him. Rias, calling her by her name, Razor looked at her with a half smile, which confused both of them. I have to say it, I've never felt like this in my entire life. The emotion was palpable in his words. Seeing your eyes, I finally understood, and you know, I think I'm grateful because I'm finally going to lock myself away. Raising his hands to his chest right where his heart was, he looked at her once. Now I'm going to answer that seriously. And crossing his chest, his hand touched his heart, and that was when he began to squeeze them. With that cry of pain, both Rias and Izumi opened their eyes in surprise to see what he was doing. In the stands, what the hell is he doing? Does he think he can beat him by hurting himself? Several noble demons were watching all this in shock to see what Razor was doing. The most attentive were Razor's own family, who were worried about what their son was doing, as were Rias's mother and father. On the other hand, Sirzechs, Serorg, and Balthazar had expressions. The only one who didn't look surprised was Oda. She watched all this with a dull expression on her face. I see they're finally going to use their true powers, huh? Oda thought, as she watched Razor's skin change radically. It's time for the Phoenix to take flight again, in the combat arena. Hag ha ha. I'm not going to lose this, Razor screamed, and then a great torrent of blue fire covered Razor's entire body. Little by little, that small torrent of blue fire began to grow larger and larger until finally a great hurricane of blue fire covered the skies, destroying everything around it. Rias and Izumi walked away. Partner, Drake's voice sounded in Izumi's mind. Drake, what's going on? You better get ready because now comes the real battle. With those words, Izumi didn't take her eyes off the hurricane surrounding the Razor's body. Little by little, the hurricane began to weaken. BB00000 The hurricane exploded, causing everything around it to be covered in fire. Rias and Izumi protected themselves with a magic circle, thus avoiding harm. The explosion was so powerful that the sky was completely covered in blue, and then a shower of flames began to fall from the ground. Rias and Izumi fixed their gaze on Razor, and they opened their eyes in surprise. Razor stood in a small circle of blue fire. His body was covered in several blue flames, while his right arm was completely formed by blue fire, and what caught the most attention of all was the strands of his hair. It was completely covered in fire, and finally he looked up and his eyes that were previously golden radically changed color. His right side was deep blue with green touches and the other was completely yellow with greenish touches. Good. Cracking his neck? Don't die at the first blow. Rias and Izumi quickly put themselves on guard. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 13. All the demons were completely shocked to see the radical change that Phoenix Razor had undergone. Not a single demon could tear their eyes away from the monitors. What was happening had never happened like this before among the demons. Of all the demons present, only one was watching all of this, fascinated, and that was Oda. Finally, the true power of the Phoenix. A small smile formed on his face as he looked at the arena. Now show us the power of the Phoenix Razor. His eyes acquired a shine. Combat arena. Now don't die from the first hit. With that said, Razor moved much faster than Rias and Izumi could react, appearing in front of them both. Neither of them could react to the powerful blow they received to their abdomens, causing them to spit out large amounts of blood. Rias and Izumi were thrown backwards. His speed increased. They both had the same thought. Razor walked calmly and quietly as the flames covering his body began to thicken. Rias and Izumi stood up and looked at each other and nodded. I recommend you be much more careful now, my friend. Their flames are no longer the same. What do you mean, Drake? Not only has your opponent increased his powers, but he is also using the true powers of the Phoenix, of course to a lesser extent than the original bird. Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. Is there a way to stop him? Yes, there is, but it will be very painful for you. Razor launched several fireballs and Rias and Izumi jumped, dodging the attack. Razor didn't stay still this time and using his speed, appeared back in front of Izumi with his fist extended. However, before he could even hit her, a magical attack landed behind her courtesy of Rias, who was watching the Phoenix. Razor would look at her over his shoulders and Rias would be covered in his power of destruction. Izumi threw a punch and it was easily deflected by Razor, who hit Izumi's abdomen, causing her to lose her armor and Cookie quite far away. Only you and I are left. Razor began his walk and Rias responded in kind. Both were releasing a great demonic energy that caused the dimension they were in to begin to shake all over the place. They both stood face to face and collided their foreheads as they released their energies. Their eyes shone in both contenders through their respective blows and managed to collide with their cheeks. Razor's arm disintegrated by the power of Rias's Hawkeye no Chikara that was covering her, and in return Rias received a burn on her cheek. Both began to exchange large amounts of blows, causing tremendous fury among all the demons who were watching the fighting game against Rias, Gremory, and Razor. Neither of Phoenix took a step back, while each impact of their blows raised a great current of air. Neither of them was giving any respite. Whoever took the first step back would lose. Ahaha, hiya! Their screams echoed throughout the arena as they wildly exchanged blows. In the stands, Balthazar and Sariorg watched every movement of the battle attentively with their brows furrowed. "This is bad," Sariorg said. "You're right, this battle isn't a battle anymore, it's a fight to see who can stand first." Balthazar spoke up, sparking Sariorg's curiosity. "You'll see right now both of them are at their limits, which is why if you look closely, both Razor and Rias, they're completely exhausted, and if you look closely, Razor's healing powers aren't working anymore, and Rias is starting to hurt herself." Looking at the screen, Sariorg realized the truth. It was clear from the beginning. Razor had just recently activated his powers. He barely had any training at all. The fatigue and sweat on his face were noticeable. Rias was completely the same. She was wearing that armor with the powers of destruction. Her body began to show several wounds. "You see it now, it's like a glass that's about to overflow, and the first one to overflow will lose." Combat arena. Rias and Razor exchanged another blow to the face, causing both to spit blood. "No, I plan on losing." Rias raised her hands and threw another punch. "All this just to free you from this commitment, Rias." Razor also threw another punch. "You trained only to beat me, huh?" Both of them connected with their own punches to the face, causing a massive current. Both Rias and Razor were shaking a little, and were about to fall. But Razor quickly put his left foot on the ground, and Rias extended his left arm, grabbing him by the shoulder. "I will win this fight!" And they both looked each other in the eye and, with all the determination in the world, began to exchange powerful blows against each other without pausing for a moment. The sound of the blows landing against their bodies resonated throughout the room. However, the powers of the destruction of the estuaries began to fade little by little, and the armor covering his body was about to disintegrate. "Two can't do it anymore." Without even being able to throw another punch, Rias received a strong but powerful blow to her chin, causing her to drop Razor, and she fell to the ground, spitting blood. In the stands, all the demons opened their eyes in surprise at this event. The battle was decided. Balthazar's words made Sariorg clench his fists in annoyance, and he wasn't the only one. Sirzechs, like Rias's parents, also watched this with great annoyance on their faces. Combat arena. "It can't be me." Rias looked up and saw Razor, who was standing there breathing heavily. "I don't have a chance yet." Razor would watch as Rias would rise from the ground. "You'll still keep insisting, will you laugh? I'm not going to give up, not like that. Razor, I have no other options." Rias's gaze was determined, while her eyes still displayed the power of Hawkeye. Razor recovered, though his arm wasn't completely there yet. He looked at Rias's face once more. And then, with his left arm, luckily it was healthy, he extended it forward, showing his fists and smiling at Rias. "Then try it if you can." Rias would walk staggering towards Razor. Razor would respond the same. Both were about to decide. Rias wanted to be free from the arranged marriage, and Razor wanted to win. Both demons threw their punches. Razor dodged a Hawkeye no Chikara ball headed for his face, and he would take Rias by the face. Rias covered her hands with the power of Hawkeye no Chikara, and then with both hands open she gave him a strong palm blow to Razor's ears, causing him to be stunned by that brutal blow. With blood coming out of his ears, Razor put his only good arm and blocked Rias's blow. And instead he responded with a kick right in the redhead's abdomen, who could do nothing but counterattack him, but Razor stepped forward and delivered a strong blow to her face, causing her to step back and fall to the ground. And she looked up, seeing a ball of fire in Razor's hands. She closed her eyes. "Sorry guys, I couldn't make it." A small tear fell. In the stands, all the demons have already given up the fight against Razor. "Rias, I'm really proud," Venezuelan thought, watching the fight. "You fought until the end, you laughed, but the strong will always win, you should know that." Balthazar watched the battle, each one with different thoughts. Instead, Oda continued with his expressionless face, watching the fight. Combat arena. Rias had closed her eyes and waited for the grand finale. Ready, she had tried everything, and even then she couldn't win. Just when the attack was about to land on her boots, she opened her eyes and saw Izumi standing in front of her, her armor on. She parried the attack with both hands. "Ahaha! Boots, boots, boots!" Deflecting the attack with her hands, she sent it upwards, causing a huge explosion, and falling to her knees. Izumi smiled under her chest. "We haven't finished Razor yet, Izumi." "Calm down, Bucho." She would look at her, and with her finger in, "Okay," she said, "I'll take care of it this time." looking back at Ryza, who was staring at her without having even said anything. Come on, Razor, we're not done yet. Her eyes glowed emerald, causing Razor to smile. So what are you waiting for? Spreading her wings, Izumi launched herself at the Razor, who ran towards her. Ha 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 ha. They both screamed, but Izumi grabbed Razor and began dragging him to the ground, forcing Razor to use his legs to get off her. Izumi rolled on the ground and looked up to find Razor, who got up, and then she ran at him without hesitation this time. Razor saw nothing but Izumi's right fist reaching his face. Without even stopping him, he took the hit. Izumi attacked wildly while Razor simply took the blow. A small ball of crimson energy formed in his hand and, you lost, Razor. Dragon shot. A strong energy shot out which Razor simply smiled and the attack hit him full on. Phoenix Razor was eliminated. The winner is Rias Gremory. After the announcement, Rias began to cry with happiness while Izumi deactivated her armor, and with a smile on her face she fell to the ground. I did it! Closing her eyes slightly, she never lost her smile. In the stands, all the demons were completely excited by the battle they saw. The Gremory family was happy to see the final result, which was clearly evident in Sirzechs' expression. Oda-sama, is something wrong? Sirzechs asked. It's nothing, Sirzechs. Oda shook his head and looked back at him. Congratulations on your sister's job, and it was a very entertaining rattling game. Thank you so much. I'd better leave now. You don't have to worry about any commitments anymore. It won't be mandatory anymore. She'll marry whoever she wants. Saying that for the last time, she left the room. From the living room, Sirzechs looked at the door she had retreated to and then at the screen. Congratulations, Rias-tan. While in the hallways, Oda walked quite calmly and with a half smile on his face. I see you're happy about something. Oda. She stopped in her tracks and then simply turned around and looked at the person in front of her. Balthazar? May I know what brings you to me? Balthazar approached without any fear. And he faced Oda. They both looked at each other's eyes as they shone. What are you planning, Oda? She looked slightly confused, but then she smiled. Oh, what makes you think I'm up to something? She spoke mockingly. You can't lie to me, Oda. Balthazar wouldn't take his gaze off Oda. Instead, she ran her fingers along Balthazar's chin, sensually, and then she leaned in toward his hatred. Whispering a few words, she pulled away and then walked away, leaving Balthazar standing there watching her leave. Human World Kuoh City. On top of the mountain, specifically in the abandoned church, were all the fallen angels. Inside, well, it's interesting to know that they managed to find her. That's good. A man of thin build, black hair with some blonde streaks, spoke while sitting on one of the church pews with his legs crossed, and he was having a rather relaxed attitude. But tell me, did you manage to find the boy I asked you to watch? Yes, Azazel-sama. We found the place where he lives, and above all, we already have all the information about him. Rainier said. Well, tell me, Rainier, what have you discovered so far? After Azazel's question, Rainier nodded and began to speak. His name is Issei. He's a student at Kuoh High School, a place that is guarded by the Mao's sisters. According to our reports, he was previously Issei. He was a hopeless pervert, but he suffered a slight accident which caused him to finally change his attitude. Today he is one of the smartest students in the academy. Rainier reported. What was that accident? He was accused of raping a girl, although no evidence was ever found against him. He was already marked and eventually ostracized by his own family, which caused him severe depression. Azazel would bring his hand to his chin. I see. Tell me, is there anything else I should know? Yes. He nodded. Apparently during his moments of depression, he was also ostracized at school, which caused him to be completely ostracized by everything, but it was thanks to a teacher named Hasegawa Chisato. She finally managed to pull him out of that depression and improve his academic performance. I understand. Standing up, he smiled. Girl, I want you to take Issei to my apartment, too. Azazel would start walking to the door of the church and look at the sky. Issei. He smiled and then simply continued with his steps. It seems I found the disciple you were looking for so much. Penemu. Chapter 14. Kuoh City. It was night in the beautiful city of Kuoh. People were totally walking, men and women were returning from their jobs, teenagers were going to parties. However, not everything was for everyone. In a house that was completely abandoned, there was Issei and Hasegawa Chisato. Do I really have to go in there? Issei asked. while looking at the house in front of him. Yes, in this place there is a rogue demon who has been killing people in this place, Chisato said calmly. This place will be your first real fight. Sigh, but I barely know how to use the Tuki that Kuroka taught me. To which Chisato nodded, and then adjusted his glasses as he began to walk forward, being followed by the brunette. You better prepare yourself, the renegade demons are totally ferocious, and with a lot of luck some have sanity. I understand. Nodding at Heizwaga's words, both he and she reached the main door. Upon opening it, Issei's eyes widened in surprise as he tried to stop himself from throwing up. Is this it? Yes, the bodies of all those who disappeared. In front of Issei were scores of dead bodies. Each and every one of them showed signs of being brutally beaten, other parts of their bodies completely severed. What caught Issei's attention the most was the body of what looked like a little girl. He approached her slowly. He knelt in front of the girl who was lying dead. She had several signs of bruises all over her body, as well as signs of sexual abuse. Chisato watched all this, and she approached to put her hand on Issei's shoulder. Chisato knew she couldn't hide anything from Issei, so she simply spoke in a sympathetic voice. Demons. Renegades end up appearing when they kill their master or rebel against them, Chisato said. The reason they do it is because of the treatment they probably received from their previous masters. These days, many demons treat their servants very badly, while others don't. Depending on who their master is, he gritted his teeth tightly as a black flame appeared in his hands. Heizwaga stepped back slightly. Where? You're on the lower part of the house. With that said, his hair covering his eyes, Issei made his way to the lower part of the house. Upon descending, he saw traces of blood decorating the entire lower floor. Oh, looks like the food has arrived, huh? The brown-haired man didn't respond, but instead moved closer to the demon in front of him. The demon's appearance was absolutely disgusting. Half of its body resembled that of a larva. It had approximately 5 arms and was about 5 meters tall. You're not afraid. Damn! Without even expecting it, the demon received a strong blow to the abdomen, causing him to lose some air and spit out saliva. Taking a few steps back, the demon looked at Issei's face. Damn, that hurt. The demon charged towards Issei, who, seeing it coming, quickly put himself on guard. Using what he learned from Kuroka, he quickly used Tuki on his legs, and he disappeared from the demon's sight. What? Seeing himself surprised, he stopped his steps. He quickly opened his eyes. He realized Issei was behind him. He turned around and received a strong right cross from Issei. Backing up, Issei ran towards the demon. All he saw was a black blur coming towards him, and his voice became clouded. Screaming in pain, his eyes began to bleed as Issei stood with his hands stained with blood. It worked well. Issei quickly attacked the demon again. Delivering a combo of punches and kicks, the demon fell backward. Breathing heavily, Issei looked at the demon. I'm getting tired. He frowned as he saw the demon stand up. If this continues, I'll end up getting tired very quickly and I won't be able to win. He gritted his teeth in frustration and watched as the demon got back to his feet. Damn brat! And he launched himself at him. A flame came out of Issei's left eyes and suddenly his hands were covered by a strange energy. The moment the demon leaped in his direction, everything moved in slow motion for Issei, and it all happened in a second. Blood splattered all over the place. The demon spat out blood. Issei stood with his entire arm impaled on the demon. The left flame that protruded from his left eye. It ended up disappearing, and then without further ado Issei finished pulling his arm out. The demon fell to the ground dead, and instead Issei ended up falling to the ground on his back. I made it. Letting out a sigh, he closed his eyes slightly, feeling so tired, and finally fainted. Going down the stairs, Chisato looked at Issei's unconscious body. She approached Issei's body and knelt down, not caring about the blood staining her mind. She placed Issei's head between her thighs and began stroking his hair with a slight smile. Congratulations, you did well, Hayato, Grigori, in the city where the fallen angels live. More specifically, in an office, Azazel was sitting at his desk, while in front of him was a woman with purple hair and red eyes. You're here, Azazel. Why did you call me? After what the woman said, Azazel put on a smile. I've already found Penemu. Someone who can be your disciple. What Azazel said made Penemu narrow his eyes. Then he looked at the cadre without any expression. May I know who it is? He is an ordinary human being, Azazel responded with a smile, causing Penemue to frown. Really? You know I'm not looking for a human who can easily be killed with a single blow. Yeah, plus there's something that interests me about that human, he said with his relaxed attitude. And what is it? Penemue asked. That the human releases a strange and rare magical energy. But the most curious thing, you know, is the strange divinity that surrounds that human. Attracting Penemue's curiosity, she looked at Azazel, who was simply waiting for her answer. You're fine, Penemue said. Azazel smiled at this. But I'll see for myself if you deserve to be my apprentice. With that, she turned around and left Azazel's office. He sighed, then placed his hands on the back of his head and relaxed completely. Well, now we just have to hope Penemue survives. I almost feel sorry for him. Academia Co. Rias Gremory was in the occult club, extremely happy after the Raising Phoenix game. In the occult club were all the other members of the Rias Gremory nobility. Kiba Yuto, Asia Argento, Izumi Hayato, Akino Himejima. The doors of the occult club opened. Entering the student council president and vice president, Sauna Shirtorai, and Tsubaki Shinra. Sona? What brings you here? Rias asked. I wanted to talk to you about something important. What her friend said made Rias nod and then look at Akino, who simply left there, quickly understanding the message. All the remaining members of the Gremory nobility looked at both heiresses. Sona sat on the sofa, and behind her was Tsubaki, who was also watching all this. A few minutes passed, and Akino arrived with a tray and cups with some cookies. She then placed them on the coffee table. We may as well begin. Grabbing the cup, Sona would take a sip of the tea Akino had poured. It will be direct. I want Hayato-kun to be in my nobility, Sona said bluntly, attracting the curiosity of some, and especially the surprise of Izumi, who was about to say a word. Rias stepped forward. Well, so you were already getting ahead of yourself, huh? He said with a smile. No, I just want to give you the notice that Hayato-kun will be part of my nobility from now on. I understand. Rias nodded and then crossed her arms. Her breasts bounced. I have to imagine it's because of the power she's emanating, right? To which Sona nodded. Everything confirmed. Not only that, but there are also several fallen angels behind them, and I don't have to tell you that several sacred gear wielders have been dying. No, I already knew my entourage and I weren't going to take care of the fallen angels. But so far, we haven't heard anything from them. I understand, Sona said. But are you sure you can my entourage and I can even stop you? Sona was clearly worried about her friend. That was clear from yesterday, and today they recovered from their battle with the Phoenix Razor, which is why Sona thought her friend was pushing herself too hard. She's sure that if it weren't for the Phoenix Tears, Rias wouldn't be standing, or all the remaining members would be fine. It was also a fact that despite displaying a stoic demeanor, Rias knew perfectly well that they weren't 100% fit to wage a fight, and she wasn't the only one. Kiba, despite not showing much damage to his body and face, was not at 100% either due to the internal fractures he has due to Razor. That not even the Phoenix Tears managed to heal him. Akino on the one hand, despite having a smile on her face, she was much worse than Razor, due to using all her magical power Holy Lightning for the first time, and all the magical energy that runs through her body was exhausted. And Izumi was in worse condition due to the burns she received from Razor. She barely and luckily managed to avoid having her arm cut off. Sim embargo. He had to give up both arms so he wouldn't lose them. And the truth was, with a lot of luck, he could still stand and he probably wouldn't even be able to fight a full fight, but he wanted to become strong, even if he broke the limits of his powers. Looking at his servants who were waiting for him to say the words, he hesitated at first, but seeing everyone's determination to become strong, he finally made the decision. Calm down, Sona will be fine, you don't have to worry too much about us, Rias said completely calmly. What her friend said made Sona finally sigh and then nod, as she readjusted her glasses. Okay, I'll leave them to you, she replied seriously. But Hayato-kun, he'll be a member of my peerage with the recent academic improvements he's had these days, and especially that strange energy he releases. I want him to be part of my entourage. Sona would finish her cup of tea and then stand up and look at you once more. It was a pleasure talking to you, Rias, See you later. With that she left, and then Rias simply settled into the seat, and Izumi finally spoke. Bucho, calling the attention of his king. What's going on? It's about. Is Issei sure he wants me to be part of the Citri nobility? I asked with doubt. Finally, Rias assumed a thoughtful expression. Then she nodded. If in fact I was waiting for Sona to tell me that she wanted your brother, which I see that I will have to wait to see if she accepts her deal. Otherwise I will try to convince him to join me. Izumi didn't say anything else and looked at her king, who simply smiled. A completely happy smile. As if an idea had just occurred to him, and then she saw him pick up a chess piece, specifically the knight. Hayate Issei, he will definitely be someone interesting to my nobility. In Kuoh Park, Hayate Issei was sitting on a bench, completely exhausted as he finished one of his exercises. He still had to improve his resistance because of what Hazuaga and Kuroka had told him. And being able to completely master the magical powers of the sword was granting him. What is your name? Suddenly, he heard a sweet girl's voice. She had spoken to him. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful girl with black hair and violet eyes, wearing a white sleeveless t-shirt and shorts. She's beautiful. He was completely dazzled by the pretty girl who had spoken to him. Ito, yes, it's me, Hayate Issei, may I know what you need? I tried to sound as calm as possible because I didn't want to scare the girl. Phew, I'm glad. She breathed a sigh of relief and then looked into the brunette's eyes. I wanted to ask you if you could do me a favor. A favor? He thought, slightly suspicious. But he nodded anyway. Yes, that's fine. He answered very calmly, to which the girl approached him, and then Issei felt the girl's enormous breasts pressing against his breasts. At the moment of feeling the girl's breast, he quickly stopped himself from putting on a perverted smile, and he saw how the girl approached his ear and, "You would die for me." Her body shuddered completely at the hexy way, and her voice ended up sounding more mature, but before she could even answer, she suddenly felt a blow to the back of her neck. Before he even fainted, he looked once more at the girl who was smiling at him. Those were the only words that came out of his mouth, and then everything went dark. Chapter 15. Hayate Issei slowly opened his eyes. He saw that he was lying in what looked like a field. What happened? Rising from the ground, he saw he was in a completely desolate place. The earth was reddish-brown, and there were several pools of water. Was it a forest? I was confused. I was sure that in less than 10 minutes he was with that girl. He frowned and then looked around at the forest. All around him, he had to admit, it was beautiful. Well, and now how do I get back? He clicked his tongue in annoyance, and this was surely his sister's doing. He sighed, then looked around and finally made a decision. Damn, I'll have to walk all day, growling, how annoying, he said, annoyed while observing his surroundings. I'd better start walking, and actually, my phone, he was about to scream. Then he remembered his cell phone and tried to search his pockets for it. But, I can't be here either. Finally, I can't find it, damn. I was sure I would pay this girl when I saw her. There is no other option. It would be better to start looking for civilization again. With that said, he started walking, trying to find his way back to the city. He didn't know where he was. But he also couldn't say he was in trouble, or could he? As he began to head deeper into the forest, he found himself on top of a mountain. He saw an extremely beautiful woman. She had long purple hair and red eyes, and she wore a full-body outfit that highlighted her curvaceous body. Her beautiful red eyes were watching Issei from a distance, and in her right hand she was carrying a red spear. Without saying a word, she started walking and then suddenly disappeared, kicking up some dirt. Damn, this place is huge, Issei said, jumping over a small river. He had never seen anything like this in his life, and it was his first time in a lost forest. However, he quickly turned around when he saw some leaves moving. He quickly looked around to see if there was anyone or anything there. I didn't know he was involved, but I didn't want to find out either. Hump? How strange. Trying to ignore that strange noise he heard, he turned around again, and just as he stepped on a branch, crack, the branch had snapped, and at that very moment a woman had appeared right behind Issei holding a red spear. What the devil? With that shout, Issei quickly dodged the red spear, which pierced the ground, causing the woman to raise an eyebrow in slight surprise. As Issei rolled on the ground, trying to calm his breathing from the attack he received from behind, he looked at the woman in front of him and had to admit she was bucking beautiful. The woman pulled her spear out of the ground, and then her red eyes fixed on Issei. They both exchanged glances. Neither the woman nor Issei exchanged any words. Spinning her red spear, she began to walk towards Issei, causing Issei to surround her body with Tuki. The woman stopped in her tracks when she saw the strange transparent energy surrounding Issei's body. It seems Azazel was right. He slightly frowned as he looked at the brown-haired boy from head to toe. Interesting that a mere human can use Tuki. The woman lightly gripped her red spear, causing Issei to quickly put himself on high guard, trying to avoid a fight. Who are you? When he asked who she was, the woman finally narrowed her eyes and disappeared from his sight. He opened his eyes as wide as he could and then, "You're quite slow." Issei quickly managed to react and move his head to the side, thus avoiding the spear from piercing him. Turning around, he saw the woman with the spear in her hand. "Good reflexes," she said approvingly, then took the spear in both hands and assumed a rather peculiar stance. Her left foot was forward while her body was completely bent forward. "Damn, I have no way out." She bit her lower lip as she prepared to fight. "I have no choice." He realized he couldn't do anything anymore, couldn't even run away, and finally decided to try to put up a fight. "And answering your first question, I am Penemu." Finally, when she had introduced herself, Issei was about to ask something else, but he couldn't even speak because Penemu lunged forward to pierce him with his spear. This time, with his fist wrapped in Tuki, he managed to catch the spear with his hands. The spearhead was barely penetrating his chest. Penemu looked at this, slightly surprised by this reaction, and was about to apply more force. She was surprised when Issei swung the spear to the side, and she saw Issei launch a strong kick straight at her leg. She could have easily blocked the attack, but she was completely surprised when she saw Issei move much faster than before. And this time he threw his fist. She easily moved her head to the side, easily avoiding the blow that was heading straight for her face. "It can't be!" He reacted in surprise at how Penemu had easily dodged his blow. "Interesting, that hit almost took me by surprise," Penemu mused. "It was a good try, Per." He looked straight into Issei's eyes and saw his eyes take on a slight change. And he finally reacted when he saw Penemu kick his legs, knocking him to the ground. As he fell to the ground, Issei felt a sharp pain in his leg. He was about to scream in pain, but ultimately couldn't because he had to roll to the side to avoid being killed by Penemu again. Standing up but barely standing up, Penemu threw a strong kick to his stomach, causing him to spit saliva and fly away, crashing into a tree. Cracks. I swore I heard his bones being broken by that kick. What strength! He thought, completely surprised, as he gasped for air. He looked up to see Penemu walking calmly and quietly toward him. "He's too strong for me to beat him." Penemu stopped in her tracks when she saw Issei struggling to his feet. She had to admit, the boy had quite the stamina, as a mere kick would have killed a normal human. Then it was true. Apparently what Azazel said was true. This boy is not someone normal. His red eyes fixed on Issei from head to toe. Hee. A small laugh escaped Issei's lips as he looked up. This woman was quite strong for him, but he had to win if he wanted to get out alive. So he quickly took a deep breath, and then a small magic circle formed beneath his feet. "I should have thanked Kuroka later for teaching me how to make pocket dimensions." He smiled happily as 2 bracelets came out of that pocket dimension. Penemu watched this briefly and watched as Issei placed both bracelets on his wristbands. She was somewhat curious, but she wasn't going to interfere with whatever he was doing. Seeing his bracelets, Issei closed his eyes slightly and poured all his energy into both bracelets. Finally, a glow emerged from them. And then, "That!" Issei shouted as he saw how both arms were covered by some kind of armor, and in his left hand a sword made of dark fire was coming. "This is?" He was clearly impressed by what he was seeing. For his part, Penemu watched all this with mild interest, a faint smile forming on his face, and without even hesitating she launched herself at him. When Issei managed to react, she quickly put her sword in front of him, and the sound of the spear colliding with the sword resonated throughout the forest. They both looked into each other's eyes and began to exchange large amounts of blows to each other. Penemu would take distance, and Issei grabbed his sword with both hands and then would take a stance more like a knight. "When did you learn to handle a sword?" he thought, surprised that he knew how to handle a sword because since he could remember, he had never practiced with a sword. Penemu looked at Issei and then took her stance again. Seeing the stance Penemu took, Issei furrowed his eyebrows and then tightly gripped his sword with both hands while making the tuki flow in his legs and arms. They both launched themselves at each other at high speed and clashed their respective weapons. Issei's body trembled as he collided with Penemiu's spear. However, Penemiu was not affected by the clash of her spear against Issei's sword. Both of them began to throw out massive amounts of blows just to make one of them lose. Issei's sword movements were totally incredible, and Issei's were brutal. He had to admit, Penemiu had great swordsmanship. Trying to kick her legs, Penemiu jumped back and landed gracefully. Penemiu looked at Issei, who was running towards her. Issei was holding his sword with both hands and slashed to hurt her, but Penemiu moved to the side, easily avoiding his attempt. Moment taken advantage of by Penemiu, who with great skill and speed pointed his spear at Issei's head and tried to stab the moment Issei saw his red spear heading towards his head. Issei instinctively put his right arm as a shield in order to cover that spear, and at that very moment, the armor covering his arm glowed, and from there, a shield began to form. It blocked the spear that was hurtling straight toward his head. Penemiu opened her eyes slightly in surprise at this shield that appeared out of nowhere, but just as she was about to attack him, she ran her face to the side again, avoiding Issei's sword from piercing through it. He increased his speed again, Penemiu observed. Stepping aside, Issei looked at his right arm and saw the shield that was right there. There was a lot of surprise about this, but he is quite grateful that the shield appeared there, and thus will prevent his death. I propose you a deal. Raising an eyebrow at what Penemiu said, Issei watched as she placed her spear on her shoulder, and then her red eyes focused on him. If you manage to hit me even once, I'll let you live, and if not, you know what will happen. He had no option but to refuse. He knew the woman in front of him was far stronger than him, and he was sure she was holding back against him, so he nodded. Okay, I accept the deal, Issei said as he prepared to fight again. Instead, Penemiu took his stance again while his red eyes never took their gaze off Issei. While in the farthest part of that forest was Azazel sitting in a chair with his arms behind his head, and he was totally relaxed. Azazel. Hearing his name called, Azazel smiled, knowing who it was. Oh Vala, what brings you here? I heard there's someone interesting around here and I wanted to meet him. Vala was a teenager of about 18 years old with short silver hair and gray eyes. He was also handsome. Well, you'll have to wait to meet him. Right now, I'm trying to see if he can survive Penemiu's test. Azazel comments calmly, attracting Vala's curiosity. Penemiu? I thought you weren't willing to train anyone. Well, that's true, she's not training him right now, but rather she's seeing if he deserves to be her apprentice. Completely calm, he finally took his arms behind his head and then looked at Vala. After all, you should know, Vala, that she has a great eye for the character and traits of others, capable of telling if someone is mediocre or arrogant. After all, she was the only one who refused to train you. Vala furrowed his brows as he watched the explosions unfolding from a distance. He finally let out a sigh and turned around. Let me know later if that guy is strong. Do you want to fight him? No, not just. I find it interesting that Penemiu fixes his gaze on an ordinary human. Are you sure he has a big eye? Vala asked, turning around to look at Azazel. Azazel, however, smiled in amusement at this and looked back at the place where the noise was coming from. Believe me, Vala, you shouldn't judge Penemiu. After all, she's never been wrong about these matters. Finally, Vala simply walked away, leaving Azazel alone, who stood and watched all this, his hands in his pockets. Well, it seems you finally found him, Penemiu. It will be quite interesting to see how he develops. Chapter 16. Both Issei and Penemiu were facing each other, both on guard, ready to attack each other. Penemiu held a red spear in her hands. Meanwhile, Issei had his sword made of dark fire. The first to attack was Penemiu, who moved much faster than the human eye, and the only thing Issei could see was a violet blur approaching him. He quickly brought his sword forward, and out of nowhere it collided with the tip of Penemiu's spear. Finally, the two began to wrestle with each other. Penemiu easily began to push Issei back, as it was much easier for her due to the strength she herself possesses as a fallen angel. Furthermore, Issei is simply a human with only basic fighting knowledge. He quickly gripped his sword and managed to make Penemiu's spear touch the ground. He threw a direct blow to the face, hoping to win this fight as quickly as possible. But it was easily predictable for Penemiu, who moved his head slightly to the side, thus avoiding the blow. She's much faster than me, He knew he was at a disadvantage not only in strength but also in speed. He quickly backed away and watched as Penemu twirled his red spear. Penemu narrowed her eyes and looked at Issei from head to toe. With her stoic expression, "I must destroy those bracelets he has. And that way it will be much easier to beat him." She let out a regretful sigh and looked at Issei's right arm. Something had caught Penemu's attention. The design of the armor covering his arms up to the elbows seemed strangely familiar. But ignoring that feeling, she quickly prepared to attack him again. This time, she made several red spears appear behind her, and with her other hand, a red spear almost identical to the one she had appeared in her other hand. "With this I'll finish it faster." She was determined to end this fight, and without hesitation she ran towards Issei. Seeing her coming towards him, he quickly returned to his defensive stance, and finally Penemu appeared in front of him, and launched his attack directly at the chest of the brown-haired boy. Issei managed to use his sword and deflected Penemu's attack. But he didn't expect Penemu with his other hand to launch an attack with his other spear. Issei barely managed to react in time and quickly ran his face to the side but still received a cut on his cheek, trying to distance himself from Penemu, which the fall wasn't allowing. He bit his lower lip, and their weapons began to clash. Penemu used her other spears she had created, and each and every one of the spears that were behind her surrounded Issei completely. She extended her hand upwards after moving away from Issei, and with her open hand she closed it, forming a fist. "It can't be!" Issei shouted to quickly look at the sky and see several red spears surrounding him, and finally they all fell in his direction, and an explosion was generated and raised a curtain of smoke. Penemu looked at the place where Issei was with a stoic expression. Sigh, too bad Azazel the boy was not worthy of. However, she couldn't even finish speaking because she used her red spear to block a stone and destroy it. Looking ahead, she saw that no one was there and opened her eyes slightly, turning her head to the side to dodge the fiery sword that pierced the tree. At what point did he do it? She thought in surprise, then turned around and saw Issei, who arrived out of nowhere in front of her, and before she could even use her spear as a shield. Crack! The sound of something breaking was heard all around the place. Issei fell to the ground on his back while holding his head, and Penemu stepped back in a daze while holding her forehead. What the hell is wrong with that woman's head? He felt like he'd walked into a wall the moment he had met Penemu. Looking up, he saw that Penemu was stunned. I'm completely fooled, Penemu thought as she held her head. Not only do I expect him to use my attack against him, but he also distracted me with the stone and then with the sword he had created in order to attack me with a suicidal move. She touched her forehead and saw a small trail of blood coming out of it. As she looked at her bloody fingers, she nodded in approval. Clever kid. Issei had taken his sword ready to attack her again, but he stopped when he saw Penemu's eyes fixed on his eyes. And his body began to tremble due to the great aura that Penemu was releasing. It's her power. He insidiously took a step back upon seeing the dark aura surrounding Penemu. She's much stronger than Kuroka. Not caring about the look Issei had on his face, Penemu suddenly stopped unleashing her magic and made her spears disappear, then looked the brunette in the eyes while Issei never let his guard down. Well, congratulations, you passed the test, Penemu said, leaving the brown-haired man completely confused. Test? Issei said, and Penemu nodded as she approached him. That's right, you managed to hurt me after all, and just as I promised in our deal, I'll let you go alive, Penemu said, crossing her arms. Issei nodded as he looked at his hands and then at the sword. And now how did he get rid of this? He had no idea how to deactivate it. Penemu looked at the brunette and saw that he had no idea how to make it disappear. Don't you know how to deactivate it? To which Issei shook his head. I see, Sai, you activate it with the bracelets. So then if you take off the layered bracelets, they will be the same ones that deactivate it yourself. Strange incomplete armor. Following what Penemu told him, Issei took off his bracelets with his hands, and as he did so, the armor that covered his arms up to the elbow disappeared, as did the sword. At first I was slightly impressed, but then I felt a severe headache as well as deep muscle pain and ended up falling to the ground on my knees. Kai-hayaz. After that scream of pain, Issei is currently lying on the ground asleep. While sitting on a rock with her red spear on her shoulder, Penemu stared at the ground, seemingly deep in thought. However, the reality is different. She was looking straight into Issei's face. Her crimson eyes were completely fixed on Issei's face, waiting for him to wake up. Little by little, Issei began to open his eyes slightly and finally, "Where am I now? Was it a dream? No. It wasn't at all, it was all real." Issei opened his eyes and without hesitation, without a second, he quickly stood up and saw Penemu, who lightly looked at him with a stoic expression on her face. "You saw me." Penemu nodded after what Issei wanted to tell her. Letting out a sigh, Issei saw that he was covered in several bandages on his arm. "And this? He's bandaging your body." Penemu stood up. Then her spear vanished from her hand. "You fainted after we decided to fight. But after I made your sword disappear, you started screaming in pain, and several wounds appeared on your body." After Penemu said this, Issei looked at the bandages on his body and then lifted his shirt. He also saw that he was bandaged. "Ah, well, thanks, I guess." Penemu's eyes fixed on Issei. For his part, Issei felt completely intimidated by the look the woman was giving him, but he quickly gave a quick, angry look down his spine and had to admit it. She was very beautiful, Penemu. She had a very good figure, a rather small waist, but not quite small enough, and good breasts. But I was pretty sure that the difference was that they weren't as big as Chisato's and Yasaka's. I was sure she was on par with Kuroka. For her part, Penemu looked at him from above and below and noticed several things. His shoulders were higher, he was in good physical condition, and his face was a little more defined. "It seems I was somewhat right, someone was training him." She looked at Issei and then her gaze went to his arms. "He was able to give me some fight, but even with the little physical condition he has, he moves quite fast for an average human." She frowned, trying to find out more while looking at Issei. "Where the hell did you find this human Azazel?" He finally stopped thinking about it, and let out a sigh as he made his spear disappear, and then finally spoke. "Good." Issei finally snapped out of his stupor when he saw Penemu. He spoke up. "You're in pretty decent physical condition. I'll admit that, but..." Her red eyes stared into Issei's. "You also know about the supernatural." "Whose? Oh? And now what do I say?" Issei thought, and quickly tried to find an excuse to not reveal about Chisato, and so on. But what am I supposed to do now? He wasn't a very good liar, but he had to know how to do it right. Well, let's just say it was a coincidence," he said while scratching his cheek. Penemu furrowed one of her eyebrows. "This kid is taking me for an idiot." Seeing how Penemu was looking at him, Issei felt scared. But he quickly composed himself so that she wouldn't notice that he was nervous. This was quite difficult. And the worst of all was that he was talking to the woman who almost killed him. "You don't try to lie to a liar, much less someone like me, kid." The red spear reappeared in Penemu's hand, and then without Issei realizing it, he had the tip of his spear at his neck. I had to admit, this woman had quite a temper. "I swear it was just an accident," I shouted without taking my eyes off Penemu's. Finally, they both stared into each other's eyes. Issei was completely amazed by Penemu's crimson eyes. Finally Penemu sighed and lowered her spear. "One way or another I'm going to find out about this." She made her spear disappear. "Tell me what you know about the supernatural." Not much. I think the basics of angels, demons, and fallen angels, and then a little bit about other gods." Penemu nodded at what Issei said and crossed her arms. "What do you know about fallen angels?" "Not much, the little I know. It's just that the fallen angels fell from heaven for having relations with humans." "Well, at least he has some basic knowledge," Penemu muttered. "What else do you know about the fallen?" "That's all for now." "Well, one more thing. How was that supposed accident for you?" Issei started to sweat when Penemu asked him. Oh shit! What the hell was he supposed to say to him? He was totally in trouble. "Come on, think Issei, it shouldn't be that difficult." Suddenly her eyes acquired a shine as if a Stephanie had had. "It was when a rogue demon appeared out of nowhere and almost killed me, but it was thanks to a friend who helped me." "Who is that friend and what is her name?" "It's Kuroka." There was no immediate response from Penemu. However, she never took her eyes off Issei as she saw that he had never mentioned Kuroka to her. "Kuroka was supposed to be with Vala." She frowned. "At what point did Vala stop watching her unless this was Azazel's doing?" She let out a growl, almost as if she were a dog about to fight another animal, which caused Issei to shudder in panic. Hump! He finally let out a sigh in return and then pulled the spear out of Issei's neck and made it disappear. Issei let out a sigh of relief and then simply watched as Penemu looked at him. Come follow me. I have to take you to a place for our training. Hey! When he finally thought he was free of the woman in front of him, he thought his luck had finally changed. But no, in training? He wanted to be sure he heard wrong, but when he saw Penemu look him in the eyes, he realized something, and that was what she was saying was true. Yes, we'll go train you and you shouldn't worry, it's only been 2 hours since you arrived, and you slept for an hour and a half and with luck, in the human world it's 9 o'clock at night. Have I been here that long? He had to admit, he was quite surprised. He hadn't realized he was fighting with Penemu because of the fight, but 9 o'clock at night was already too late, but something caught his attention. It was the last fraction, and it was the human world. Perhaps him? Wait, you said the human world, right? So where are we? A portal appeared in front of Penemu, and he looked at it slightly. We're in the underworld. He was completely shocked by this information, but when he looked up at the sky, he saw that it was completely red. He then turned his gaze back to Penemu, who was waiting for him. Come enter the portal. It will take us to the training place. Wait. Training? Yes, training. The fight you won against me because of my carelessness was to see if you were worthy of being my apprentice, and at the time, no one had hit me, and you should be grateful that I'm your teacher, boy. And now, making his red spear appear in his hands. Enter the portal. Issei looked at Penemu and then at the portal and then back at Penemu, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's a good one. Penemu simply looked at him stoically and Issei turned around and then, and no thanks, I'd rather live. And with that said he was about to walk away, but without expecting it Penemu appeared at his side and without the ability to react Issei. Penemu hit him with her red spear in the stomach, causing Issei to fly and then end up entering through the portal created by Penemu. Human world Kuoh's city. In the beautiful city of Kuoh, Chisato was walking through the city, and Yasaka was standing next to him. Both women were entering a restaurant, and then sat down at a table. Good, since we're in a place away from people, Hazewaga began. I want to ask you something, Yasaka. What would that be, my friend? Chisato's eyes flashed a deep green. I want to know which god ordered my death. Chapter 17. Issei was currently in a great dilemma about his everyday life. First of all, he considered the existence of other beings in the world, and if that weren't enough, he himself possessed a cursed legendary weapon. Life's twists and turns can be totally strange, and it was no joke for Issei. These strange twists caused him to go from being a student ostracized by everyone to now being a being who has a destiny to fulfill in the future. It was shit, but what could he do? Shout it from the rooftops. He didn't have to absorb everything quickly. And above all, he had to learn to survive the inhuman training he was currently undergoing. And what's even worse is that it's only been 2 damn days since his hell began with the fallen angel named Penemu. I may as well be safe in this place. He stopped in front of a huge cave. His clothes were completely destroyed, and with luck, he had a few pieces covering his genitals. Plus, with luck, he was wearing what had once been his school shirt. Well, right now I have to bus. But he quickly fell and spun backwards, and several red spears crashed into the ground and created an explosion that sent Issei flying backwards. Flipping in the air, Issei ended up falling to the ground on his knees and quickly raised his gaze to finally look up. He already found me. She opened her eyes as she saw Penemu flying in the skies, surrounded by several red spears. And I thought you had already discovered a simpler way to escape from my sight, Penemu said dryly, and her beautiful red eyes were directed towards Issei. Now run for your life, brat. And without hesitating twice, Issei started running again, while Penemu began to launch several magical attacks at him with his spear. This training that Penemu was giving Issei was to improve the chestnut's physical abilities and, above all, to learn how to navigate through various terrains. They were currently in Egypt in the desert. Issei had currently been 2 days without being able to sleep, eat, or drink water because Penemu was marrying him very closely. Although his body felt completely weak due to the lack of water and, above all, the tiredness and fatigue were very noticeable, that was not the biggest problem he was dealing with, but rather that his bones and, above all, his legs were no longer giving him the capacity to continue running. So he was being pushed to the limit, if we call that training. He couldn't take it anymore. He was too tired to keep running, but he had no choice. Damn it, Where are you, Hazwaga, when you're needed? He couldn't help but think of his Hexi sensei and finally ended up falling to the ground. He was too tired to continue trying to escape his fate. Several feathers fell to the ground, and then Issei looked at a pair of boots in front of him. Sighing, you better rest and sleep a little, Penemu said as she took Issei and stood him up to look into his eyes. For now, that's all, you can rest, we'll continue tomorrow. When he said that, a magic circle formed in front of both of them, and then they both entered inside Italy, Rome, in the beautiful capital of Italy, the most important of all. In that beautiful city stood the most important church of all, and it was the great seat of the Vatican, the place where the most important people from all over the world gathered, and where the Father lives. Currently, in that beautiful church, several priests were gathered in a huge room, and above all, in front of all the priests, there was a huge table where the Father was sitting. Silence, please. Half an hour ago, something unthinkable had happened in the church. They had broken in to steal something of utmost importance, and that wasn't the fragments of the Excalibur sword of victory. We can finally start this emergency meeting, said a tall, muscular man looking at everyone. When they heard the man's voice, everyone fell silent because this man was one of the best exorcists still in existence today. The Basque Strata, one of the strongest exorcists in existence, and above all, he was also a natural possessor of the Durandal sword, the strongest sword among the sacred swords still in the power of the Catholic Church. Thank you very much, Strata, said the Father, receiving a nod from him. As we know, we were recently attacked by a group of renegade former exorcists, who came directly to steal the fragments of the Excalibur, from which we understand that among this group of exorcists there were also several fallen angels united with them. Silence reigned again in the room while there were several murmurs from the priests present there. As we currently know, and thanks to one of our men who is currently in the infirmary being treated for his wounds, and the little information he gave us was that there was a fallen angel who was ordering everyone, and there was also the homunculus freed cells. And after what he said, many began to speak much louder. Yes, I know, I was also surprised by this. But it would be better if you started thinking about how to act on this first, and above all, we have to know if they are allied with the demons. Aren't demons supposed to be at total enmity with the fallen? After a question from one of the priests, the Father nodded. Yes, from what we understand, that's true, he said calmly. But we received a report that in the city of Kuoh, where two heiresses and sisters of the mouse Seraphil Leviathan and Sirzechs Lucifer are living, there are traces that several fallen angels still remain in that area. Therefore, we must be prepared. What do you propose we do? Basque asked, observing his father. Dad remained silent for a few minutes until Entree finally crossed his fingers, leaned his elbows on the table, and looked at everyone in the room. I want you to send two of our best exorcists to Kuoh to find out more about this, and who is behind all this. After what was said, many began to complain to Dad because they didn't want this to just remain like this. It was clear that many priests were very much in disagreement with the decision the Father was making, and it was normal because humans were totally willing to do anything to get what they wanted, and their nature was to destroy everything in their path. Please, can you be quiet for a moment? I tried to calm all the priests who were still arguing. Some wanted to go straight to war, while others wanted to find out who was responsible for the war. The more senior priests watched everyone's discussion, and even though they still remained silent because orders are orders, and no one could contradict saying it, they had to keep their mouths shut. Silence, and suddenly, a great pressure was felt throughout the room, forcing everyone to fall silent, without exception. The moment the main door of the meeting room opened, everyone turned their eyes toward the door and saw two people they knew well enter. Thank you for coming, Dulio and Griselda's sister, said the Father with a smile. Dulio Greswaldo and Griselda Quarta were two of the best, if not the most powerful exorcists that the church had previously, but the most powerful of all, even the one they were sure was at the top of the strongest existences, was Dulio, due to his Longinus-type sacred gears, with which he could create natural disasters in the world. They are also angels reincarnated by the archangels of heaven themselves, Michael and the beautiful Archangel Gabriel. The meeting at the Vatican had begun unofficially. Japan, Kuoh City. Finally, he was at peace, and he had to admit, he was totally happy right now. Why? He was simply in his bed, sleeping very comfortably. Besides, he hadn't been to school these past 2 days, so he'd be attending tomorrow. My whole body hurts, he muttered to himself. Damn, I never thought training would cause me so much muscle pain. I hadn't been getting into this since a week ago when I was with Kuroka. No, in fact, compared to what I trained with Kuroka, this compared to hers made it seem like child's play. Well, I'd better take advantage and get a few good hours of sleep. Finally, he decided to sleep for a while. Until then, he still hadn't seen Hazuaga Chisato, who had sent him a message that he would be out of town for a while, so he didn't have to worry about giving him an answer to where he was yet. But he knew that this could cause him a lot of problems later on. While in another part of Kuoh City, Izumi Hayado and the rest of the Rias Gremory nobility were completely calm. Well, we finished another one this week, she said, completely tired. We have had a total of 10 during the week Bucho, and yet more and more keep appearing, said Akino, who was on Ria's side. During these weeks after the confrontation against Riser Phoenix, Rias and her entourage had taken care of all the renegade demons that were in her territory, and in fact, despite not being completely well physically speaking, she had finished off large quantities of the renegade demons. Something is happening, and it's pretty big, Rias said. Even though she is a lower middle-class rogue demoness, and hopefully this is the only SS-class demoness we've faced, the renegade demons are divided by classes due to the level of danger they pose to the heirs of the noble houses. If one of the demons was an S-rank criminal, high-class demons had to act to easily kill the renegades. In contrast, if a renegade had a SS or SS classification, those who were the most dangerous were required to call on a high-class demon or, with a lot of luck, ask for help from the mouse, which was strictly the right thing to do. But Rias ignored this rule, just like everyone else, and they decided to fight this SS-class demon, a fight that almost led to their deaths, but they managed to win because the demon became overconfident and arrogant. We better get back to the club and take a break from all this, Yu announced. Come on, we have to go. I'll let Sona know about this later. Well, I'll prepare the magic circle to go, Akino replied. Everyone without exception approached Queen Gremory, then she disappeared and appeared in the occult club. They all sat on the couches and couldn't do anything but relax. They had been fighting so often and luckily their bodies were barely holding out. Rias looked at her servants and saw how they were all struggling to stand. They had been like that for several consecutive nights because after what happened with Razor, they had all decided to train more than usual, and above all Rias had made improvements with her servants. But everything had limits, even for demons. Boy, calling the attention of everyone in the room. Sighing, it's time we stop this. Before anyone could say anything else, she raised her hand, stopping everyone. I know what you're thinking, and I'm with you in this. After what happened with Razor and having suffered great injuries, and above all seeing how everyone tried their best, even using their true powers in order to free me from my arranged engagement. Her gaze traveled to all her members, to Akino, who used her half-fallen blood, and then to Izumi, who gave her eyes and her left arm to be able to increase her powers with the boosted gears. We've already been trying hard, it's time to stop, and it's in order. With that last thing said, silence reigned for a few minutes, and then all the demons showed a smile and simply relaxed. I think I'll ask Sona if I can use the pool this weekend. You deserve it. She leaned back in the chair frame and looked at the ceiling. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen. Chapter 18. I still don't understand why me. It's because you are a special person in your own way. Don't let others tell you what you have to do and what not to do. Boo but. The boy tried to say but fell when he saw that the man in front of him raised his palm, stopping him. Sometimes it is necessary that you kill your opponents and never let them live. We may be demons, even we have our sins that we are willing to bear. The man knelt and put his hands on his shoulder. Now you have to kill the sun. You should not have to stain your hand for someone who is easily replaceable for our family. The man would give the boy a long sword with several gems around it, and it had a black and blue design. Do it, kill him. You want to be the strongest demon in the underworld, right? The boy nodded. Then don't hesitate and do it. Become a monster who is capable of doing everything possible to fulfill his dream. The man's eyes shone violet. Remember what I told you. The popular one will win, the hated one will lose. It's a tragedy. Then I won't lose to anyone. I will become the strongest monster and change this scenario, said the boy, focusing his gaze on the man, who was on his knees, all hurt. Now finish it. And with that said, the boy with his sword made a simple but quick movement, cutting off the head of the man who was on his knees. causing a large amount of blood to stain the entire place and part of the boy's body. The man smiled and then approached to place his hands on his shoulder. "You did well, my son, now you can rest." Opening his eyes, Balthazar found himself inside the bathroom, completely naked, as the water ran down his body. "These nightmares again," he thought as he looked at his hands, then squeezed them lightly. "Why am I dreaming this again?" As the water fell all over his body, he had a muscular build and several scars were on a large part of his body, as well as one that stood out the most was a gigantic cross that went from his chest to his chin. Sighing, "I'd better not think about that for now." She closed her eyes slightly and then washed her hair. He felt soft hands surround his waist, and then feel two large, completely soft proclivities, and the hand passed all the way down his waist to his chest, touching the enormous scar on his chest. "Oni-sama, are you okay?" said a female voice behind Balthazar. "Celia?" Balthazar looked over his shoulders and saw a beautiful girl with short white hair and beautiful red eyes like blood itself. Just like her, she had two horns sticking out of her head. "When did you come in?" "I saw you after your Radix game, and I saw that you weren't happy after winning." She spoke calmly while applying soap all over Balthazar's abdomen. "Also, you've been acting strange after Gremory's Radix game." Balthazar simply looked at his hands and then closed them into a fist. "It's nothing." I tried to make him not ask any more questions. "You know you can't lie to me, Oni-sama." She put Japan on her breasts and made foam. "You would never lie to me, right?" She began to raise and lower her breasts, while trying to avoid moaning. Knowing that he won't achieve anything, he decided to speak. "I'm simply tired of always fighting with the same arrogant demons. I'm one of the young five. And above all, I haven't been able to fight against any of the remaining four. I see." Celia began to lower her hands until she reached where Balthazar's thing was. "You shouldn't worry, Oni-sama. I know you will achieve your dream of winning everything and becoming an aspiring Mao." She began to raise and lower her hands, masturbating Balthazar's member. Balthazar closed his eyes, enjoying the masturbation that Celia was granting him. "And your dream, Celia? You are one of the descendants of a potty Mao." Celia shook her head and rested her chin on Balthazar's shoulder. "I'm not interested in the position of Mao. I'm happy with being with you, Oni-sama." "I understand. Well, up until now you've managed to improve your resistance a lot. Congratulations for that," said Penemu, holding two bokken in his hands. "But now we will begin with the training, really, so prepare yourself." After what Penemu said, Issei was on his knees breathing heavily while it could be seen that his body had suffered a lot of blows, in addition to the occasional scar appearing on his abdomen and back, as well as a small growth in his muscle mass. "I understand," Issei said, standing up. For 5 weeks now Issei had been training with Penemu, and with the problem of school it was too much, and with Penemu's training which was hell in addition to the little rest she let him take. "Here, catch it," he said, throwing the banken at him. The moment Issei caught the banken in the air, Penemu nodded in approval. "Good reflexes, now get on your guard quickly." "Hi!" With little strength left in his voice he shouted. At that moment, when Issei had already answered her, Penemu did not hesitate for a second and moved at a great speed impossible to follow with the human eye, and appearing in front of Issei she launched a blow towards his head. Plamp! It was the sound of both banken colliding against each other. Penemu smiled with some emotion seeing that Issei managed to block his quick attack. Issei felt a great pain run through his entire arm at the moment of the collision of both banken. The force with which Penemu attacked him was completely different from the way he used in his fight, and it had become much faster, which is why he frowned both eyebrows, knowing that she was fighting more seriously. So I decided to respond in the same way. Surrounding her arms with Tuki, he applied force in order to separate them and move her away from him, which worked for a few seconds as Penemu launched his attack back, but it was now at a much faster speed than before, making Issei's eyes see simply a purple blur approaching him, and he didn't hesitate for a second as he brought his banken towards his waist like a block, working as Penemu's bokken hit Issei's bokken. "Apparently he's trying to predict where my attacks will go." Penemu looked seriously at the brown-haired boy and launched another blow with much more force than before. Both began to clash their respective weapons. Each clash of both Monera swords generated a small air current around both of them. Issei did not hesitate at any time to attack her, but even if she tried to land a simple blow, Penemu guessed her intention very easily, she blocked or simply dodged Issei's attacks with great simplicity, which forced Issei to be very defensive and tried to counterattack at the exact moment when Penemia lowered her guard in a second, which was impossible since Penemia had her guard very high. When both Boken collided again, Penemia took advantage and using his free hand launched a direct blow towards Issei's face. Issei's eyes opened wide and he quickly turned his head to the side, and it was undoubtedly taken advantage of by Penemia. At that moment when under his guard Issei cursed himself, and without being able to do anything else, Penemia with his banken hit Issei's stomach making him curl up greatly spitting saliva. But Penemia would move there was aside and holding the boken himself with both hands hit him directly in the back. Crack! Issei had sworn that he heard how the bones in his back, even his spine, had broken just as he received the blow to the back from Penemia, which forced him to fall to the ground face down while enduring the pain. Penemia didn't last a second longer and hit with a kick with the tips of her shoe, right in Issei's ribs causing Issei's ribs to break and also sending him flying and then ending up crashed against a rock. Gaha! He screamed internally while enduring the pain in his body. That could have killed me! He tried to stand up, and was relieved to have covered a large part of his body with Tuki, thus avoiding not only his ribs from being broken but also his organs. It wasn't a joke, he's taking all of this very seriously. The moment he saw her, Penemia stopped his steps and then simply threw the banken back to his side. Lift it up, he said coldly, his crimson eyes sharpening. Besides, you can now take off that extra weight you're carrying. All right. With that said, Issei began to take off his shirt that was destroyed, making several grimaces of pain and then throwing it to the side. The moment his shirt touched the floor it created a small crater, and then he took off the sweatshirts that he had on his wrist, and like the shirt it also created a small crater. Ugh, I feel much lighter, Issei said, feeling his body completely light. Okay, now get ready. Penemia spoke in an authoritative tone. The brown-haired boy nodded and took the wooden sword, and then without further ado, Penemia made a sign for Issei to attack him, to which Issei ran towards her moving much faster than before, although in Penemia's eyes he moved relatively normally. The moment he arrived in front of Penemia, Issei launched a blow with his banken, and at the moment of launching the blow Penemia easily blocked Issei's attack, which generated a huge air current. Good. Penemia smiled amusedly. Now we begin with the real training. The training had ended. Issei is currently sitting on a rock breathing heavily while his entire face was hurt. His right eye was swollen. You did well, congratulations, said Penemia sitting next to him, cleaning the wounds on his face. Thank you. Issei made a small smile. I didn't think you were so strong. That's because before, when I was an angel, under God's command we were simply trained for war. Penemia cleaned Issei's split lip. We never had a life, we never felt love towards other beings. Father's words were clear. Always protect the word of God and your neighbor. It must have been horrible, right? Issei asked as Penemia began to draw blood from his abdomen. It was always like this. Penemia stopped, and then her red eyes turned into Issei's eyes. We never had free will, like Lucifer said when he fell from heaven for his revolution. The first demon king, right? Penemia nodded. Yes, but at the time when Lucifer was assembling the army for his rebellion, many angels followed him in order to be free. Lucifer had already planted the seed of doubt in everyone, and there they committed their first crime. What was that crime? Issei asked curiously as he watched Penemia look away from his eyes. Never ever disobey, Penemia said dryly and with a touch of sadness. Our regime was much stricter. We had several rules that we could never break, not even help humans. We were forbidden to go down to the human world, but finally the first fallen angel who converted, and we all followed that same path. Issei didn't say anything. He watched as Penemia simply clenched her fists slightly. He had never seen her like that before, and with the short time he had known her, he saw how she had simple tastes about battle, which was the only thing that made her feel alive. Penemia-sensei. Penemia didn't say anything when she felt Issei's hands on her shoulder. May I know why you fell from the sky? I asked, knowing that it could be a completely risky move to tell him something, which he might not answer. Hee. Penemia put on a slight nostalgic smile. You're too curious, aren't you? You could say so. He smiled with amusement. Penemia looked at him for a few moments, and let out a sigh. I had fallen in love. Issei was slightly surprised to hear the way he fell. He's silly, right? Penemu smiled with resignation. She put her gaze back into Issei's eyes. I was very silly. I had fallen in love with my student when I was still in heaven. He was a very silly boy, but above all he was just a fool who never feared anything, even despite his silly bad luck. He always smiled. She put on a nostalgic expression, and it was right there that I made that mistake of falling in love because I simply couldn't handle the temptation, and I ended up having relations with a human, and well, that's when I fell. Issei didn't respond, he just stared at her. Maybe it's true, we angels are simply war machines, she said as she looked away. Now all I want is to die in a fight and for someone to kill me, and I hope that's you. You're an idiot, Penemu. Chapter 19. Maybe it's true, we angels are simply war machines, she said as she looked away. Now all I want is to die in a fight and for someone to kill me, and I hope that's you. Issei was completely surprised by what Penemu had told him. Looking directly into her beautiful red eyes, he could see through them the sadness she was carrying. It made him remember a few brief moments before he met Hazuaga Chisato. You're an idiot, Penemu, said Issei without taking his eyes off Penemu. Ha! Penemu was very surprised by what the brunette had said, who hadn't even taken his eyes off her. I can't believe you think like that. Issei let out a sigh of disappointment. I've been training with you for about 5 weeks, almost a month, but seeing you now and seeing what you think like that, he said without taking his gaze from her eyes. Penemu, you can't think like that? Was your father a complete idiot for simply falling in love? That's stupid. Issei. Penemu, Issei said, stopping her before continuing to speak. Penemu, do you even know the human world? During all that you lived, you were never interested in seeing the human world and everything that surrounds you with other eyes. Issei brought his hands to his shoulders and with a half smile on his face. Let me show you the world, you and I together, and I will do everything possible to make you leave those thoughts of yours behind. Penemu furrowed her eyebrows looking at Issei. Why are you interested in helping me, Issei? It's my decision. Issei scratched the back of his neck and with a nervous smile looked at Penemu. Because I know what it feels like to want to die, but also. A small blush appeared on his cheeks. It's just that a pretty girl like you doesn't have to have that sad look on her face, but a beautiful smile on her face. Penemu quickly looked away from the brown-haired boy, confusing Issei a little, without even realizing that Penemu was trying to prevent Issei from seeing her slightly pink cheeks. You're an idiot, she said, whispering softly. Did you say something, Penemu? I asked, missing the brown-haired boy. Penemu nodded and finally looked at Issei's face once more. It would be better if we rest for today. You have worked hard in your training. Tomorrow we will continue and finish all the training. Huh? Well, I think it's okay, Issei answered confused and then let out a sigh as he relaxed his body. Well, this is the city of Kuoh, said a hooded woman. Yes, this is the city where I grew up when I was a child. Another hooded figure spoke, standing next to the other hooded figure. Also, I want to see a childhood friend of mine. It would be good to have a talk before our mission. Can we, Zenobia? He said as he took off his hood, revealing the face of a girl of about 17 years of age with long brown hair tied in 2 ponytails and beautiful violet eyes. As long as you don't try to reveal anything about the mission for me, it's fine, replied the other hooded man. Like his partner, he also took off his hood, thus revealing a girl too. She had short blue hair with a green streak and was also 17 years old. For the moment it would be better to go to the nearest church to rest. Tomorrow we will go to the place where your friend is. Thank you very much, Zenobia, the girl shouted happily. Stop yelling, Irina, said the one known as Zenobia with amusement. Sorry, it's just that I got excited too. Irina would look at the city of Kuoh once more. I would really like to see it, and talk to it like when we were children. She put on a smile. Well, it would be better to continue and look for the abandoned church, and thus be safe for tonight. Zenobia stood with her arms crossed. I have heard rumors that there was a battle between a group of renegade fallen angels against the Gremory entourage in the abandoned church. What do you think happened there, Irina? I don't know, Irina replied, looking at her friend. But let's not talk about that and let's go to the church. Come follow me since I know where the nearest church is. Sighing it's okay, both exorcists began to walk towards the church that was on top of the mountain, while in the distance there were some feline-shaped eyes looking where the exorcists were going. The next morning at the Kuoh Academy, all the students were already entering classes. In one of the hallways was Issei walking tiredly with his trunk in his hands. "Good morning, Issei. How are you today?" A female voice spoke behind him. The moment he heard that female voice, the brown-haired man slowly turned his face to see the person who had spoken to him. "Yura-san?" The one in front of the brown-haired boy was Tsubasa Yura, one of the girls from the student council. Tsubasa has short blue hair, brown eyes and a fairly athletic body, and she looked at Issei with a smile at the brown-haired boy. "I already told you to stop calling me that when we're alone, Issei," Yura said as she approached the brown-haired boy. Okay, Tsubasa," the brown-haired boy said nervously, since he was not yet somewhat used to talking to Tsubasa comfortably. How this strange friendship began. Well, it was around 2 months ago, before Issei began his training with Penemu, and his popularity began to change at school. Also, the way they met was when they both collided. Since that day they talked a little, although the girl still distrusted the brunette a little. But even so, she decided to establish a conversation with the brunette. And who could say that you both have similar tastes, because Tsubasa, despite being a girl and everything, she loved wrestling and she really liked fighting, something that the brunette saw between fun and interesting. When I bring up the subject of fights with Yura practically speaks to her with much more enthusiasm than ever, and he also helps her with school issues once in a while. "I see you are more tired. Did something happen, Issei?" Yura asked. "No, I just haven't been able to sleep well at all." This was more than just an excuse to not tell Yura anything about his training with Penemu. "Okay, I believe you." Yura shrugged. "Hey Issei, tell me, do you have a relationship with Heizwaga-sensei?" "Huh?" Issei was surprised by this sudden question. "I'm not into anything with Heizwaga-sensei." He was quite nervous, which caused Yura to put a smile on his face. "It was already a joke," Yura said, amused. "Well, I really like seeing you, Hayato. See you later." "Yes, see you later, Yura-san." Issei let out a sigh of relief as he watched Yura go to her respective classroom. "The one I saved." "What did you save yourself from, Hayato?" "Heizwaga-sensei," he said, turning around to see his sensei. "Hayato, I want you to come to the infirmary after class. I want to talk to you about an important matter," he said as he started walking. "Don't be late, Hayato." With that said, Chisato Heizwaga headed towards her classroom, while the brunette was watching her from the hallway where she had gone. She sighed and then headed towards her class, while outside the academy, more specifically at the entrance of the academy, there were 2 hooded women. "May I know what you are offering?" Sona Citri asked seriously, while she was being accompanied by her queen Tsubaki Shinra. "We want to speak with those in charge of this territory." The heiress's eyes sharpened. "Come on, then. Once you finish classes, one of my subordinates will take you to the meeting." "Understood," one of the hooded men responded, turning around and leaving that place, both of them. "Tsubaki, I want you to inform Rias to gather her entourage," said Sona, while adjusting her glasses, "and I will notify the others." "I understand, Kaicho," Tsubaki replied with a nod. "What about Hayato-kun?" "Nothing for the moment." Sona narrowed her eyes. "At least not today. Tomorrow I will send for someone to help us with Hayato-kun." "I understand, Kaicho." "What's bothering you, Penemu?" Azazel spoke, observing his fallen companion, who was very distracted more than usual. "It's nothing, Azazel," Penemu replied curtly. "Why did you call me now?" Azazel saw her not very convinced, but shrugged his shoulders, since it was probably women's problems. "Well, I called you here today to find out how you are doing with the boys' training." "Issei?" Penemu raised an eyebrow at what Azazel said. "He has improved a lot in such a short time, but his capabilities as a human and his constant limitations, his potential cannot be exploited correctly," she said with her arms crossed. "I understand," Azazel said with a nod. "Is there anything else?" "Indeed, yes," Penemu nodded. "During our training, Issei-kun showed that he is capable of not only being a great prodigy with learning how to handle weapons, and also in the first moment I met him he showed qualities of knowing Tuki as well as having magical qualities." She would let out a sigh. "And the other thing I saw in him is that in his body he has several magical seals that prevent his magic from exploding suddenly. And his magical circuits are also sealed." "This is quite interesting," Azazel said, bringing his hand to his chin, while weighing what his partner had said. "I see that the boy has many more secrets that he doesn't want us to know." Azazel turned his gaze towards Penemu. "Penemu, did you discover whose magical trace was he emanating from?" Penemu would deny what Azazel said. "No, Azazel. I didn't recognize the magical energy that was being released. It wasn't from a god that we know of. I see, Azazel said with some disappointment. Why are you so disappointed, Azazel? Penemy asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, Azazel simply relaxed and put both hands behind his head. I simply wanted to meet the deity, that the boy was cared for, layers, and that he was his teacher. Plus there is the fact that he already knew about the supernatural. What did you discover, Azazel? Penemy looked more coldly, looking at her fallen companion. Azazel let out a light laugh at the look Penemy was giving him. It was definitely terrifying when this woman was like that. Less than a week ago, there was a battle outside of Kuoh. Azazel spoke seriously, giving Penemy an impression with the sudden change of attitude. And before you ask, the magical energy that was around and the strange aura that was all over the place was the same magical energy that surrounded your student Penemy. Are you telling me that Issei was training for a god? Penemy looked at Azazel, who nodded. But how? Neither do I know. Azazel raised his hands, at least confused. I also found several different magical traces, but a bit identical to what your student had surrounding him. A war between gods, Penemy said, slightly confused. But if that's the case, what mythology is capable of being at war with itself? It's supposed that battles between gods were totally prohibited. I would say yes. But right now, with everything I have, I can bet you that this fight is not going to be the only time we see this. Azazel would let out a sigh, realizing that this problem was getting bigger and bigger. Azazel-sama. Before Penemy could even say anything else, the doors were slammed open, drawing the attention of Azazel and Penemy. Rainier? What the hell are you going through for me to come in like that? Penemy said coldly, making Rainier shiver. Now, Penemy, you don't have to say anything to Rainier. Azazel quickly helped me not to suffer Penemy's punishment. TSKOK. Azazel let out a sigh and looked at Rainier, who was on her knees waiting for Azazel to give her permission to speak. Now, Rainier, Azazel said without taking his eyes off the fall. What is so important to interrupt this meeting? Yes, Rainier would stand up. And Azazel-sama, we discovered that Kokubile-sama gathered a group of 60 low and medium high level fallen angels, and among all of them they went towards the city where the sisters of the two Maos reside. The eyes of both leaders widened slightly in surprise. Was this guy stupid? Just as Azazel and Penemy were not stupid, because Kokubile was the only fallen angel of cadre level who was never happy to be the first to withdraw from the war. Rainier, what else do you know? Penemy asked seriously. Well, what I know from the information that one of the fallen angels who are infiltrating Kokubile-sama's troops is that they attacked the Vatican Church, taking several fragments of the Excalibur sword, Rainier said, making Azazel frown also. Besides what? Azazel said curiously. The Arturo family wants to have a meeting with you, Azazel-sama, and they will also send a member of your family to kill Kokubile and recover his fragments that the Vatican Church stole from them. Things were just beginning to heat up in the biblical factions, and now it remained to figure out how to prevent a war from breaking out between the biblical factions. Chapter 20. I'm here, Heizuaga-sensei, said Issei, entering the infirmary of the Kuoh Academy. Hayadu, I'm glad to see you again. I see that your escapades have helped you a lot, said Chisato, who was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, looking at the brown-haired boy. Please sit down. Okay, obeying what Heizuaga said, Issei walked to one of the beds in the infirmary and sat down, then looked at Chisato. Why did you call me Heizuaga-sensei? He asked. Easy. She would place her hand on his chest, right where his heart was. Stop this. Suddenly the brown-haired boy spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth, lightly staining Heizuaga's face. Little by little, he closed his eyes as he watched a strange magic circle form in his hand, and then finally fall. Before he even fell to the ground, Heizuaga caught him, and then in a quick movement she placed Issei on one of the school's stretchers, to simply look at his face. I'm sorry about this, Hayadu. She would wipe the blood with her hand, and then look at her blood-stained hands. But I need you to do this. At least this way you can truly unleash your power, even if it's just a little. She narrowed her eyes and then let out a sigh. I hope you'll forgive me later, she said. Huh? Where am I? Issei said, looking at the completely dark void that was around him. Ahaha, keep it, killer, huh? Issei quickly began to hear several screams from several people, who seemed to be fighting. What is that? From the distance Issei saw a small glow. Without hesitating for a moment, he began to run towards that intense brightness, while below him a path was beginning to form. It was something strange for him, but he did not give it importance. Aha, run, a dragon! Stopping his steps, The chestnut-haired boy saw a city completely in ruins, something that took him by surprise. The city was all in flames, several burned bodies, women, children, and above all there were several dead babies, some burned, others with parts of their small bodies scattered. A disgusting sight to behold. What the hell is this? Issei held his stomach, wanting to vomit from what he was seeing in that place, but strangely it felt so familiar. What? Suddenly his earrings began to shine. The whole place began to shake radically, causing Issei to lose his balance. Suddenly something was emerging from the ground. The only thing Issei could see was intense red eyes. G0000000. A loud roar came from that enormous beast that caused the chestnut to fly away and then crash against the wall of that destroyed city. He felt every muscle in his body completely destroyed by that impact. He raised his gaze slightly to see that the beast was a dragon. Issei said, seeing that huge dragon that was on top of a house looking at Issei. You don't have to worry about him right now. He's harmless to his host, said a male voice near the chestnut tree. Issei quickly looked for the origin of that voice, to see a man in his 20s standing with half his face stained with blood and with half his face emotionless. Issei quickly stood up and looked at the man in front of him. If you're going to ask who I am, you'd better say your name first, don't you think? The man said calmly. Hiya to Issei. Now it's your turn, Issei replied, looking at the man who let out a sigh. Sigh, what a horrible name, said the man, taking out a sword and then throwing it to Issei, who caught it in the air, and then looked at him with intrigue. My name is Bullied. And at the moment of saying his name, the man in a quick movement of speed appeared in front of the brown-haired man, and with his sword in hands he launched a powerful blow against Issei. Opening his eyes in surprise at the sudden attack, Issei received a deep cut across his chest to his abdomen, causing large amounts of blood to splatter while spitting blood in the process. He's very fast, he muttered as he stepped back and fell to his knees, looking in front of him at Bullied. Now pointing his sword towards Issei, I want to see if you are worthy of carrying those earrings with you. Stand up, higher to Issei, he ordered while walking slowly towards him. I want to see what you are made of. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, the brown-haired boy used all his willpower to stand up, and then looked at Bullied while taking his sword with both hands and standing on guard. TSK. Clicking his tongue, Bullied attacked back at Chestnut, who this time used his sword, blocking Bullied's direct attack. At the moment of using his sword as a shield, he felt a great current. I remembered his entire arm. Both began to exchange large amounts of blows, creating several waves of energy. Bullied moved brutally fast while Issei was completely on the defensive. His movements are too fast. I can barely keep up with him. He's not like Penemu, Issei thought as he blocked another powerful attack from Bolta. So far Penemu had barely moved with much skill in his training battles with him, so he must be at a higher level than Bullied. If I continue like this, I'll die any second. Desperate, and with no chance of escaping this fight, Issei took advantage of one of Bullied's openings, and with an agility movement he dodged another direct attack to use his sword and make a large cut, right in his abdomen, causing Bullied to suffer a medium deep cut that also forced him to take several steps back. I've got it! His eyes sharpened as if he were a wild animal about to attack his prey. I must take advantage right now, but he couldn't even react to the moment when Bullied had already appeared out of nowhere back in front of him. The moment Bullied appeared, he threw a strong blow to Issei's chest, breaking a large number of his bones that were about to touch his heart. What the buck? Issei groaned in pain as he lost his breath and saw Bullied, who was standing looking at him. He's very strong. I'd say he's capable of being on par with Penemu. His eyes traveled towards the dragon who was lying down watching that battle. Don't get distracted in a fight, said Bullied, looking at the brown-haired boy. If you do that, it could cost you your life in combat. You always have to be attentive to the enemy. Bullied began to take a step forward. Now we continue. And with that last thing said, Bullied moved much faster than the previous time. But this time he appeared behind Issei. Raising his sword upwards, he launched a slash in order to do great damage. But just at the moment the sword was coming down, a small smile formed on Issei's lips. Clank. Bullied was completely surprised to see how the brown-haired man was turning around, covering his attack with his sword. But what caught his attention the most was seeing a flame emerging from his left eye, plus the sadistic smile he had on. He couldn't react when the brown-haired man threw a strong direct blow to the abdomen, which made Bullied take a great step back. A piece of armor had formed on his entire left arm where the sword grew the most, and from the part of the armor that covered his arms it took on a deep gray color. His left eye was releasing a powerful flame, while Issei took a step forward and blew a large amount of steam from his mouth. Bullied looked in front of him at the brown-haired man who still had his sadistic smile on his face, and did not hesitate to put himself on guard. "I see," he said while looking directly at Issei. "Some doubt you are strong, but you still have a long way to go to control the sword." Throwing his sword on the ground, another sword formed in his hands. "Therefore I must take charge of bringing you back to reality," said Bullied while grabbing the sword with his left hand. "Now, raid!" And with that shout a powerful glow emerged from that sword, filling the entire place. And then at the moment that intense glow disappeared, Bullied was wearing a powerless armor fitted to his body while in his hand he held a gigantic spear. "Let's get this over with," said Bullied. In that simple but brutal movement Issei disappeared and appeared in front of Bullied, who using his spear as a shield blocked the powerful blow from Issei's sword, making him retreat. Issei, like a wild animal, attacked mercilessly towards Bullied, who used his spear as a shield blocking each direct attack from the brown-haired man. "What is this place?" asked a man with black hair and several blonde strands. "This is the place where we felt the last time that magical power that we detested," said another man, but unlike the first this one had blue hair. "It was about time you arrived, leader of the fallen angels Azazel, and it is also a pleasure to meet another fallen leader." Shemashai, a clearly female voice, spoke. "Well, it's also a pleasure to finally meet you in person," Tiamat Azazel said with his arms crossed and a small smile on his face. From the trees emerged a tall, beautiful, and slender woman, with sky-blue hair and eyebrows and blue eyes. She wore a general's outfit with long sleeves, a blue scarf around her neck, and high-heeled boots. "What do you want now?" Tiamat said dryly, looking at Azazel. "I doubt you came here to talk about something, when I can feel more than 500 soldiers surrounding this entire place." Azazel didn't take his smile off his face even as he nodded. "Without a doubt the stories that the other dragons tell weren't a farce." Azazel sighed as he looked at the only dragon queen in front of him. "I want to offer you a deal. What do you think?" "I'm not interested. I'm not willing to serve anyone," Tiamat replied coldly, looking at the fallen man. "Sai, I would have liked you to at least listen to my answer," Tiamat Azazel said as he took a step forward. "There is nothing that interests me about any of your kind, much less your race." Azazel Tiamat let out a growl of annoyance while Azazel simply looked at the dragon. "I understand your displeasure for us, but I need your help. It's a big emergency and I prefer that you listen to it." Azazel tried to convince the dragon. "I know that Drake lost several of your treasures and that's why you're hunting him, or rather killing all of his carriers. Or am I wrong?" Azazel smiled with victory when Tiamat stopped her step towards the cave and turned around to see him. "What do you know?" Tiamat said, turning around and looking at the fallen man. "A lot actually," Azazel replied. "I know that Drake had 2 extremely powerful treasures with him to defeat Albion in his fight. But we both know how both dragons ended," Azazel said with his typical smile on his face, looking at the dragon. "Also, something that caught my attention is the incredible amount of energy released by those treasures that were yours." "A question, Tiamat. One of those many treasures that you had. Were they sword-shaped earrings?" he asked. Tiamat looked at the fallen man seriously, and then simply nodded at what was said. "Yes, that's right. The only thing I remember about those earrings is that they enhanced Drake's flames. Beyond that I don't know much about what happened." "I see, and if I told you that those earrings are much more powerful than they seem and that there is someone, or rather a human, who has them in his possession?" Tiamat's eyes suddenly opened, and she looked at the fallen man. "Where are they?" She took a threatening step, causing Issei to quickly go on guard. "Let's say it's owned by a person who is currently being trained by Penemu and who is also the younger brother of one of Drake's carriers," Azazel said seriously as he looked at the dragon in front of him, who seemed to be very upset. "That damn Drake releasing part of his dragonic power." He began to make the whole place start to freeze. "Azazel, tell me what you want to tell me all this." Azazel looked seriously at the dragon and then lowered his arms. "I'm forming a team. I want you to be part of that same team." "Chew, and what do I gain from all this?" Tiamat asked, looking at the fallen man. "That's very easy, Tiamat. I'll let you have all the freedom you want with all the enemies. And you'll be in charge of everything, whether it's torture or completely directing your own group." "What an intense proposal," said Tiamat while she crossed her arms, highlighting her enormous breasts. "Well, you have my attention now, Azazel. I'm going to listen better to your proposal." Chapter 21. "Fufufu, is that all you can do, huh?" A beautiful woman with long red hair spoke, looking at all the bodies with a smile on her face. "Damn witch, what do you want from us?" said a man, apparently older. "Are he still alive?" She would approach, and would stand on her knees looking at the man in front of her. "It's incredible. I must admit that after all, despite your age to be an old man, you certainly have a lot of resistance." She smiled sadistically while she took him by the hair. "Now, tell me, where is he?" "I know you know what I mean," she said. The man in front of him lay on the ground covered in blood. He was completely injured from the face up with a large burn. He was missing his right arm and left leg, and his skin was becoming increasingly pale due to blood loss. He was also wearing a full body armor that was fitted to his body. "I'll never tell you, damn witch. What a shame." With that last thing said, with a quick movement she made the man's head explode, causing a huge explosion of blood that splattered all over the place, and staining a large part of his face and body. "I'm already done with the south side," Oda, a boy with two enormous horns, spoke, looking at none other than Oda Nobunaga. "Well done, Balthazar. I congratulate you for that." She smiled as she stood up, and looked at the teenager behind her. "Did something happen for you to have that expression on your face?" After Oda's question, Balthazar simply let out a sigh and looked at the demon in front of him. "Nothing special. Don't worry." He tried to prevent her from asking more than necessary. Whatever. Oda quickly turned around and looked around him. "No doubt these fools couldn't even get rid of my boredom. It's a shame. I thought they had more to offer me." Around them were what looked like a small village, where the whole place was a complete massacre. There were dead boys and girls scattered all over the place, and men and women were in the same boat. What was most striking was that they all wore very similar armor, unlike the children. "What are you looking for now, Oda?" Balthazar asked, with his arms crossed. "Attacking a village full of the elite of the clan of the gods is very reckless of you," questioned Balthazar, looking at the demon in front of him. "Sigh." Well, Oda would look at Balthazar and then begin to walk while using magic to remove all the blood that covered his body. "I have been looking for information about a special weapon, which was created by several gods in the ancient era." She began her story. "Because you're interested in that. With all this, what we did right now, we could provoke a war between the clan of the gods." Balthazar looked at the battlefield and Oda burst out laughing. "You're right about that. Most likely a war was about to start. I think it would be quite fun, don't you think?" she asked, looking at Balthazar. "You shouldn't worry about that. The gods long ago stopped worrying about their followers, since they are simply no longer interested in being in this world. Well, unlike one who is walking in the human world." "I know, you shouldn't say it," Balthazar replied calmly. It was no secret to most demons, angels, and fallen that for quite some time now the gods no longer even cared about the safety of their few followers. In fact, they no longer even noticed them. In addition to always letting them have control of their own lives, very few gods rarely noticed their clans and faithful followers. The Shinto pantheon, which was more plagued by many gods, whether higher-ranking gods or mid-ranking gods, even the lower ones were the ones who were most attentive to their clans, which were controlled by them. After a certain incident with the Himejima clan, in addition to the other gods that exist, they practically got bored of humans and followers and left them to their fate, although they continued to give them their blessings. Well, let's leave that aside for the moment. Also, I want you to do me a small favor. Balthazar. Oda would look at the young demon, who frowned his eyebrows. "Fufufu, I want you to go to the city of Kuoh and look for someone. And if someone causes you trouble, kill him. Is that clear?" "Yes, Oda," replied Balthazar, looking at the demon in front of him. Bullied would look in front of him at the teenager, who was in a kind of trance, as if he were a wild animal completely crazy and out of himself. Both began with a clash of weapons. Their movements were completely different from the previous ones. Issei was using much more brute force, and his movements were completely erratic and unpredictable for Bullied, who was doing everything possible to dodge the blows, but Issei's constant changes in movement and speed were radically surpassing him, even with his armor on, which thanks to that prevented his body from receiving serious damage, although that did not take away the fact that the blows he received did hurt him. "This boy is very strong," Bullied thought, looking at the brown-haired boy who launched several attacks at close range. "But if this continues, I won't be able to beat him easily." Issei blew steam from his mouth as his eyes glowed brightly, and the flame covering his left eye darkened more than usual, while his body began to form a tight full body armor, and a lock of his hair changed color to a dark green. Bullied didn't say a word as he watched the brown-haired boy staring at him with his cold eyes. However, Bullied didn't flinch and waited for Issei's next move. Disappearing in a blur of speed, Bullied used his spear as a shield, blocking the chestnut's powerful attack, who let out a great scream of rage, causing Bullied to take a few steps back as they both clashed their weapons. His movements were completely different from what they had started with, but Bullied managed to find a way to counterattack the brown-haired boy. Although he had to increase his speed to keep up with the fight, he was undoubtedly somewhat excited since he was showing the power of a warrior. He is undoubtedly strong, but he lacks a more mature mind. He frowned as he managed to dodge a great thrust from Issei. Besides being able to use the cursed legacy of the sword itself, it is very interesting. Besides being very young, what strange anomaly. More than 20 minutes into the fight, Bullied realized something about Issei, and that is that his power was increasing very quickly, something abnormal for a novice in weapons combat. Above all, he seemed to have a great ability to predict each movement. He is undoubtedly the strongest wielder in existence. Taking a great leap into the air, he launched a great thrust with his spear, completely destroying the land in the place. There is no doubt about it, it seems the sword is very compatible with him, and his strange growth and power increases more and more. I can't even keep up with him with my raid. The two earrings that Hayate Issei currently possesses are two swords completely different from the original sword, which have very different names but are still just as powerful as the original. The Raid Key and the Sleeping Dragon Head Beowulfs. Both are totally different with different abilities. Bullied took a safe distance, looking in the direction where Issei was. I finally see it. His eyes saw something that had caught his attention. So that's where your weak point is, huh? His eyes were shining red as he looked at the brown body. He didn't hesitate any longer. He took the red spear and, ready with what he had to do, he took a step forward, while Issei again released steam from his mouth and kept his sadistic smile on his face. This time Bullied attacked first, launching a thrust directly towards his head, a suicidal attack which was easily deflected by the brown-haired man, who raised his sword upwards, about to take his life. Gah! Was the scream of Issei, who flew backwards while spitting out a large amount of blood. The armor that covered the chestnut's entire body disappeared, while his body showed a large wound directed at his chest, while Bullied walked towards him without wearing his full armor. Well, this is going to be a long talk from now on. Bullied narrowed his eyes as he looked at Issei's unconscious body. Thanks for the food, said Irina Shido, who was being accompanied by her friend Zenobia. No problem, said none other than Izumi, who was totally surprised by what she just saw. Half an hour ago, school hours had ended, where both Izumi and her peerage partner Kiba Yudo faced both female exorcists who were sent by the Vatican in order to recover the fragments of the Excalibur sword. Things did not go well because Kiba wanted to fight both exorcists at all costs, who had fragments of the sacred swords in their possession. The battle lasted less than 15 minutes with complete victory for the Vatican exorcists. Well, since you ate well, I want to talk about an important topic with you, said Izumi seriously, looking at both of them. Well, what do you want to know? Irina asked, looking at Izumi. I want to help you with this issue you have, he replied simply. We also want to help you, said Kaneko Tujo, who was accompanied by Kiba Yuto and Saji Genshiro, a member of the student council and a reincarnated demon, HMP. And how can we know that we really want your help? Zenobia asked with a raised eyebrow. Because that way you'll have a better chance of winning a fight against someone who is very different from you. Izumi took the floor. While you have the right to distrust us, we all have the same goal of stopping this. I simply want to help Kiba-senpai, Kaneko said, looking at the mentioned, who slightly raised his gaze because of what Kaneko said. They are my family right now. Rias Bucho Akino-senpai and Kiba-senpai are my family, and I don't want Kiba-senpai to become a rogue demon. Kaneko said, Kiba looking at the aforementioned. It's fine by me, Irina said, looking at the demons. Wait a moment, Saji spoke, attracting everyone's curiosity. I am forced to disobey my master. This is not my problem right now. I'm sorry, Saji, but you're already involved with us in this matter, so you're no longer saved, said Izumi, looking at the Citri pawn with a victorious smile. So, do we have a deal? She asked, looking at Zenobia, who let out a sigh. Okay, we have a deal. The Gremory group demons smiled. Come back to the church later. We'll meet there and form a team to go look for the sword fragments. With that last said, everyone went back to their homework, while ignoring the fact that someone was watching them from a distance. How interesting, said the male voice calmly. It seems that Ryzavan-sama was right. Kokabil's plan would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the demons in this area, and those from the church are also involved in this. The man looked at that empty place for a few more minutes, Sarah. But he never managed to finish what he was going to say, and ended up exploding, staining the entire place with blood. Because this doesn't surprise me at all, said Hazelwaga, who was standing behind the dead body. I'd better finish the final preparations. She cleaned the whole place with magic without leaving any trace of that body that she herself had exploded. Sigh, this place at any moment will become a war zone, or rather a mini-war between demons and fallen angels looking towards the direction of the Kuoh Academy. Azazel, you are certainly doing a bad job with the issue of your subordinates. Well, I'm glad you're all together, Azazel said with a smile, seeing a group of teenagers standing in front of him. Azazel, why did you call us? Said a black-haired teenage boy surrounded by a group of beautiful girls and 2 boys. Well, Tobio, the reason is something easy, and I want to tell you that. Azazel let out a sigh and then crossed his arms. I want to mention the DXD initiative. Chapter 22. Where am I? You're in your mind. The moment he heard that voice, he quickly stood up and looked at the same man who had attacked him from the beginning, who was sitting quietly on a rock. You, calm down. I won't hurt you at all. He raised both hands. Well, now tell me, Haida Issei. I'm more of a teacher who will help you, just like Tyrant, pointing at the dragon who was looking at him intensely. The brown-haired boy said nothing and simply sat on the floor, looking at Bullied, who was totally calm, and then he realized that he had several bandages around him. Is this it? I put them on you. 2 Bullied's eyes met Issei's. I want you to explain something to me. Tell me, where did you get the earrings? Seeing him with some distrust, Issei touched his ears right where his earrings were. I found them lying in a forest, he said, looking at Bullied, who nodded. Well, I think this is going to take too long to explain, so listen to everything I have to say to you, said Bullied calmly. After Bullied had begun to explain everything about the earrings and their respective abilities, as well as the fact of the power they possess, Issei was completely amazed, as well as learning that the sword he currently masters is called Beowulf's Head of the Sleeping Dragon, while the other sword is called the Raid Key. Do you have a question? Bullied asked with an eyebrow raised at Issei. I don't think so for the moment, he replied calmly. Well, now I have to tell you something. Bullied looked seriously at the brown-haired man, and it will help you a lot when using your swords. Time skip. It was about time you woke up, Haida, said Hazelwaga Chisato, who was standing cross-legged looking at the bed, where the brown-haired boy was. Opening his eyes slightly, Issei realized that he was currently lying in his bed staring at the ceiling. How long did I sleep? Said Issei with a small headache. Half an hour, said Hazelwaga, beginning to caress her hair, very lovingly. I see, said the brown-haired boy briefly, while enjoying Hazelwaga's caresses. Well, you're still alive, that's a good thing. Did you learn anything? She asked doubtfully, looking at the brunette. Issei would look slightly at Hazelwaga's emerald eyes, who calmly waited for his answer. Well, I think my training was of some use. It's just that I have much more to learn, said Issei with a half-smile, although, well, leaving jokes aside, I did learn a lot from the information. Raising an eyebrow with some curiosity, she stopped stroking his hair, and then saw how the brunette sat on the bed, and then put his left hand with his palm open. Come now, Raid. At the moment of saying that name, a sword manifested in his hand, surprising the brunette. This is the key to the raid, although I see that by your face you already knew it, said Issei, looking at the brunette. Chisato would look at Issei, and then nodded. Yes, I know it. That sword is one of the 3 fragments of the Nero sword, the key to the raid. Unlike the other 3 fragments, although they are divided fragments, the other fragments of the sword you have 2 which are equally powerful, while the last fragment, despite being divided into 3, the one that is missing is stronger, Hazelwaga said briefly, looking at Issei. Yes, well, the previous user told me exactly the same thing, that each sword has a different ability than the previous one, said Issei, looking at Hazelwaga. Although, well, that. And the user? Hazelwaga nodded at what the brown-haired man said. Exactly, depending on the user of the sword, it clearly depends on the level of strength of the person who possesses it. For example, the raid is the sword that is easier to handle than the rest. On the other hand, Beowulf's is the opposite of raid, since Beowulf's has a mentality unique to the other 2, explained Hazelwaga, adjusting his glasses. Issei nodded. And what does the third one do? Issei asked, looking at the brown-haired girl. The last fragment of the Nero sword. Hazelwaga narrowed his eyes. Creston, he was a black dragon. His mother was Cassariel, and he was the grandson of Hesier, Hazelwaga explained briefly. I understand, Issei nodded, looking at Hazelwaga. I understand, he replied. I'm glad to know, said Hazelwaga, looking at the brown-haired boy, then stood up and looked at Issei once. Well, leaving that aside for now, let's go. I have a lot of things to start telling you. Follow me, said Hazelwaga, starting to walk. Without answering, Issei simply began to follow her, as they both left the infirmary. So this is the place where the meeting is being held? Zenobia said, seeing the abandoned church in front of her. Don't you think this is a little strange, Zenobia? Said Irina, looking at the short-haired, blue-haired girl, who let out a sigh. Yes, working with demons is also something strange for me. But we have no choice but to accept their help as long as we have Kokabeel, said Zenobia, with her arms crossed, looking in front of her. We are here, Zenobia and Irina, said Izumi, arriving with the rest of the demons. Well, since we are all gathered, Zenobia would look at the group. I think it would be best to separate into groups. She asked, looking at everyone. Sounds good to me. And you guys? I asked, looking at the rest of the demons. Good, and good. Kiba, Kaneko, and Saji responded, looking at the brunette, who nodded and would look again in front of him at the exorcists. So how do we split up? I asked, looking at Zenobia. Sai, I think it would be better if Kiba and I go somewhere else while you and the white-haired girl go with him, pointing at Saji, and you'll go with Irina. Do you think so? Asked Zenobia. Okay, let's go. With that said, the whole group separated. Kiba and Zenobia went to the south side, while Kaneko and Saji went to the north side, while Irina and Izumi went to the southwest. Meanwhile, in the skies, some red eyes were watching from the distance. How long has it been since we went out like this, Irina? Izumi asked, looking at Irina at her side, who nodded happily. Yes, I know, those were good times. Although it was very fun how we had fun and played as children with Issei-kun, said Irina with a happy smile. By the way, where are they? She asked, looking at the brunette, who tensed slightly. Well, he is. She didn't know what to say to Irina right now. She didn't know where her brother was or what he did during the day. Well, he's at home, she responded very calmly, looking straight ahead. Oh well, it would be a pleasure to see him again. Maybe after the mission I can go see him, said Irina, walking in front of Izumi. But instead the brunette began to get lost in her thoughts. As she continued walking, she had not had or known anything about her brother for a long time. Even with everything that was happening, she began to worry slightly about him, since he was not even home all day. He would even disappear throughout the day and come back at night. But he never ever ate anything with the family. While other times he would get up early before everyone else and leave. Where are we going? Hazewaga-sensei. He said, follow me, you'll see Hayadu. After Hazewaga's response, Issei let out a sigh. They walked for about an hour and a half, and were heading towards the outskirts of Kuoh City. As they both climbed the mountains, Issei was sure something was following them both, but he decided to ignore it. We're here, Hayadu, said Hazewaga, stopping her steps. This is the place I wanted to show you. She pointed with her finger to the front. As soon as he looked ahead, Issei was completely surprised by what he was seeing in front of him. It's this, as he said in disbelief at what he was seeing. It was a huge mansion with a traditional Japanese look. Do you like what you're seeing? Hazewaga said, amused by Issei's expression. Actually yes, but he was totally confused. Why are you showing me this? He asked, confused. Well, I know you're not feeling comfortable living with your parents, so I decided to create this house just for you, Hayadu, she said, leaving the brown-haired boy surprised, who didn't know how to react. Well, now let's go. I'll show you the whole house. He quickly approached the house that Hazewaga had bought for him. After the short tour they both took around the mansion, which was completely huge. No! This was bucking huge. It had a kendo dojo, archery, and other facilities, a large courtyard in the back with a small fountain, and the classic Japanese style. Well, what do you think? She asked, sitting on the floor, drinking a cup of tea that Issei prepared for her in her new kitchen. Well, he started to feel uncomfortable about the gift she was giving him, but it was very uncomfortable. It's a very nice gift, and all, but I think it's too much for me alone. Chisato nodded and placed her teacup on the table. If I had imagined that you would say something like that, she replied calmly. You don't have to worry about anything. You will have food and you will be protected, since the entire house is completely covered by several magic spells along with magic runes to prevent demons and any supernatural being from entering. She explained briefly. I understand what you're saying, but how do I say it? He said, scratching his neck. I think I'm still too young to live alone in this house. Hazewaga nodded, and snapping his fingers, a small folder appeared on the table. Take it and open it. Taking the carp, Issei opened it and stood there, and immediately began to read everything it said. The more he read, the more surprised he was by what he was seeing. They were the papers of Issei's guardianship. How? He looked at Hazewaga, who put a slight smile on his face. Well, as I said before, I know you don't feel comfortable living with your parents. And well, these papers were signed so you can live and be under my care, she said, seeing how Issei's eyes lit up with emotion. Also, Yasaka and Kuroka are the only ones who know where you live now, so you will have visitors and only I can let someone you trust in. In simpler terms, he could say who was allowed in and who wasn't, which was a good thing because of who would trust him in the supernatural world, so he would have to think clearly about who he would trust. Now Hayate Hazewaga adjusted his glasses. I want to talk to you about a very important topic, she said seriously. What thing? He asked. Sayusi, I want to tell you that during the hours that you were unconscious certain things happened, she said, taking the cup of tea from Issei. During your time in your unconscious, let's say that certain problems arose between the three great factions. What do I have to do with this? He asked, looking at her. Well, let's say that Kokabeel, a fallen angel of cadre level, steals some fragments of the supposed legendary sword Excalibur from the Vatican Church. She sighed and crossed her arms. Do you know what it means? She asked. I think I have an idea. Imagine this: at the moment that Kokabeel stole those fragments of the supposed sword Excalibur, they sent some members of the Church to stop Kokabeel. The other problem is that the Church sent 2 members of the Vatican who had in their possession 2 fragments of the sword Excalibur. In simpler terms, they were cannon fodder. But why? 2 exorcists. Even if they were super powerful, many exorcists had great limitations with their bodies and were easily killed. But suddenly he understood. Don't tell me that. Fearing the worst, she nodded. That's right, Kokabeel is in the city of Kuoh, and let's say he wants to start a new holy war, he said, narrowing his eyes. Although it's time for you to test your new skills learned by that fallen one who was training you. As Hayado, I can easily feel the aura of who you were meeting with these weeks. If you can find out everything you know, if they are united with Kokabeel, she said calmly, before everything starts a battle, I want that you, pointing with her finger, plan everything to stop Kokabeel. Was that clear, Hayado? Chapter 23. I think this whole place is pretty big, the brown-haired boy said to himself, looking at the kendo room. It's bucking huge, he shouted. No, you should be yelling a lot, Issei Naya. After hearing that female voice behind him, the brown-haired man was hugged from behind, feeling some huge and rather soft things on his back. Kuroka, he said, totally nervous, while he turned his head slightly back to see the beautiful Nikomata, who smiled amusedly at seeing the brown-haired boy's reaction. Hey Issei Naya, how have you been, Issei Naya? She asked, hugging him tightly. Did you miss me, Naya? She tightened her hug tightly. Well, what was he doing now? The Nikomata was in his new home and was hugging him. Although the reason he was uncomfortable was because of what had happened back then, he was quite uncomfortable. And now, with these new problems arising, it was too much for him. Letting out a sigh, and trying to calm his nervousness, he nodded. And well, yes, I missed you a lot, Kuroka, he said, earning a smile and a small blush from Kuroka, who hugged him tighter. I'm glad to hear it, Issei Naya. She felt really happy. How are things around here, Naya? She asked, finally separating from Issei. Well, he began to scratch his neck and then looked at the armchair that was in the living room. Why don't we get comfortable and talk? Well, do you think so? He asked, looking at her. Sounds perfect to me, Naya. Nodding at what the Nikomata said, they both walked towards where the sofa was, and sat next to each other. Kuroka on the one hand stood with her legs crossed while moving her 2 tails from one side to the other and looking at Issei in a very strange way. Kuroka, taking enough courage, he began. I want to ask you a favor? Attracting the curiosity of the Nikomata. What is it about, Issei Naya? She asked. There it is, was Izumi's shout, dodging a shot of light from Freed. Come on, Demon-chan. Is that all you have? The priest shouted with the cure, shooting several more times. The reason why Izumi was in this trouble is that she and Irina, who is currently on the ground, all injured. The easy reason is that they were both caught in a trap planned by the crazy priest Freed, who was the first enemy Izumi met when she was just starting out as a devil. Using her boosted gears as shield, she flailed the light blast from the priest, who leapt upwards and pulled a lightsaber from his robes and attacked her. Reacting in time, she put the boosted gears in front of her as a shield. Boost. Receiving a boost from the boosted gears, Izumi managed to push the priest away with a kick to his stomach. At the moment of receiving the kick to his stomach, the homunculus spat saliva and fell completely to his knees while holding his stomach. Damn bitch! He shouted while aiming his gun. I won't leave you! Boots, boots! 2 increases were enough to bring both hands to his leg and transfer. Passing the energy into his legs, his speed increased, and without even being able to notice Freed, He saw how Izumi's fist went towards his face, receiving the direct blow to his face completely. He flew backwards while blood came out of his nose. Very problematic mind, this broken. Irina! She shouted as she ran towards where her friend's body was. Hey Irina, wake up. Come on, wake up, idiot! She desperately tried to get her to react, but there was nothing. Damn daughter of a bitch! Fried shouted with great annoyance, looking at the brunette. Now die. Fried, stop it, a male voice spoke. Oh man, what are you doing here? Fried asked, turning around and seeing the man behind him. Before he could even answer, Kiba had come out of the forest with Zenobia, where they both attacked the father, but they were quickly intercepted by Fried, who appeared in front of them and cut off their path. There are more demons and a member of the church, said Father gaily, looking at the new ones who arrived. Izumi senpai Kaneko appeared next to Irina and Izumi, who let out a sigh. Kaneko, I'm glad to know you're okay, she said, relieved by the Nikomata's health. And Saji? She asked, not seeing him everywhere. But before Kaneko could answer, a small explosion occurred, where they both turned around to see how Zenobia and Kiba entered the fog without even being able to do anything else. They saw how both disappeared from their sight. What the hell is going on? Was the shout of Saji, who was coming out of some bushes. Are you all okay? Yes, we are fine, Izumi responded calmly, looking at Saji. Where were you during all this? Well, we have problems, he said in a nervous tone. Izumi, like Kaneko, both turned their faces slightly back and saw 2 or rather 4 girls standing with their arms crossed. Both seemed to have an annoyed expression, while Saji began to sweat coldly from Sona Citri's gaze. Izumi and Kaneko, can you explain it? Asked Rias. Same to you, Saji, can you explain it? She asked coldly. Time skip. After a good and long explanation by both members of the Citri and Gremory nobility, in addition to the information that Izumi managed to get from Fried about his plans and the theft of the Excalibur sword fragments, both heiresses listened to everything she said to the letter. They were between surprised and above all with some fear, because they were facing someone who is much stronger, and without counting that Rias and her entire entourage are barely fit to have a fight right now. The problem lies in that apparently even the church is involved in all this in order to start a new holy war, and with Kokabeel, who was a fallen angel of cadre level, who was a war machine, due to the trauma surely from the previous war. If this was so, it means that Kokabeel was only involved in this. Well, starting to think things through, Azazel was the current leader of all the fallen angels, in addition to the constant rumors surrounding him that he was simply very interested in the research of the sacred gears and that he was not interested in the war. So the most obvious logic was that Kokabeel was doing this behind his back, and without counting that they had no other options, they would have to resort to the last opportunity they wanted. Sigh, there is no other choice, said Rias, drawing everyone's attention. It would be better if I called my brother Aquino. Can you take care of calling him and explaining everything that is happening? Asked the redhead, surprising Sona and her own queen, who was putting aside her pride. If you let me take care of it, you'll have to, he said seriously as a communication circle appeared in his ear. Sigh, you're right, Rias. Sona would look at her queen. Tsubaki Shinra, am I surprised you want to call him? What happened to the proud Rias? She spoke in a joking tone, getting a laugh from Rias. Well, grow up, she said with some amusement. But it will be better to see how we take care of Kokabeel. She stood with her arms crossed, highlighting her enormous breasts. Rias, how are you and your remaining peerage? She asked, looking at her seriously. Exclamation point, after the sudden and unexpected question for the redhead. She simply nodded and said, We're fine, although I highly doubt that fighting in our current state will do us any good. Then let me participate in this fight too, taking both heiresses by surprise, who quickly turned around just like the rest of the remaining nobility were surprised to see someone very familiar to them. Balthazar, what are you doing in Kuoh? Asked Rias, intrigued to see her childhood friend just like Sona. What? Can I see some old friends of mine? He said with an amused smile on his face. Besides, I think it would be better to talk things over, don't you think? Be careful, partner, this demon is much more dangerous than it appears. Drake suddenly spoke in the mind of his wielder. Drake? She was startled by the sudden voice in her head, but quickly calmed down. Are you sure? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Oh well, he doesn't seem like a very dangerous being. Friend, don't trust people's appearances, not all are what they seem to be. Nodding and understanding what his battle partner said. I understand, I'll keep that in mind, Drake. Finally the dragon must have spoken to him, implying that the conversation was finally over, and then he simply began to follow Rias and the others and prepare for battle against the crazy cadre. Gregory, headquarters of the fallen angels. Azazel, are you sure you won't do anything to stop Kokabeel? Questioned Issei, the vice-governor of Gregory. Oh, just leave him there. I already asked Valid to bring him back alive, he said nonchalantly. This brought varied and different looks from all his Gregory companions, among them that of Issei, who looked at him with slight annoyance at the attitude of his fallen companion and brother. The other fallen one who was behind Azazel, called Barakil, let out a sigh knowing the attitude of his fallen companion. But the only one who did not keep her annoyance was Penemu herself, who was about to get up from her seat in order to hit her boss. But a strange pentagram formed above the conference table, where more than one person was on guard to see if this was an attack, and from that circle of pentagrams, a person fell onto the table. Issei? Said Penemu, looking at the only forgiveness that fell from that pentagram. Or rather magic circle. Raising his gaze slightly, he began to look around the whole place until he found himself in front of some beautiful eyes that he recognized. Feeling, he raised his hand in greeting. Hey. Hello, Penemu, said Issei with a smile. However, Penemu made a spear appear in his hands, and without hesitating for a second, Issei quickly stepped back, while the tip of his red spear was inches from his face. You're an idiot, Penemu said coldly. Do you want to die? She asked, looking coldly. I'm sorry, but it's the only thing I could think of, said Issei nervously by the look of the cadre, who let out a sigh. Also, you are very absent-minded with some of your things, showing him some purple panties, causing Penemu's cheeks to turn red with embarrassment and laughter from Azazel. A dangerous aura began to surround Penemu's entire body, making Issei begin to tremble. Well, leaving aside Penemu's carelessness, you must be Haida Issei, right? He asked, tilting his head and dodging the spear of light launched by Penemu. The moment he heard Azazel's voice, Issei turned his face slightly and then frowned slightly, as he looked at the fallen man, who was smiling in an amused way at everything that was happening. Yes, I know who you are, Azazel, leader of the organization called Gregory, a place where only fallen angels live. In addition to the fact that you fell from heaven for having human relations, you were and will be the only one of the fallen who are still alive after the Holy War. In addition, you have a hobby with sacred gears, and that you are irresponsible with the issue of your followers, said Issei, listing all the information he had about Azazel thanks to Hazwaga, who gave him the information of all the angels. Oh wow, it seems someone did their homework, he said, amused and somewhat impressed by everything the brown-haired man told him. Well, when you're going to meet the leader of the fallen, we all have to find the right information, at least that's what I think, he said with his arms crossed. Oh well, that's interesting, said Azazel, putting his arms behind his neck. Well, now I see why Penemu took you as a disciple. Congratulations on that, and I'm glad you made it out alive, he congratulated him while laughing. Well, from the expression on your face, I see you're already informed of everything that was going on, right? Receiving a nod from Issei. Well, why don't you get comfortable, and we'll talk about everything, shall we? Chapter 24. At the prestigious Kokabeel Academy, the cadre-level fallen angel sat completely at ease on a floating throne. As he looked out over the entire academy, finally, after so much time, what they've been waiting for most can be fulfilled. They can reignite a new holy war against the two biblical factions and finally prove that they are the best in the supernatural world, and that there's no one to stop them. He raised his gaze slightly to see how a strange dome was placed around the academy, which made him smile. Finally, I was pretty anxious about this little fight I was going to have right now, besides waiting to see which of the two older brothers would show up. But, strangely enough, he was feeling rather uncomfortable. Something was watching him, or rather, the opposite. There was someone inside this place, someone far more powerful than him was watching. The question here is, who was it? A small trace of divinity was noticeable throughout the academy. Wasn't this the territory of the demons? If this were the case, he should be careful with whichever god is in this place, as he might possibly interfere with his current plans. Kokabeel-sama. The moment they heard the voice, they would turn and see one of their pawns. This man was undoubtedly quite intelligent for a human, something interesting. And above all, he was willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Valper. I want you to get everything ready so our guests can see your achievement, Kokabeel said, placing his fist against his cheek. Yes, my lord. Withdrawing from that place, leaving the fallen man alone, who looked at the stars in the sky once more. Who would have thought it? Rosa. He whispered that name once more and then began his plan and started the new holy war. Grigory. There was a deep silence in the meeting room where Hyder Issei currently stood. He stood in front of the leader of all the fallen, and all his muscles were quite tense due to the immense power he felt from the fallen man in front of him. I was in another major league. Not even with Penemia had he felt all of this. The immense aura surrounding Azazel's entire body was completely suffocating beyond his imagination. But despite everything, he was calm and serene. Despite the power he was effortlessly suppressing. Well, what brings you to my humble abode? As he began his talk, Azazel calmed his nerves and looked straight into the eyes of the fallen angel who was sick with him. Well, he cleared his throat. I came to talk about a certain fallen angel who's about to start a new conflict. Well, it seems you're paying attention now. Settling into his seat if that's why I shouldn't. It's not about him, he interrupted. I'm talking about the strange events that are happening. I'm sweeping them under the rug, and I think I know you already knew, right? I asked, looking at him. Wow, what a clever boy, he replied with a smile on his face. Confusing Penemue. I see you apparently did some research while you were away from Penemue. What do you know so far? She asked, intrigued. Not much, he sighed, folding his arms across his chest. The point of all this is that Gabriel isn't working on this alone. He's getting help. Issei, what are you trying to say? Penemue interrupted, not understanding what they were talking about. Issei looked at his teacher and then let out another sigh. To be able to say it. Before coming to Grigory with Kuroka's help, Hazewaga had appeared at the house again only to provide information about what was happening in the dark. There has been recent movement among all the races of the supernatural world. Both fallen angels, demons, and even humans and gods are gathering among the shadows. Issei told her without taking his gaze from her eyes. Penemue couldn't help but be surprised. So now she understood everything, the reason why there were several places of divinity, and why the gods had been in a completely unstable state among themselves. And the constant fighting between them. They were not satisfied with the world today. Well, she turned her gaze to Azazel. I think there's a lot to explain. So why don't we start right away, shall we? Well, who's coming? Will it be the demon king Lucifer or the Mao Leviathan? Gabriel asked, looking at the group of demons in front of him. Rias and her entire entourage, along with Balthazar's company, were looking at the cadre, who were in the sky, watching each and every one of them. Rias took a step forward. Sorry to disappoint you, Gabriel, but we will stop you here. They had to hold him off like minis for about 20 minutes until reinforcements arrived and his brother came to help them. Rias was sure he wouldn't last a long battle, but with Balthazar by her side, she had a small chance of victory. Oh. Well, in the meantime, why don't you take care of my pets? Snapping his fingers, strange magic circles formed around all the young demons. And from them emerged several three-headed dogs. That's what they are. Cerberus, he said seriously. How was that possible? The dogs of Hades were supposedly under the full care of the Greek god of hell. Beware the gates, although these were very different from the Alpha. This is simply exciting. If you can hold on long enough to my little dogs, which the god Hades kindly lent me, I said with clear excitement, seeing the faces of all the young demons. Rias, Balthazar. The demon would turn her gaze to her side. Do you think you and your nobility can take care of the Cerberus? She would look at the Cerberus once more and give a nod. Stay calm. And let us take care of them. She nodded to her nobility. Kuniko, I want you to protect Asia. She will be our healer. With a nod from her. Isami Aquino, we will take care of this Cerberus and Balthazar. Looking at the aforementioned. Good luck. You laughed too. Eventually, the entire group split up. Balthazar glanced at the Gabriel cadre, who simply couldn't hide the smile on his face. Well, apparently the great famous Balthazar, one of the strongest young demons in the entire underworld. Being very much on par with Serog Baal, standing up and spreading his fallen wings, he looked at him. Do you think you can defeat me? He asked. I don't know, but... Placing his arm firmly forward and opening his hands, come now, Roki, and in his hand appeared a sword. This is a black demonic sword hailed as one of the strongest. Roki has built-in magic circuits, allowing him to channel its powers into him to release his limiters. Wow, it's certainly a beautiful sword, Gabriel said, looking at it seriously. The great sword of the Demon Lord. You certainly have quite a reputation, Balthazar, sighed, taking the sword from the hilt. He looked at it once more as demonic energy flowed throughout his body. The heavy air began to be felt throughout the place. Kokabel smiled and created a lightsaber the size of the one Balthazar was holding. Finally, Kokabel was the first to attack him. It was a simple but swift attack. Moving with his wings at great speed, he slashed with his sword, stabbing directly at Balthazar's heart, but the metallic sound resounded. Balthazar had masterfully blocked the cadre's attack. Something surprising for the cadre, who couldn't stop the emotion from running through his body, and they both began attacking each other. The movements were skillful and precise, and the clash of their weapons resonated throughout the room. Despite being a pure-blood demon, unlike all other demons, Balthazar's family stands out for not being ranged magical attackers. Instead, they are more likely to attack in close combat, which greatly increases their strength and constant powers. Roki, the strongest demonic sword in the demonic world. And a sword that was once used in life by the very same Mao Lucifer when he was still alive. A sword that had a life of its own, and with the user who wielded it, it would grow and increase the user's powers at the same time. A weapon capable of growing like its wielder. The sword was meant to be wielded by Rizavin Livon Lucifer. But the same sword rejected the legitimate son of the original Lucifer before the Civil War. After that, no demon had been able to wield it. Not even the strongest demons could lift it because the sword never accepted another. It was until Balthazar finally managed to lift it and make it react. It was right there that Oda Nobunaga herself, the youngest member of the Demon Council, took him in, raised him under her wing, and trained him. Eventually, as time passed, Balthazar began calling on the next Demon Lord. Moving away from Kokabel, Balthazar coated his sword in demonic energy and Roki, he unleashed the most powerful magical attack he had in his arsenal. Also known as the Annihilation Attack. An attack that killed and consumed even the souls of its victims. A devastating attack. Kokabel wasn't stupid and already knew about that attack. He attacked with several spears of light, thus avoiding the attack's damage. Feeling his entire chest burn, he looked down to see a large cut from his chest to his waist while Balthazar's right cheek began to bleed. Sighing, Balthazar wiped the blood from his cheek with his thumb. He took his sword in both hands and looked at the cadre. Kokabel would run his hand down his chest to look at his blood-stained hands, and then run his hand through his hair, and a smile would spread across his face. She launched several magical attacks of destruction. Rias killed 2 more Cerberus. Meanwhile, Aquino was flying in the skies, attacking with several holy beams. On the other hand, Izumi hit a Cerberus with her boosted gears, giving it more than 4 boosts. 3 Cerberus surrounded Asia and Kaneko. Seeing the advantage the Hellhounds had in numbers, she kicked the Cerberus in the mouth and moved much faster, grabbing the Cerberus's tail and throwing it at 2 of them who were coming for her. Yeowa! At that cry, everyone quickly turned their gaze. And they saw Asia about to be killed by a Cerberus. But something incredible happened, and it was the Cerberus ended up split in half. Sorry for being late. Everyone instantly recognized that voice. It was the exorcist named Zenobia Quarta who had appeared out of nowhere, and as more Cerberus appeared, several swords emerged from the ground, stabbing a large majority of them. Kiba! They all cried out in surprise to see their fellow noblewoman also appear on the battlefield. But before they could even celebrate, a flash of light caught everyone's attention. And they looked to see who it was. It was Valper, accompanied by none other than Freed, and in front of them was a sword shining a deep golden color, drawing everyone's attention. It's finally done. The legendary sword Excalibur, said Valper, proud of his masterpiece. Now Freed, take it. Obeying, Freed took the Excalibur, but both Zenobia and Kiba appeared in front of both exorcists. Knight Gremory. Let's join forces to stop this, and you can fulfill your revenge against the sword that took the lives of your friends. Zenobia said firmly as she threw her sword to the ground. Come now, Durandal, and from the ground emerged a sword surrounded by several chains. What caught Father Valper's attention most was that it was the same sword that the man had in his possession. How is it possible that you have that sword? I shouted, surprised and unable to believe it. Unlike everyone else who has to use that, I am a Durandal compatible wielder. Zenobia explained briefly, wielding her weapon with both hands. "Tsk Fried, take care of them," he ordered. "Whatever you say, old Valper," Fried shouted, launching an attack against both opponents. Just as the demon and the exorcist began to fight the mad priest, Fried used one of the Excalibur's abilities, which allowed him to create several illusions of his own. Those who attacked and injured the exorcist and the demon, who, seeing this small disadvantage, placed his hands on the ground and using his sword birth, created several swords from the ground, thus erasing Fried's clones, and also taking the damage himself with that attack. Zenobia, seeing an opportunity to counterattack, generated sacred energy in her sword and launched a blast of that power at Fried. He brought his sword forward, managing to stop the attack, but he felt a sharp pain in his back. When he turned around, he saw none other than Kiba, who had given him a large cut across his back. "Damn demon!" Throwing a kick that pushed Kiba far enough away, the Excalibur began to split and become more like a whip, the ability possessed by the fragment of the Excalibur sword, Rapidin. In addition, the greatly increased speed began to attack from all sides in order to hold off that attack from both opponents. While both were on Fried's side, the rest of the Gremory entourage was with Asia and Kaneko, gathered together, figuring out what to do against the cadres who were fighting Balthazar. "You laugh." Hearing her queen's voice, Rias Gremory looked at her entourage queen, who seemed to be in better condition, as did Izumi. "Akino and Izumi, we'll take care of it and help Balthazar against Kokobile," he ordered, receiving a nod from everyone. "Izumi, I want you to do this for us in battle. Try to gather as many boosts as you can so we can have a small advantage against Kokobile." "Too," they shouted Queen and Pawn. While Kaneko nodded, knowing she wouldn't stand a chance in close combat, it would be best to stay in the rear and attack at the first opportunity. "Aha! Aha!" Both Balthazar and Kokobile clashed their weapons. Kokobile quickly made a spear of light appear and attacked from close range in the direction of the demon's head. The man ran his face to the side, receiving a small cut on his cheek. He attacked with his demonic sword. Using his best attack, he once again unleashed great waves of power against the cadre. The cadre counterattacked with several spears of light, but before resuming their fight, Kokobile used his wings as he received several magical attacks. Balthazar turned his gaze behind him and saw Rias along with two members of her entourage. The current owner of the boosted gears and the queen of the entourage. "Balthazar, we came to help you." "Good." He nodded, knowing that with her help, there was a much better chance of winning this fight. "Do you have a plan?" he asked. "Yes." She nodded, looking at the blast site. "But it will be quite complicated to do." "I'm listening." Taking Roki with both hands and standing in front of the Gremory group, Rias and Akino spread their wings to fight in the air. In contrast, Izumi was giving several boosts. "I didn't think that the Gremory heiress herself would have enough guts to come fight too. This is very exciting," he said with total amusement in his voice, completely bordering on madness. "Come on, entertain me." Attacking first was Kokobile, who launched several spears of light in the direction of Rias and Akino. Akino unleashed her fallen angel wing and, together with Rias, created a magic circle as a shield. The spears collided with the shield. Rias and Akino took advantage of the small smoke screen and launched it. Their respective magical attacks using a mixture of the power of Hakai no Chikara and the power of Holy Lightning. They launched a powerful dragon magic attack. Kokobile simply couldn't erase the smile from his face. No. Instead, he created a spear twice his size and launched it at that dragon, not caring about the destruction it caused. Both attacks collided with each other, causing an explosion and a large smokescreen in the sky. Rias and Akino quickly decided to take more distance, and as they did, Rias saw several light projectiles directed towards her. But Akino got in front of her. Akino, receiving the attack. Akino began to fall towards the ground. When she was about to hit the ground, nothing had happened. She was floating in the air. But she felt like someone was holding her, and when she looked up, she couldn't even see who that person was holding her. "Are you okay?" And right there, she heard a male voice that was clearly worried about her, but at the same time, she knew whose voice it was, but she couldn't remember his name. But when she looked closely, she saw the direction where the face was supposed to be and saw some kind of armor that was completely camouflaged. "And I'm fine, thank you." "Transfer. Go now, Roki." Feeling a great surge of magical energy surround his entire body thanks to the transfer of power, Izumi passed him by more than 25 times. He launched his great and powerful magical attack towards the cadres who, upon seeing the power level of that opponent's attack, he simply used his wings as a shield, creating a huge explosion that stopped everyone in the fight. Rias and Izumi were still standing behind Balthazar, who was watching everything. That attack was definitely very good. If I hadn't released my wings it would have really hurt me. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, including Balthazar himself, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kokobile was still there, alive, staring at each and every one of them. He had barely received a scratch, but I'm already starting to get annoyed. Saying that, he created a gigantic ball twice the size with which he destroyed that gym. Throwing the spear, both Balthazar and Izumi created magic circles in order to defend themselves while the rest saw everything in slow motion. That attack. The spear hit and generated a huge explosion which created a large curtain of smoke that completely covered the place where the three demons were. Kokobile smiled with great emotion seeing that finally his plan bore fruit, and he could finally start a new war, but something caught his attention, and he saw something inside the human curtain, and apparently he was not the only one who had noticed it. And just as the human curtain was dissipating, everyone saw a red-tipped spear pointing skyward in Kokobile's direction, and they saw the spear move and clear the entire smoke screen, finally revealing who the intruder was. In front of the estuaries, Izumi and Balthazar himself, there was a man wearing a gray armor with the appearance of a teenager, and that same armor was carrying that red spear. Chapter 25. The tension in the air was felt throughout the entire place. No one present had an answer to what was happening at the Kuoh Academy. They hadn't even been able to sense a trace of magical energy releasing from that armor. Except for Kaneko, who felt a faint, familiar energy releasing from that armor. It made her entire body tremble in fear, and she took a step back to speak a few audible words. Dragon. Kokobile's expression grew even more serious upon seeing the gray, dragon-like armor. In addition to the spear in his hand, which unleashed a great deal of magical energy from it. Well, this is quite interesting, said Kokobile looking at the armored man in front of him. For his part, inside the armor, Issei looked around the academy and observed his surroundings. First, there was Kiba with a blue-haired girl in front of a priest and a father of the church plus a strange sword in his hands. So that is the famous sword Excalibur, he thought with some disappointment when he saw the famous sword. At first he thought it would be a beautiful sword as they told in the legends, but he was surprised that it was not as he imagined. Now, directing his gaze towards Kokobile who was in front of him, he took his spear with both hands and then placed himself in a posture quite familiar to Kokobile. He had his left foot forward, leaning his body forward, and gripping the spear with both hands. The stance was also quite confusing for the demons. That stance? Kokobile furrowed his eyebrows as he recognized the stance. He made several spears and lightsabers appear. That damn witch! Without even hesitating, Kokobile was the first to attack him, which caused all the demons behind him to quickly create magical shields. With the help of Akino, he was able to, moving with a burst of speed aided by his armor, Issei launched himself at Kokobile, dodging all the projectiles with abysmal speed. For Issei, all the projectiles coming in his direction moved in slow motion, making it easier for him to dodge, and to the cadre's great surprise, Issei appeared right in front of them. With the edge of his spear, he struck the surprised cadre with great force, causing him to fall to the ground with great force, creating a small crater. Falling to the ground on his feet, he looked at the spot where the cadres was and was surprised by his great strength. Wow, he thought with quite a bit of excitement. This is amazing, I feel so much stronger. Kokobile got up from the ground while spitting some blood. That bastard. The moment he looked at Issei he saw him. While the brown-haired boy looked at his hands, Kokobile managed to see a gigantic red-eyed dragon behind him. Tell me one thing. Everyone, without exception, looked at the cadre who stood up. The demons were quickly on guard, except for Balthazar, who began walking toward Issei. The one who sent you for me. Was it really her? I asked. However, Issei didn't answer him. Oh, calling Issei's attention. Balthazar stood beside him, holding his sword in his hands. How about an alliance to stop him? After his question, Issei looked at him for a few moments and nodded. Then they both stood at attention and looked at the cadre, who smiled with amusement as adrenaline coursed through his body. Good. Creating several spears of light entertained me, and with that shout he threw the spears of light. Both ran towards Kokobil's direction where Balthazar used Roki. He launched his powerful magic sword attack, destroying the spears of light and creating an explosion along with a smoke screen. Issei, without hesitating at any moment, entered into the smoke screen without hesitating for a second. But what he didn't count on was the centuries of experience the cadre had. In an attempt to attack him by surprise, Issei was the one who was surprised to see Kokobil standing in front of him, who with his bare hands grabbed him by the face and then slammed him into the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Kokobil was stunned after being hit. He created a sword of light to block Balthazar's back attack. Balthazar, without hesitation, attacked the squad with everything he had, easily blocking and deflecting the attacks. Getting up from the ground, Issei grabbed his spear and ran to help the demon. Seeing him coming, Kokobil created another sword of light in his hands and blocked the attack of both with both swords made of light. Come on, that's all they have! Screaming at the top of his lungs, Kokobil broke free from both of them and attacked them. First, he launched a thrust towards Issei's chest, who dodged it by moving to the side. Balthazar used Roki as a block and managed to hold back Kokobil's attack. Before Kokobil could attack him back, he received a strong kick to the face, which knocked him away from Balthazar, who seized this opportunity and Go, Roki! Using his devastating magic attack towards the cadres, who was still somewhat stunned by the brown-haired man's kick. He was about to receive the direct attack, however. Before the blow even hit him, he managed to react in time and barely dodged the attack. Well, I tried, he said, but they need more to be able to defeat him. He couldn't finish his sentence as he felt a deep pain in his abdomen and coughed up some blood. Looking down, he saw a red spear that he recognized instantly, and when he turned his head, he saw how, little by little, the same armor reappeared in his vice range. Annoyed by this, he didn't hesitate to grab the spear and thus prevent him from escaping. He managed to stab him, creating a weapon made of light. Without hesitation, he threw it at the abdomen of the armor. What he didn't expect was what followed. It was that the same weapon of light had been destroyed at the moment of impact against Issei's chest. That? You lost. Instantly, all Kokobil saw was the fist of the man in front of him heading straight for his face. Finally, he felt something hit his right cheek, then fly out and crash into the wall, his eyes going completely blank. It's over. He was feeling his entire body getting tired. The armor won't hold much longer. And I don't need the demons to find out who I really am. He frowned when he heard the metallic sound, which turned his face to the side and saw how Kiba destroyed the Excalibur. How is it possible that you? Valper was quite surprised to see what had happened. He had seen Kiba blend the two essences of that crystal, which contained his friend's prayers. He had also blended his demonic and angelic energies to create his sacred demonic sword. Little by little he began to think how this could have happened if it was supposed to be totally impossible to mix, until he came to the conclusion. Perhaps, before he could even say another word, his head rolled across the ground courtesy of Kiba. As his eye bled, Issei watched everything, but his entire body quickly stiffened, and without hesitating for a second, he quickly turned around with his spear and blocked a back attack courtesy of Balthazar. They stared directly at each other, attracting the curiosity of everyone present. Those who watched intently before they could even say a word, the barrier covering the entire academy shattered. A large white glow descended from the ground, blinding everyone. The Hakuryaku, Issei thought as he had that chance to escape, kicking Balthazar in the abdomen in order to get him away. Quickly using his camouflage, he began to run while disappearing from that place, leaving that demon alone, who never took his eyes off that place. Outside the Kuoh, Penemi watched from a distance as the Hakuryaku flew out. He frowned slightly and made a red spear appear. He turned around. You're late, Issei. Sorry about that, but using the raid is quite tiring. Coming out of some bushes, completely covered in sweat, Issei came out and looked at the group who approached him. Then he simply took out a rag and began wiping his right cheek where there was a blood stain, making him blush slightly because of how close the group was. Come on, let's get out of here. Congratulations on defeating Kokobil. She put on a slight smile. although Gabriel is the weakest cadres of all of us. Wait, what? He yelled in complete surprise, seeing the group laughing in amusement at his expression. Gabriel was the weakest. He didn't want to imagine how different he was from the others. Let's go now before anyone else arrives. Besides, I have to take you to Azazel, who wants to show you something. Oh, okay. Listening to Penemu, he approached her as a magic circle formed beneath them, and then they disappeared from that place. Upon reaching Gregory, in the meeting room, Azazel was completely calm, looking at some magazines. Oh, I see you're here. So, how did it go? After his question, Issei approached and sat on one of the chairs, as did Penemu, who stood with her arms crossed. Issei managed to win it, although he had some help. I see. And him? Issei looked slightly confused as he looked at both of them. Those who noticed Issei's expression simply nodded at Penemu, who snorted in annoyance. Issei, you know who? Was he the one who destroyed that barrier? The Hakuryuku. Why? He looked totally confused. The little Hakuryuku is part of Gregory, Azazel said, attracting the brown-haired boy's gaze, who opened his eyes slightly in surprise. Also tell me, are you interested in meeting him? It was already dawn in Kuoh City, where Issei was currently preparing to head to Kuoh Academy. Finally, after everything that had happened yesterday, he hoped today would be a peaceful day. Although these last few days had been quite strange with his interactions with his parents, he shouldn't think about that yet. Well, I'm ready now. Opening the door to his room, he started walking down the stairs without meeting anyone. It was probably 6 in the morning. They were probably still asleep, so he took advantage of the situation and left the place for the academy, just to see his sensei. While he was walking through the city, he didn't even realize someone was following him from behind. He never looked back until I heard. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned his head slightly to see the same demon he had seen yesterday. Only this time, he was wearing more human clothing and had kept his horns hidden behind magic. Something told him this day would be quite long. What do you need? I know you know who I am. So put aside your ignorance. Balthazar replied coldly, sharpening his gaze at the demon in front of him. He was ready and prepared to use his incursion, just to free himself from it. At the moment I have no intention of fighting you, he said calmly. So relax. We don't want to cause problems with those who control this territory. Sensing that there was no ill intention on the part of the demon, he simply nodded. He slightly lowered his guard, causing the demon to finally turn his body, turning his back on the brunette. Come follow me, I want to show you something. With that said, Issei began to follow him in total silence without saying a word. Their walk was very silent, but above all, it was quite tense on Issei's part, and he never let his guard down. He had entered the Kuoh forest, and then stopped in front of a small river that he had found since he was a child with his friend Shido. Good, he took the first word. What do you want, Demi? Balthazar turned slightly to focus his gaze on the brunette. Before he could say a word or two, a magic circle formed behind Issei, who quickly moved away from Balthazar and the magic circle. From there, a beautiful woman with long red hair and eyes the same color as her hair emerged. She was wearing armor that was tied around her body, which highlighted her large figure. The moment he saw her emerge from that magic circle, Issei's entire body tensed greatly and began to tremble. The moment he saw that beautiful woman in front of him, he felt a great danger, which had made him stiff, unable to move a muscle, in addition to the incredible thirst for blood she was releasing. So you're the brat who defeated the fallen idiot. She looked him up and down. She put on a smile. Interesting. Chapter 26. You're an idiot. That's offensive, but am I right? She asked. But you're right. Heizuga Chisato looked in front of her at Issei, who was sitting on the floor of the dojo of his new house. He had a rather calm expression on his face if it weren't for the fact that inside he was quite thoughtful about what he had just found out. Issei had returned from the academy only to find himself confronted by none other than Oda Nobunaga herself. She was the youngest member of the Demon Council of all. Despite her previous history, Oda was one of the few pure-blooded devils who lived with humans. In human history, Oda Nobunaga was a prominent daimyo, feudal lord, from the Sengoku period to the Azuchi Momoyama period of Japanese history. The son of a minor daimyo of Owari province, he fought against other members of his family for control of the clan following the death of his father, killing one of his brothers in the process. In 1560, he faced a large army, estimated at 40,000 samurai soldiers, commanded by Imagawa Yoshimoto, with only 3,000 soldiers during the Battle of Okahazama. Thanks to a surprise attack, he emerged victorious, placing Nobunaga at the pinnacle of the country's military power. Before learning that she herself was descended from two demons from two powerful clans, Oda was often mistaken for a man in Japanese culture, much like King Arthur Pendragon. Well, it's also interesting to know that Oda Nobunaga is interested in you. Why do I feel like this will be a bad thing? Chisato looked at him for a few moments and sighed. She had to agree with Issei at this moment. Oda Nobunaga was an ultimate class demon who is very much on par with Ajuka and Sirzechs Lucifer, and with so much power on top of the incredible military army that she possessed, in addition to her nobility that is close to reaching ultimate class demon. Few demons are undoubtedly powerful, but Oda was far above everyone in the underworld, even higher than the other council members. But unlike the council members, she is not interested in the underworld, because what she has found out is that she has been investigating several noble houses, especially the heirs of the most important noble houses in the underworld. What are we going to do now, sensei? Sigh. For the moment I try not to do anything stupid. Currently, with what happened with Kokubile, the factions entered a state of tension, not to mention that the Nordic faction has also stuck its nose into this. Wait, what? I shouted in surprise. That also means, seeing Heizwaga's face, he knew immediately that he wasn't lying. Apparently Kokubile not only attacked the Vatican, but he entered Asgard with someone's help and managed to prevent Hamdale from seeing him, he said, adjusting his glasses. So it seems he wasn't the only one working with the Fallen. I understand, but what will happen now? I don't know anything at the moment. So you'll have to try to stay calm, and try to avoid being discovered at the Kuoh Academy. I don't want to deal with demons, and you have other things to worry about. Like what? Study before your exams. If you don't pass with more than 80, I'll make you suffer throughout the entire training and make you study about all the supernatural cultures, she said coldly. Issei began to sweat coldly at Heizwaga Chisato's gaze, then simply nodded at what she said. Okay, sensei. Walking through the castle's halls, Balthazar calmly surveyed the entire place. What are you planning now, Oda? Balthazar thought with a frown. Do I notice you're distracted, Balthazar? Humph. When I turn around, I don't expect to see anyone of great importance. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mephistopheles, he said respectfully. Mephistopheles is a middle-aged man with gelled hair, a mix of red and blue. He has heterochromia. His left eye is blue, while his right is red. He also gives off a rather strange atmosphere around him from all the demons who were in this place. Mephisto was one of the few demons who were there during the ancient time of the original Mao. May I know what you need? I just want to tell you that thank you for your contribution in the Kokubile battle. You did well to help the Gremory group. Hump. But I also know that you weren't there in Kuoh for a reason. I know that you have a good friendship with Oda Nobunaga. Mephisto's eyes shone. Which makes me very suspicious of you in that place. You can lie to the Maos, and I know that they won't swallow that lie like I did, although of course the main problem would be Oda. Humph. I wouldn't be willing to challenge him for the moment if I were you. Oda has a lot of political power and has quite a few allies in the underworld, not to mention the fact of the military power that she herself possesses as well as her nobility. Balthazar responded. You're right. It would practically be suicide to confront Oda right now. Mephisto looked the young demon in the eyes. Roigun Belporg, Lord Baal are the most powerful demons to deal with in the underworld, although of the two the most accessible would be Roigun, since Lord Baal is simply breaking the old demonic laws. Anyway, I have matters to attend to in my territory, and I must speak with Tannen. Passing by him. Whatever you and Oda are doing, believe me when I tell you, you will not get out of this unscathed. After saying this, Mephisto walked away from the place, leaving the young demon alone. He never looked back, so he simply continued on his way. Mephisto's words were true. He highly doubted the Maos would believe his made-up story, and he would do his best to find out everything about him, plus the fact that it would take them a long time to discover the truth. Not only that, Oda would be in trouble for what he was doing. He finally reached his destination, and the moment he opened that door he saw the 4 demon kings in the room, as well as the members of the demonic council right there, as well as Oda, who was sitting on a throne with her legs crossed with her fist on her cheek, watching all this with interest. Well, since you're here, we can start this little meeting. Sirzechs Lucifer was the one who took the floor. This is going to be quite long, he thought with slight annoyance. Well, the reason we're all gathered here today is to talk about an incident that occurred just 2 days ago. Sirzechs began speaking as the main leader of the underworld. Sirzechs controlled everything that was a matter of the underworld, whether political or other issues, or also the fact of being the figure that imposes the most respect among the Maos. Seraphil Leviathan is mostly in charge of negotiations abroad as well as being the representative of the underworld with other factions. Ajuka Belzebu is in charge of the technology of the entire underworld, and finally Falbium Asmodeus, who was in charge of the military troops of the entire underworld. We've been hearing about this, Sirzechs, get straight to the point. One of the members of the demonic council said calmly. Well, as you know, both the underworld and the Gregory are practically on the verge of destruction. Of course, for example, we no longer have many soldiers, so the conflict would simply be the extinction of both races. Many of the demonic council members seemed annoyed. What are you suggesting, Sirzechs? Said another member of the council in an annoyed tone. I want to propose an alliance between the 3 major factions. At the time of finishing many of the council demons, he did not hesitate to show his displeasure. That's ridiculous. How dare you suggest something so stupid? There were several members of the demon council who did not agree with this, and 3 other members of the demon council were quite calm, as was Oda, who turned his gaze to the members who were refusing. Tell me something, Lucifer. Oda took the floor. The moment Oda took the floor, many of the members of the demonic council quickly fell down, and stood still waiting for Oda to finish speaking. Yes, Oda-sama? What do you think the alliance can be beneficial for us? I want to know what it is that can help us demons. Oda-sama can't. Shut up, I'm not asking for your stupid opinions. She interrupted him. Here I'm the one who's in charge. It's clear you bunch of old men are still alive simply because of me, which is why I want you to keep quiet. The moment she said those words, further releasing her demonic aura, she made the members of the demonic council remain silent. Quickly and very reluctantly, it was obviously not the first and last time that she herself interfered with the orders of all the members of the demonic council, going so far as to kill 3 of the previous 10 that there were, in front of the entire underworld, demonstrating why he was known as the feudal lord. You may as well continue, Sirzechs. Understood. He nodded. Oda-sama, if we manage to form not only the alliance with the fallen and the angels, but especially with them, we will finally be able to leave our differences behind and make the underworld begin to change and leave behind the old rules that have tied us so much. How attracted you? Before another member could say anything, his body ended up exploding, causing a large part of his body to fly everywhere, staining many members of the demonic council. Oda had his right palm open. While he still had his other fist on his cheek, he had a completely neutral expression. Your proposal is very interesting, Sirzechs. Oda would look into the eyes of the Demon King. Tell me, how would you make the factions unite? With the Kokabille incident, tension gradually grew between the biblical factions, not only among us but also in the Norse, which is why I am proposing a faction meeting in Kuoh City this week, and to be prepared at the Kuoh Academy. Why Kuoh? That is the best place for the meeting. We would be in a Diablo territory. It is practically the safest place for us, and thus we could even have the meeting with all those who participated in the battle. Said Sirzechs. Okay, I approve. Thank you very much, Oda-sama. Very well, now just try to play your role well in this negotiation with the 3 factions, and Seraphil. Looking at his happiness. I want you to go to Asgard and try to negotiate with Odin, to be an invited member of the faction meeting. This took many in the room by surprise, some with some displeasure among those on the demonic council who were still stuck in the old rules of the underworld. I don't just want the biblical factions to remain on friendly terms, Sirzechs. I actually want them to try to convince Odin to join our cause. I understand, Oda-sama, replied Sirzechs. Okay, now let's talk about something else. Turning his gaze towards Balthazar. I want you, Balthazar, to give detailed information about everything that happened in that place. Balthazar took a step forward and nodded. It's okay, Oda-sama. So I see that's what's happening. Yes, milord, currently not only the biblical factions seem to have been moving, but there are also several groups commanded by that woman who have been investigating. We shouldn't worry about small nonsense for the moment. Oda Nobunaga may be the most dangerous of all in the underworld, said the man sitting in a chair with a glass of wine. But it seems that we will have to start moving. What does my lord suggest? For now, I want you to keep me informed about everything, because after what Gabriel did, our plans have to move forward right now. I understand you shouldn't worry about that, he suggests, following his orders. You may as well go. Keep me informed of the situation. I understand, my lord. Oh, and one more thing. Try to keep all of our information hidden. I don't want anyone to know about our little organization yet. Received. And with those last words the hologram disappeared completely, where the man settled comfortably on the sofa, drinking another glass of wine. What shall we do now, sir? Euclid, I want you to prepare everything to begin it's time to properly form our organization. He would look at his cup and smile. Clippeth. That's what he said in a small whisper, and then took another sip. Chapter 27. Another morning to go to school. Letting out a sigh, Issei grabbed his backpack and was ready to head to the Kuoh Academy. Humph, though I feel like I forgot something. He didn't give it much importance and left his room, heading towards the main door of the house. However, what he didn't notice was the strange leaflet that was on the refrigerator door, which was emitting a strange glow after that. The leaflet stopped glowing and began to burn and disappear completely. Arriving at the academy, Issei was in his classroom sitting while he was writing down the last notes. Hi, it's Kiba-kun. Hearing the female screams of the entire audience, Issei didn't even bother to look to the side. Ito, you are Hayata Issei-kun. Seeing himself completely confused by the call from the prettiest boy in the entire academy, it didn't take a single minute for all the female students to stare at the brunette with a sour face. Oh? It's me, I answered without taking my eyes off him. What do you need? Hey, my president and Sona Kaicho want to talk to you about a certain incident that happened the other day, she said with a rather friendly smile, something that made Issei frown and nod. Okay, standing up, lead the way, pretty boy. He knew well that, as a joke, demons only spoke to humans when they truly wanted something or even something more. I also didn't agree with the method they used with reincarnation, but what can they, of course, of all humans, as long as they have power and fame, Aryan, whatever. He had finally arrived at the occult club, and upon entering he was greeted by the beautiful one Sama of the Kuoh Akino Himejima Academy. Bucho already brought Hayata-kun. Okay, Kiba, you can go there. A beautiful redhead spoke from the other side of the desk. Nice to finally meet you in person, Hayata Issei. Can I call you Issei? If that's okay, I have no problem. Sitting down on one of the sofas in the living room, he saw that all the members of the student council were there, as well as one of the previous exorcists from the other day, and then his gaze focused on his sister, and then he moved on. Why did you call me Ria-senpai? I asked, still knowing the answer. We can put aside a little of the fact that I know you know about the supernatural, and that you were also the one who fought Gabriel the other day. Another voice appeared in the place, leaving Issei frozen by the immense power he felt. He quickly stood up and out of nowhere made his raid sword appear. Calm down. I just came to meet that mysterious guy that Baltazar-kun told me about, said a red-haired man being accompanied by a maid. For some strange reason Issei's body was quite tense and trembling from what his eyes were seeing. The flame from his left eye appeared, alerting everyone except the redhead, who watched all this with intrigue and interest. What the hell is happening to me? He thought in panic as he felt every part of his body tense and impossible. Like someone like him has that much power, he's stupidly strong. His instincts told him to stay away because he knew this cursed man had much more strength than him. His left eye and that flame that he is releasing is caused by his earring, and it is like a warning measure. Well, I could see from that stupid smile a great gentle crimson energy surrounding his entire body, and that does not stop growing, just like the maid who accompanies him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sirzechs Lucifer, and I'm Ria-tan's older brother. I'm glad to finally meet you. He introduced himself. Gah! He's one of the Maos. He wasn't stupid. He had heard from Kuroka and Chisato that the 4 current Maos far surpassed the power of the previous Maos. Wait, he's Ria-senpai's brother! Still not believing what he said, he looked at Rias and then back at Sirzechs. In the blink of an eye, Issei had his sword at Sirzechs' neck, while the Mao Lucifer had his finger on his forehead. Oh, I see you have a very good reaction. I'm surprised you can keep up with me, he said happily without removing his finger from his forehead. This one held. The flame in his left eye increased, while a strange armor was generated on his right arm. Calm down, I just wanted to see what you were capable of. If you managed to fight Gabriel, you must be quite strong. Lowering his finger from his forehead. Now why don't we introduce ourselves properly? I am Sirzechs Lucifer, and I am one of the 4 Satans who rule the underworld." He extended his right hand, while Issei saw how all the crimson energy had calmed down around the Mao, which made the flame in his left eye disappear completely. Finally, he accepted the handshake. "I'm Hayate Issei," he finally decided to answer. "I see that you are Isara's younger brother. It is a pleasure to know that everyone in your family is so strange, although it is a shame that you already belong to another side," he mentioned, leaving everyone half confused. "Rias, by the way, I want you to free your other bishop. It's time you started. Use all your pieces." Looking at the redhead would be the one who nodded. "It's okay, Onisama." Good, looking at everyone in the room and then turning his gaze back to Issei. "It was a pleasure meeting you in person, although I didn't think you would be capable of being so defensive with me. I certainly hope to hear many great things about you," he said as he heads towards the main door. "It was a pleasure seeing you all, as well as you too, Seker Udai." Leaving the occult club, Sirzechs was walking alongside the maid, who seemed to be serene. "Sirzechs-sama, may I ask why you did that?" the maid asked. "Humph, I saw something interesting in the Grayfia. Above all, it made me remember an old friend of mine from those times when we were just children." A smile appeared on his face. "His look, and above all, that same sword, or rather was his. Did he just do it on a whim?" "Yes, that's right," I reply, shrugging my shoulders. "It's a shame he's already an ally of the fallen. I would have liked to get to know him better. Besides, that strange armor that formed on his right arm also seems familiar to me." "What are you suggesting?" "I want you to research everything. I'm giving you permission to enter Lucifer's private library. You have everything right there, although it's not the same as the library in heaven." "Why so much interest in that human Sirzechs-sama, Grayfia? If I just tell you, what would be the point of keeping it a secret?" Looking over her shoulders, "Of course it wouldn't be entertaining," I downplayed it. "I understand, Sirzechs-sama," was the short and simple response of the maid. While in a beautiful forest deep in Northern Ireland, there was a beautiful woman with long violet hair with red tones and crimson eyes, who was walking through that forest calmly. She stopped in her tracks when she felt a gaze behind her, but she didn't give it much importance and continued walking forward. While that gaze didn't leave her sight, the woman stopped in her tracks in a beautiful clearing where there were several deer. "Why have you been looking for me?" he said dryly. "Well, I didn't think you'd accept the proposal so easily, God Killer," said a male voice sitting on a branch. His face was covered, leaving only his blonde hair visible. In addition to having a tall stature and a thin build for her part, the famous woman known as the God Killer or the Immortal Witch Scathach. I didn't think all the minor gods would contact me to do your stupid work." He narrowed his eyes. "What do you want?" he asked. The man sighed and then looked at the Immortal Witch. "I want you to kill someone quite dangerous to my plans. Amaterasu won't do it because she has no intention of killing him," he said indifferently. "Do the job and I'll pay you well, okay?" Scathach watched as a photograph fell into her hands and looked at it for a few moments. "A teenager?" she said mockingly. "Are you really afraid of this? Why don't you do it?" "I would do it if I could, but the brat is being protected by a member of the clan of the gods. You know, the absolute law of the gods being the first to step on the earth and create the world." Scathach frowned as she looked at him and put the photo away. "Are you sure you want to do this? You know that if they find out, you'll not only get Amaterasu and the rest of Hachiman into trouble." "You shouldn't worry about that, Witch. I have what you need to stop and kill him. In fact, I included members of the god clan who want the boy dead," the god said, throwing her a stone carved with several figures. "Use that and you won't be detected by them, or rather, by her. That's your job, and then we'll talk about your pay, Scathach." He stood up and released 2 wolf ears. "Good luck." Disappearing, Scathach looked at the photo once more, and then furrowed his eyebrows even more. Hayate Issei lives in a part of Kuoh City. No doubt Brat has a lot of bad luck to mess with someone from the god clan. Heaving a sigh. "Even though I have nothing else to do, I hope that at least that deity fulfills my dream." Going through a black portal that formed in front of him, he disappeared from that place without leaving any trace. "It's good that the day is finally over," said Issei, who was by the Kuoh Park. "Hayate-kun." Upon being called by his name, Issei raised an eyebrow and then saw the same girl who had invited him on that date. Her long black hair and violet eyes were focused on him. "This girl is very pretty, plus those breasts." He couldn't help but stare at the girl's 2 breasts. "Ito Hayate-kun, can you stop looking at them? There are people here," she said, completely blushing while looking to the other side. "Oh, so you were here, boy." Leaping forward and turning quickly, he saw who it was. You dad, they both said as they looked at the black-haired man, who was wearing a robe and had a calm look. Wait, did you say dad? Issei asked, looking at the black-haired girl. That's right, Azazel is my father, the girl said. And I am beloved Yumarianer. Oh, his gaze traveled to the fallen, who simply shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care, then gave a signal to Rainier, who nodded. At that moment a strange dome of energy formed around her, causing Issei to summon Incursio. Relax, I didn't come here to fight. Besides, you're Penemu's apprentice, so don't worry about it. He raised his hands in a sign of peace. How have you been, kid? Seeing that there was no hostility on the part of the fallen, Issei lowered his hands and made the raid disappear. Okay, I'm listening. Smiling, Azazel sits on one of the benches and then signals to Issei, who sits next to him. Do you know the reason why I came? About the faction meeting that will take place in a few days, right? Azazel nodded and stood with his arms crossed. This meeting is the most important meeting in the entire history of the supernatural. Azazel sighed. It's a very important meeting in this world, because not only is the survival of the supernatural beings at stake, but also that of the human world. Attracting Issei's curiosity, he looked at him for a few moments. Why humans too? Azazel laughed at the brown-haired boy's question, then leaned back against the bench. You know that in the supernatural world there are 3 lines, the human and the supernatural. Azazel closed his eyes. These 3 lines are marked in different ways: heaven, where the gods and angels are found, then earth, where humans are found, and finally hell, where the demons and those souls who fell into the pit are. Issei opened his eyes, understanding what Azazel wanted to tell him. I see you've already understood, by your surprise. Azazel's expression deepened. Even though the world is divided, if this were to start a war, where do you think the battlefield would be? Humans themselves would be caught in the crossfire. What about the gods? Azazel let out a laugh. Listen to me, Issei. The gods have a rule that it is completely forbidden to come down to the human world to help them. Unlike us, we respect nothing and we are not allies of any god. We have, and we are the only ones who have that freedom, and you are the ones who are responsible for bringing about the apocalypse. But aren't you supposed to believe that Lucifer is dead? Ha ha ha, well, the apocalypse didn't depend solely on Lucifer, you know. He put on a bitter half-smile. Even though Elohim is dead, the apocalypse was written so that anyone who takes Lucifer's position will fight against the angel Michael himself. The two clashed swords, and the world was destroyed. An image passed through Issei's mind. It was someone completely identical to him who had his body covered in armor. One of his locks was shining red and his left eye was releasing a powerful flame. In front of him a female figure who was carrying a sword of fire and crimson armor was launched at him. Both clashed their swords and then brightness covered everything. Opening his eyes in surprise, he saw Azazel, who was looking at him. What the buck was that? Are you okay? He was brought out of his train of thought by Azazel's question. He nodded. I was just thinking. He sighed and looked straight ahead. Why are you telling me all this? Unaware of what he had just imagined, he probably set his sights on the fallen man. I want you to join the fallen of Gregory Haida Issei. Hey! Chapter 28. I want you to join the fallen of Gregory Haida Issei. Hey! It was the only thing that could come out of Issei's lips, who was half shocked by the sudden question, as was Reincarnation. But she quickly recovered her posture after thinking about it briefly. She would be a great ally for the fallen of Gregory more than her strange power. It seems that Dad has been planning this for quite some time. Reincarnation narrowed her eyes for a moment. No wonder he's interested in studying it, even though he has to deal with Penemu-sama. Well, boy. Do you accept the deal? Azazel extended his hand. Issei thought for a few moments while he watched the hand of the fallen man who was waiting for the answer. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, and then thought, and clarified things. Well, Hazewaga was not with him at that moment, and he doubted if she wanted him to join a faction, but Penemu was also there with them. I have to think it over carefully first, was his reply, without looking at Azazel. Oh well, it's fine anyway. It's not like I'm in a hurry. Azazel shrugged and withdrew his hand. When you're ready to accept the deal, call me. Finally, the barrier disappeared, where Azazel handed him a small pamphlet. Issei took it without hesitation. He looked at it for a few moments, then let out another sigh. I'd better get out of here before someone unwanted shows up. With that in mind, Issei headed home. While in the Occult Research Club, all the club members were standing in front of a door. So is the other member of your nobility here, Bucho? Isara spoke, looking at the door that was blocked. That's right, Isara-chan. This is the place where the other member of the nobility is. Akino replied with a smile as she approached. But why is he locked up there? I asked with doubt. That's easy to answer, and it's because he has a power so great that it's even difficult for Rias to control it, which forced him to seal it for his safety, Akino explained briefly. Kuoh, then he must be pretty strong if Bucho had to lock him in there. Isara watched as Rias destroyed several seals. She was wondering how strong this new member of Rias Gremory's nobility would be. She expected him to be someone strong, but when it came to opening a door, Ayahayi, Isara looked quite confused, as did Zenobia and Asia, who looked everywhere looking for the remaining member, but all they saw was a coffin. Gasper, it's time for you to leave. No, I don't want to. It's horrible outside. At the moment Rias approached the coffin and opened the door. At the moment of doing so, Isara, Asia, and Zenobia looked at the girl who was there. She had short white hair. She was her beautiful Mamante. Is she a girl? Zenobia spoke, quite confused, but this caused a few small laughs among the remaining members. Hump, did something happen? Asia said, surprised. Well, girls, it's not she, but he. I speak Akino. His name is Gasper Bloody, and he likes to cross-dress. I understand now that that's what happened. Hazewaga spoke while sitting on a futon, while drinking a cup of tea, while in front of her was Issei with his arms crossed waiting for an answer from Chisato. Hazewaga took a moment to think things through and, narrowing her eyes, she looked directly into the brown-haired boy's eyes. Since you accept Azazel's proposal, it's a better option for you. Huh? He looked totally confused. But wasn't he supposed to avoid the biblical factions at all costs? That was before everything went to hell. Literally, the demon who is behind you is a very dangerous woman. And above all, she likes to collect rare species like you. You shouldn't trust Azazel, Issei. Despite making a fallen angel who fell because of lust, it's better for you listen carefully to what I have to tell you right now. Issei looked at Chisato for a few more moments because he didn't know what to think now. Although he was easily discovered by that demon named Baltazar, now this was happening. Azazel, his life taking another turn. He didn't know what to say about it. Layers, and his bad luck follows him everywhere. Damn my luck! He let out a grunt of annoyance. Issei, I want you to accept so you can form allies. You can't fight the upcoming battles alone. You're still weak, Hazewaga said. Listen to me. She would take Issei's chin with her hand and caress it. I'm not trying to tell you that you have to fight all the battles. I want you to have allies with whom you can fight alongside them. You have Kuroka and Penemu. I need you to stay alive. Do you understand that? Yes. Enjoying how Hazewaga's soft hands touched his face, he looked down a little and there he saw the enormous breasts. They were totally different from Rias Gremory's. You could even say that it was bigger than Akino's. She couldn't help but feel a small line of blood coming out of her nose. But she quickly wiped it off and looked once more into Hazewaga's eyes, who never took his eyes off her. If you just want to look, you had to ask me. You know I wouldn't bother showing them to you, she mentioned calmly. And at that very moment Issei's brain stopped working. He was left thinking about everything Chisato had told him and, time skip. Oh, that was fast. I thought it would take you longer to call me, Azazel said in a funny tone. So you accept? Okay, I accept your deal, Issei said, making Azazel laugh, but I have conditions. I want you to fulfill them. If not, there's no deal. It sounds like the most logical thing, he replied in a relaxed manner. Azazel knew that Issei would ask for something in return. He didn't have to be a genius to know his conditions, so he wouldn't bother trying to comply either. I want all the details about Kokobile. I want to find some information about a certain person. Is that all? I thought you were going to ask me for money, or even women, you being so perverted. Although I'm surprised Azazel couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I'll accept the deal. What information do you want to look for? It's about Kuroka Tujo, Issei said seriously with his arms crossed. For his part, Azazel raised an eyebrow at what Issei said, but he sighed. He knew that Issei and Penemu were training. In fact, he wasn't that surprised. What do you know about her? I asked. Not much actually. All I know is that she's being wanted by the demonic faction. For a first she committed. Well, at least you know something. Azazel narrowed his eyes. You know that she killed a high-class demon. More specifically her master, leaving the brown-haired boy surprised. You think it's easy for her to be free of her crimes just like that? Although with the current Maos you have many opportunities for her to be free of charges, he mentioned. Now he didn't know how to do this part, although his main idea was to help Kuroka. But now that he knew this, he took a few moments to think carefully about what he had to say at this moment. Okay, if you said that if there is a possibility that Kuroka is free, I will take that risk of helping her. After all, she helped me and I owe it to her, she said with determination, but then a memory passed in her mind, and it was of that time when both of us almost had sexual relations. She couldn't help but have her cheeks red from embarrassment. Well, whatever you want, if that's all I'll help you. Azazel accepted Issei's words without much trouble. Now Penemu is about to arrive, so she will give you the mark. Turning around after Penemu is done with you, I want you to come to Gregory. I want to introduce you to several people interested in you. After Azazel said that, he left while a magic circle appeared behind Issei's back, who turned around to recognize who had come. It was Penemu, who was wearing a beautiful secretary suit that showed off her great figure and highlighted her enormous breasts. He couldn't help but blush as he watched the cadre approach him. It's a pleasure to see you again, Issei-kun, he spoke calmly and with a half-smile to his disciple. Azazel already informed me everything beforehand. I was sure that you wouldn't accept. But I see that I was wrong. I will only ask you one question, Issei. Are you sure about this? I will do it, Master, Issei mentioned to his teacher while he didn't take his eyes off her beautiful crimson eyes. I want to do it. Even if I'm not strong, I want to be strong so I can protect the people I love, he answered with conviction. Penemu simply nodded in approval. Now you know that if you join us, the fallen will have many enemies who do not hate, especially the gods. Penemu narrowed his eyes. We are the most hated beings, even more hated than the demons, Issei. If you join us as an ally, you will have many people behind you if they discover you, Penemu mentioned while taking his cheeks. I know, Master, and I'm willing to do it. Even if I have to hit a god to protect you, I would do it, Issei said unconsciously. Penemu was completely in brief shock upon hearing Issei's words, while a small blush formed on her cheeks. Master, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Issei asked, observing Bandola. Penemu remained silent for a few moments, then did something Issei hadn't expected. She placed her hand behind her head, even though Issei was a bit taller than her. She didn't hesitate for a second longer, and, Issei's eyes widened in surprise as he received Penemu's kiss on his lips. A magic circle formed below Issei while Penemu's enormous wings came out of his back. The 6 wings that emerged from his back were a beautiful deep black color that enveloped the brown-haired boy. While Issei simply didn't know how to react to this kiss, he felt a strange energy begin to run through his entire body around him. As if they were green vein marks began to be noticed on his arm and face. The kiss lasted a little over 5 minutes and Penemu finally stopped kissing Issei's lips. Finally, when she separated from the brunette's lips, she was with a small blush but smiled while touching his right cheek. It's ready now, you are part of Gregory Hayadu, Issei. She took out her hand and took a much more serious composure. Now you are an ally of the fallen angels of Gregory. If you're going to ask about the kiss, it was simply the easiest way to leave the mark all over your body that you are part of the fallen. Turning around, she would begin to walk. Don't take this as if it were a kiss of love. In fact, it was rather the most effective way to do it. Don't ask any stupid questions about it, and forget about it. It was the only thing she said to leave the room, leaving Issei with the words in his mouth. After she left the room, Issei stood there while looking at that door where the fallen angel came out. He brought his hands to his face. What the hell was that? Silence surrounded the student council room where all the leaders of the 3 great biblical factions were gathered. Of the demons there was Sirzechs, Lucifer, the current Mao of the underworld, along with Seraphil Leviathan, who was in charge of meetings with other factions from outside, accompanied by the Gremory group and Citri. On the other side was Michael, who is the Archangel of Heaven, the one who banished Lucifer from the heavens, and finally there was Azazel with his arms crossed, accompanied by the hacker Yuku, and Issei, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Well, you don't believe how tense this place is, Azazel mentioned, amused at this. Why don't we leave this alone and start with what we really came to do, don't you think? He said once more. It's time to say this. Michael took the floor. Let the meeting of the 3 biblical factions begin, Sirzechs said seriously as his eyes showed a crimson glow, the power of destruction. We have everything ready for the attack, Katara-sama said, a soldier on his knees. Well, it's time to start our first attack, and that's to finish off those fake Maos. What do you think of these, Didiora? Chapter 29. CCOR. Hearing something strange, he fixed his gaze everywhere without being able to find anything in particular. The place was completely dark to his vision. Hey, beautiful! Once again those screams come back. I look around in search of the source of that voice. In the end, all he could see was a trail of blood on the ground, forming a large path. He took a few steps forward to see more, but the further he went, the more a path was forming on the ground. What's strange? Talking to himself, he continued walking forward. Little by little the path began to form more, and much more blood appeared around everywhere. The light in the distance began to become more noticeable. Ayuda! What the devil? Letting out a cry of surprise, he began to run toward the city, which was completely on fire. As he increased his speed, he began to see the city completely destroyed, surrounded by a great amount of fire. Bodies were scattered everywhere. He finally stopped his wanderings, and opened his eyes in surprise when he saw the people he knew all lying on the ground dead. There was no one there but a large pile of dead bodies. Suddenly the ground began to shake greatly, causing him to take a few steps back until finally a gigantic snake emerged from the ground. No, it was a gigantic dragon that had emerged from the ground. The only thing he could observe of that dragon was the color of its scales and how wonderful it was. Ggrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr its eyes fixed on the DXD. Opening his eyes in panic, Issei got up from his bed and then turned his face to the side. What the hell was that? He spoke to himself, looking at his hands and then noticing several drops falling from his forehead. It was just a nightmare, right? He narrowed his eyes for a few moments and began to deny those thoughts about what had happened, although he had doubts about it. He decided not to say or do anything about it, so he stood up and went down to the kitchen for a glass of water. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he began to drink water calmly while observing the night sky from the window, sighing, "I think I should think about something else than that strange dream." He narrowed his eyes again until something caught his attention. He had heard a noise at the top of his house, which quickly summoned his sword in Curcio and began to climb slowly until he reached the door of one of his rooms that was also near the dojo. He quickly opened the door, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Hi Issei Naya, do you miss me?" The one who spoke was none other than Kuroka Tujo, who was lying in bed wearing very provocative clothes and also having a blush on her face while looking at the brunette's abdomen. However, she couldn't answer for what she was seeing in his eyes at that moment, while a blush appeared on her face. "Naya, I got it." She licked her lips as a strange purple mist appeared behind the brunette. "What?" "Because I feel." He tried to control his breathing a little, but it was making it impossible because his whole body began to heat up. "Issei Naya, don't you want some?" When his gaze turned to Kuroka, who was touching her breasts, attracting the attention of the brunette, who was simply totally caught by that beautiful sight, Kuroka smiled hexually while licking her lips and then with her finger signaled the brunette to come a little closer to the bed. Following the Nikomata's request, Issei walked over to stand in front of the huge bed while his cheeks were still red. His left iris changed color to red while Kuroka began to crawl on the bed until she was near the brunette's waist. Issei simply stayed still there while Kuroka unbuttoned his pants. Looking a little further, he saw the beautiful and fleshy ass of the Nikomata. Releasing a little air from his mouth, he saw Kuroka look at him and then smiled again and "Pip! Pip!" Opening his eyes again, Issei quickly looked to one side and then to the other until he realized that the sun had already risen and that he was in his room. He looked at the place once more. "Was it just a dream?" he said to himself, looking at the ceiling. "It was about time you woke up." Hearing that feminine voice, which he instantly recognized, he turned his face to see Chisato Hazewaga, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and short joggers that barely covered her entire thighs, leaving her beautiful legs exposed. "Sensei, I'm glad you're awake." She crossed her arms, making her breasts jump a little. "We have to talk about something important." "I understand. You know today is the day of the faction meeting, so I want you to do something for me at that meeting." He raised an eyebrow at this but nodded at what his sensei had said. "I want you not to rebel against the other factions yet. It's not the time yet, since there could be more problems." "Is it because of Oda Nobunaga?" Chisato nodded and opted for a slightly more serious expression. "Oda is not someone you can easily maintain control. She is a quite powerful woman who even managed to subdue the Maos and any super demon. She even caused great destruction in the underworld to fight against the current demon king Sirzechs Gremory and Ajuka Belzebu, the two strongest super demons." Hazewaga nodded and continued with his story. "Exactly. I still can't figure out what that woman is looking for. But you have to be sure of one thing, Haidu, she is not someone to be taken lightly. Try to stay as far away from her as possible." "I understand. First of all, use this." Throwing a kind of clothing, Issei looked at the design of that garment that she had given him. "It's a special gift. Try not to break it if you want, and above all, stay safe." With that last thing said, Heizwaga left that room, letting go of the brunette who looked at the suit once more and then simply couldn't help but smile at the gift Heizwaga had given him. How long has it been since I received a gift? He said to himself, looking at the clothes. I'd better get ready. DXD. It seems that everything is already in its place, thought to himself the brown-haired man who was on top of one of the buildings of the Kuoh Academy. I never thought that this would be the place. There are many fallen angels and demons, even angels from heaven. Each and every one of them are in this place and all armed, ready for a confrontation. He frowned at the huge number of enemies there were. This would certainly be a pretty big battlefield if all of this were to get out of control around the world. Feeling a small drop fall on his head, he slightly raised his hand to see how it was raining. Is this it? Opening his eyes in surprise. I bled. He quickly looked up to see several magic circles had appeared in the sky, killing a large number of angels, demons, and fallen angels. It was a direct attack against the factions. Then everything had frozen, causing Issei to raise his gaze and then turn his face to the side towards where the building is to see his clone, who ended up disappearing after that explosion. Without even realizing it, he quickly summoned his Incursio sword and jumped back, dodging a back attack. Oh, I see you are someone incredible. You managed to dodge me. Congratulations for that, human. From that smoke screen came out a woman wearing black armor, and she was carrying an axe on her shoulder. TSK, I managed to react just in time. He gritted his teeth as he looked at his rival in front of him. I barely managed to feel that bloodlust, but now. The girl in front of him showed a great amount of bloodlust, which managed to unsettle anyone, but for Issei this was something new, because his body automatically reacted, thus managing to dodge that attack from her back. He kept his distance to avoid receiving any damage from her. But the woman made a great leap upwards as she lashed out with her axe. Seeing her in the sky, she placed her sword down, holding it with both hands, ready to block that impact. DXD. The faction meeting had been going well for quite some time until time suddenly stopped, causing most of the young demons to stand still, except for the Excalibur fragment bearers, and the two celestial dragons plus the faction leaders who, due to their power, were not affected by it. His reaction was quick, where Azazel laughingly sent Valet to fight outside against several magicians using his balance break. The Hakuryuka was shot into the sky. However, the Sekiryutai and Rias Gremory went to rescue the half-vampire and his tower Kaneko Tujo. While the other faction leaders were on the academy campus, a huge pentagram formed in the sky, attracting the attention of everyone present. The ones who frowned were the leaders of the underworld, Sirzechs, Lucifer, and Seraphil Leviathan. It's been a while, you fake mouse. A beautiful dark-skinned woman wearing glasses observed the leaders of the biblical factions. She frowned at the rest of the leaders. A rather reckless attack on your part, descendant of Mao Leviathan. Azazel observed and mentioned while looking at the Mao. Ha ha ha, really? Did you think this would be such a simple attack? While it was true that the original plan was to arrive and attack, someone gave me a much better idea: to kill him and take what belongs to me once and for all. Briefly explained the descendant Leviathan, watching the leaders. Interesting, really? Even if that's your plan and you attack us, do you think you can handle that? Not me, but I have some very interesting reinforcements. The moment he finished speaking, the Gremory group appeared along with the current Sekiryutai, bringing Kaneko along with Gasper. Before anyone could say anything, it was the maid Grayfia Lucifer who stood behind everyone, moving at great speed. As soon as she was behind, she created a huge magic shield blocking a powerful back attack. No one knew how to react, but at one point, Sirzechs' eyes shone with intensity. He turned his gaze, and he approached his wife. Emanating a great power of destruction, many fled, even Grayfia herself. So you're also involved in this, Didiora? What would your brother think? Ja, do you think I really care what he tells me? He's just someone who likes to be locked in his laboratory. Oh, so you're the one who kidnaps the nuns, right? Brat, you certainly have enough nerve to show yourself. This surprised Michael, who watched the demon laugh madly, as many holy maidens had disappeared from nowhere for quite some time. As everything pointed to demons, more than one was expelled from the Vatican for various reasons, among the most recent being Asia Argento, who was banished for curing a demon. In that case, I'll take care of the Leviathan, and your sire chest? Let me take care of him. Michael spoke, creating a spear of light. Sirzechs nodded and stepped to the side while the Archangel watched the demon, who did not stop laughing madly. Azazel took flight and approached the Mao. DxD. Far from the school campus, Issei crashed to the ground, spitting out a large amount of blood while trying to catch his breath. He felt a great pulse run through his body which made him move to the side, dodging the demon's powerful attack. How interesting, you are the first and only one who managed to keep up with me. She spoke in a funny tone while the brunette was catching her breath. She looked closely at Bandola. She saw that he had green hair but his face was covered by a mask. Now why don't you amuse me more? Putting herself on guard, the demon took her axe with both hands and jumped towards the brown-haired man who, upon seeing her, quickly put his sword against the ground and wielded it with both hands. Chapter 30. Kuoh Academy North Side Campus. An expression of surprise appeared on Issei's face as he dodged another attack from his opponent. The woman was moving at great speed, almost surpassing the speed of a knight, something he never expected to face right now because he didn't have enough speed to keep up with her. So when the woman stopped, he attacked, hitting her axe against the ground. Destroying the ground, large debris flew out, but the demon, using wind magic, attacked Issei with several debris the moment he saw that attack coming towards him. Using his sword as a mini shield, he began to block and deflect the attack he was receiving. Right now he was at a huge advantage against the demon who had him completely on the ropes, but as he tried to block an attack from her, the demon disappeared from his vice range. Appearing behind him, the demon attacked him. Without being able to do anything else, Issei tried to roll on the ground but still couldn't dodge the attack, as he received a large cut across his back, causing a large amount of blood to splatter everywhere, falling to the ground, and then his raid disappeared from the demon's sight. What a pathetic human. She looked at the brunette's body. And to think it would be more fun if you held on for a few more minutes. She looked at the battlefield on the other side. It would be better to leave this place. It seems everything is going as planned. When she turned around, she prepared to give a huge, "That's all," thump. Moving his fingers, he began to hear a voice in his head, a loud voice that seemed to be his mother. Upset, suddenly blood began to come out of the brown-haired boy's ears while the veins in his body began to stand out all around him. "Well, I think I'll give you some of my power," the voice in his head said with some amusement. Suddenly an armor appeared on his arm up to the elbow, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Before he could even move, the demon quickly rolled to his side, avoiding a cut from the brown-haired man who was standing in front of the demon. "What the buck? Since when did his speed increase?" He looked at the brunette who was standing and wielding a very different sword than the one he had before. "Why do I feel WH?" Opening his eyes in surprise, he put his Freeton axe blocking the attack of Issei who was in front of him. Where both looked into each other's eyes, right there he saw it. The brown-haired man's eyes were completely covered in red. She quickly kicked him far enough away from her. But as she did so, Issei's entire body glowed brightly, and then revealed himself to be covered in black armor with some gems, as well as a huge tail leaving his face free. Letting out a sigh, Issei looked at the demon in front of him who instinctively went on high guard and disappeared from his sight again. Appearing behind the demon who spun as fast as possible, both weapons collided against each other. They began to exchange large amounts of blows. Quickly the demon was retreating at the snatch of the brown-haired man, who did not stop attacking her. Receiving several cuts all over her body, the demon took a great leap to another building of the Kuoh Academy, and raising her hand, several magic circles formed around Issei. "Now die, damn it!" Smiling triumphantly, he attacked with several bursts of magical power. "It's impossible that I managed to avoid that attack. I managed to do it as quickly as possible by placing magic seals all around. Sayonara, human," thought the demon as he watched the attack go in the direction of the brown-haired boy. How strange, Issei thought, looking at the attacks that were coming towards him. They are moving too slow, it's not like before. Using his sword, he began to block the demon's attacks at a great speed that even surprised the demon, who saw this with his eyes open. "Don't think you can beat me with that damn thing." Creating several more magic circles, he attacked with several water and lightning element spells. But before he could even see him, Issei jumped forward with a somersault included, and suddenly, he began to destroy all the magic circles with such speed that he appeared in front of the demon. "Ha! What cut them?" The demon was totally surprised seeing the brunette in front of her. "What speed? It's simple." The brown-haired man launched a direct attack towards his neck with the intention of cutting off his head. "Just brandish the sword before he starts creating more magic circles. This time I can do it." Slash! The demon's head ended up rolling on the ground while the armor that covered the chestnut's body disappeared completely. Then the sword also disappeared and finally he ended up falling to the ground. DXD. Michael looked at the demon in front of him who launched several magical attacks in his direction and attacked with several magical attacks towards the angel who observed the attack but at no time moved a muscle, receiving the attack full on, and a small explosion was generated. Good attack, I must admit. Michael spoke from behind the smoke screen. But you still have a long way to go to surpass me. Opening his eyes in surprise, Michael appeared behind him with a spear of light pointing straight for his head. He spun around, avoiding the spear of light from piercing him. But when he tried to make a move, Michael closed the distance again, and now he could do nothing but take a large amount of blows all over his body, causing large amounts of blood to splatter from his mouth, and then he flies out, ending up crashing into one of the buildings. I'm done with him. He turned his gaze to the rest of the leaders who were looking at the sky. So all this time you were the traitor, right? Azazel, who was already lying on the ground, placed his hand against his cheek looking at the sky at the white armor, who was standing watching the fallen. He had been fighting against the descendant of the original Mao, but after a brief moment he gave up his arm because Katera in a desperate attempt to self-destruct herself which caused him to lose his arm, but received a back attack from the Hakuryuku. Tell me, Vala, my vice-governor told me that there is a small group forming in the shadows, who are determined to take all legitimate power. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe you also want what is yours. The leader's gaze focused on the Hakuryuku who seemed to be showing no interest in this. You're wrong about something, Azazel. I'm not interested in this world. Then he focused on the view of Sirzechs. Nor in having the position that belongs to me in the underworld. What do you mean by that? Vala would look at the current Demon King and take out 6 pairs of demon wings, causing most to open their eyes in surprise except for the fallen who were present, who looked at Vala seriously. My full name is Vala Lucifer, and I am the great-grandson of the original Lucifer, said the albino, causing all the leaders to be totally surprised. Impossible. A miracle. Vala's gaze focused on Izumi, who also focused her sight directly into Vala's eyes. Don't you think that destiny is something cruel, Hayato Izumi? He spoke with superiority. I am a unique species, a miracle, and I am the most powerful Hakuryuku that has ever existed. Instead you are just a human who was lucky enough to be born with the sacred gears. He narrowed his eyes. Fate is capricious sometimes. Tell me, how about I turn you into an Avenger? What do you mean? Why don't I kill your entire family and your companions? Fixing his gaze on the Gremory group. You, Izumi. Rias tried to approach Izumi, but was stopped by Sirzechs. I won't let you hurt my loved ones. A huge explosion occurred around Izumi, causing her boost gears to appear. Balance breaker scale male. Drake's voice sounded, and activating his armor, Izumi flew straight towards Valia, who watched all this with a smile. The battle of both celestial dragons had begun, as Vala and Izumi collided with each other, creating a large blue and red line across the sky. He threw several punches without thinking things through. Vala dodged it easily. Boots, divide. The skills of both Longinus were heard, at the moment of Vala hitting Izumi's abdomen, causing her to spit blood. Comrade, try to calm down. If you don't think things through, the Hakuryuku can kill you. How do you want? Calm me down if this damn thing. She tried to answer the dragon, but she was thrown against the ground brutally on her back, and without hesitation Vala ended up stepping on her abdomen, causing her to spit blood. Taking distance, Vala observed her, and placed his arms crossed. Shit! Dolio. He managed to stand up and look at the sky. It's very strong. You are an idiot too. You just let yourself be carried away by negative emotions. Izumi wiped the blood from her lip and looked at the Hakuryuku. You're right, Drake. I think I got too carried away. I'm upset. Try to calm down. If you keep going like this, you might even surpass him. I'm still surprised by yours. Now show him why you're a dragon. Drake's voice sounded totally excited. Izumi smiled. Ah, of course, Drake put it together. Her eyes shone emerald. Vala looked at her for a few moments. It seems that. He quickly put his arm up as a shield as Izumi appeared in front of him, taking him by surprise due to the change in speed she had, receiving the blow to the face that forced him to shed a little blood. He smiled excitedly. Okay, let's play rival. Looking at the Sekiryutai, he released his dragonic aura. Be careful, Vala. I feel a great impulse from her. It seems that she is much more compatible with dragons than you. Before answering, both celestial dragons launched themselves at each other again. Boots. Izumi gave a boost, and managed to land several hits on Vala. Divide. Suddenly losing power, Vala launched demonic magic towards Izumi, causing her to suffer great damage. What Vala didn't expect was the following. Boots, blade, transfer. His eyes opened as he felt a great current run through his entire body, and it was right there where he received the great damage to his abdomen thanks to the Dragon Slayer magic that Michael had given him, the Dragon Slayer sword. Vala didn't expect that attack, and it was time for Izumi's counterattack. But before she could even get close, Vala grabbed her by the head and delivered a strong headbutt, breaking both of their breastplates. And he launched a strong hammer blow, Gahaga, crashing into the ground, creating a mini crater. Vala looked at her from the skies while holding his abdomen. I think I got carried away. I look at the Sekyutai. I was quite surprised. If I hadn't quickly put magic into my abdomen, that attack could have killed me. I see that Draig's carrier is quite interesting. Izumi got on her knees. Draig, is that it? Yes, she is a companion of one of the gems of Albion. She took the gem and smiled. Hey, if I can't beat him, I'll have to do it the idiot way. The dragon heard all this, and smiled as he heard her. He was undoubtedly having fun. What are you planning to do? You know that our abilities are totally incompatible, Draig. You know Albion. Since I've been with this carrier, maybe even her idiocy might surprise me. The gaze focused on Izumi, and right there she embedded the blue gem in her right hand. Ah. It hurts so much. GGGRRREO. It was the noise of pain from Draig and Izumi. Both Vala and Albion looked at this with surprise, even the other leaders. He plans to take Vala's powers. Azazel looked at all this. Without a doubt, this is a surprise. How reckless we are, both conflictive beings by nature. What you are doing is suicide. Albion, I learned something important since he is my carrier. Respond to my feelings. Vanishing dragon power is taken. As much as Vala and Albion were totally surprised, everyone was equally. So this is the dividing gears? I would look at his white glove. Impossible, this should be impossible. Albion couldn't believe what he was seeing with his eyes. Partner, your life expectancy has been reduced considerably. It doesn't matter, I wasn't planning on living 1,000 years. He replied and focused his gaze on Vala. Now let's finish what we started, Hakuryuku.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.